Hi, Zama.
Madam, madam, madam.
Good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
I
Good morning. How are you?
can't hear.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
I look, your network is a little bit.
Can you
weak.
hear me?
Yes, I can hear you now.
Okay, thank you very much. Now, I was proposing that possible to have a break between the presentation by the
2 minutes. Thank you so much.
Morning, Mawini.
Njani Deputy
There you are,
Chair.
Minister Pasha.
Recording in
Well,
progress.
Morning, Minister.
Good morning. Thank you very much, Deputy. Yes.
Advocate
Good morning,
Pindela.
Advocate. Thank you, all the honorable members. Advocate, may I continue? Advocate Pindela. Indeed, Deputy, we will continue. Thank you very much. I don't know, but your connection is weak. I don't hear what you are saying, Advocate. Indeed, Deputy, we may proceed. Thank you very much. Deputy Chair, we may proceed. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you, Advocate. Thank you very much. Good morning, honorable members.
Morning.
I want us to start with our program, but in starting our program, I would request that we actually have a moment and observe it for silent prayer or meditation before we start with this so very important program. Thank you very much. We also use this moment of silence to reflect and to think of those that fell victim to this pandemic. But also, since we are closing down August month, Women's Month, and a month also where we are being reminded of the fact that patriarchy is still rife in the South African society, and women are still the biggest victims of abuse. And still, we are striving for an equal society, but we still have a lot of work to do. If we think about it, we can use this opportunity to reflect about it. But also when we continue with this so very important issue that is currently dominating the public domain, that is the issue not only of the pandemic of COVID-19, but particularly to vaccinate or not to vaccinate. I hope that by bringing this event or this messages today, we can actually get our people in South Africa to realize how important it is for all of us to strive towards being vaccinated, particularly in the light of the fact that this pandemic or this virus is mutating in all its different forms. I want to, without much further ado, request the chairperson of the National Council of Provinces, the Honorable Braambi Amos Masondo, to do the welcoming and opening remarks to this very important briefing that we are going to receive today. Over to you, Honorable Chairperson. It's your opportunity.
Thank you very much, Deputy Chair. Greetings to everyone. I hope that everyone is having a warm reception in this virtual setting. Program Director, Deputy Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces, Honorable Sylvia Lucas, the Minister of Health, Honorable Joseph Pasha, Deputy Minister of Health, Honorable Sibongiseni Dlomo, NCOP House Chairpersons, Honorable Jomo Nyambi and Honorable Winnie Ngwenya. NCOP Chief Whip, Honorable Seiso Mohai, Honorable Permanent and Special Delegates, Honorable Members of Provincial Executive Councils, representative of the South African Local Government Association, ladies and gentlemen. Program Director, let me start by congratulating Dr. Joe Pasha on his recent appointment as the Minister of Health, as well as Dr. Sibongiseni Dlomo on his appointment as the Deputy Minister of Health. We wish them the best during their tenure. Given their experience one is confident that the task of leading the fight against the COVID-19 pandemic is indeed in good and capable hands. It was on the 5th of March 2020 when South Africa woke up to the news of its first confirmed positive case of COVID-19. 18 months later, we find ourselves having to share the pain of the continuing loss of family members, neighbors, colleagues, and friends from this virus. In hindsight, Program Director, there is no way we could have saved or being spared from a pandemic that has had such a devastating effect on the lives, livelihoods, and the health of people in the country and across the globe. As a result, we continue to witness the new struggles of the people who have lost their providers as they face the unrelenting economic whirlwinds occasioned by the pandemic. The latest unemployment figures released by the Statistics South Africa in the past week are a stark reminder of the intensity of the devastation wrought by COVID-19 pandemic on the economy. As members would recall, in February this year, during the State of the Nation address, the President of the Republic spoke of, quote, an unrelenting and comprehensive response to overcome the coronavirus, close quote. He said that such a response must see us doing everything in our means to contain and overcome this pandemic through, amongst others, intensifying our prevention efforts and strengthening our health system, and undertaking a massive vaccination program to save lives and dramatically reduce infections across the population. It is common cause that the unequal scramble for the vaccines, with wealthy countries having pre-ordered billions of doses, placed the low and middle income countries in a predicament. It became apparent that these countries, including South Africa, could not compete for the equitable share of the supplies. Earlier commitments made to the continent were not honored, leading to serious supply challenges. This occurred despite warnings from the medical community that we're not going to get rid of the pandemic until we get rid of it everywhere. However, as issues of availability started to change for the better and supply chains began to improve, we saw market improvement in procurement and distribution of the vaccines across the country. When the Health Ministry briefed the National Council of Provinces on the vaccine rollout strategy towards the end of February this year, the number of vaccines administered stood at just over 40,000. Today, the number is above 12 million, with at least 9 million people vaccinated. Even so, this is still a long way to the target of more than 40 million people that earlier this year the Ministry of Health said was needed to reach population immunity. This suggests that we need to find more meaningful ways to increase people's level of participation in the vaccination program if we're to put up a formidable fight against the virus. Program Director, it is indeed encouraging to note that South Africa has secured enough supplies of the vaccine. However, we need to deal with the challenge of ensuring participation by increasing numbers of the citizens across the country. Our people need to understand that vaccines work and are indeed safe. In fact, the lesson from history is that vaccines have helped a great deal to eradicate polio, smallpox, and diphtheria. Many of those who are delaying to be vaccinated have either forgotten this fact or are not aware of it. Experts are the first to admit that no vaccines are 100% effective at preventing illness. However, they point out that evidence does exist that vaccination may make illness less severe for those who are vaccinated and still get sick. Therefore, vaccines are key to us waging and winning the fight against the COVID-19 pandemic. There is no point in being reckless and putting the lives of people at risk by casting doubt on scientifically proven means of saving lives. We must allow scientists to lead us on issues of science. Not all of us are endowed with the knowledge and experience they possess. Let us build on this by deepening the work that is at hand. On more importance, we need to be alive to the possibility that the virus may be with us for some time, if not for a very long time. And that instead of simply wishing it away, we must somewhat learn to live with it. Already, indications are that the effectiveness of the vaccines may fade with time. We have seen the Delta variant of the virus pushing up the numbers of infections, even in highly vaccinated countries. For example, one such country, Israel is already giving vulnerable people booster shots, and other countries like Britain are said to be considering the introduction of booster schemes. This may therefore be indeed an enduring fight. As such, program director, government, business, and labor may need to have a long-term view of how they communicate the importance of medical interventions. This should take into account the fact that other than the coronavirus, people need to know more about viruses and bacteria in general and other related health hazards if we're to achieve acceptable levels in and of public health. Public health is important in that it helps individuals in communities to spend more of their years in good health. This has enormous benefits, particularly for the working age population. Program director, at this point, one would like to take this opportunity to thank the many people who are occupying the front lines in the fight against the COVID-19 pandemic, particularly our healthcare and other frontline workers for their commitment and hard work. We also thank the leadership of the Department of Health for always ensuring that we are briefed on the developments relating to different aspects of the program to fight the COVID-19 pandemic. That valuable guidance is being provided at this critical moment. We remain indeed eternally grateful. Today's briefing is intended to inform us as public representatives about the implementation of the vaccination program and its expansion to include other cohorts. This is important because our oversight role assists to ensure that government can achieve better outcomes in the provision of public services. Program director, I do appreciate the opportunity to make these few opening remarks, and I'm looking forward to the presentations and the engagement. So I'm looking forward to engaging with all of you and all of us. On that note, I thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. I also think in this, all of you are heartily welcome to this very important briefing, and we will continue. And in continuing, well, we also echo the sentiments of the Chairperson in congratulating the newly appointed Minister, the Honorable Dr. Joseph Pashla, and invite him now to brief us on the progress on the expansion and acceleration of the vaccine program. Over to you, Honorable Pashla.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson of this National Council of Provinces session sitting for today. Let me also pass my greetings to the Honorable Chairperson of the NCOP, Honorable Amos Masondo, and thank him very heartily for his warm welcome for myself and Deputy Minister, Dr. Sibongiseni Dhlomo. And my greetings to colleagues, fellow honorable members of Parliament from the National Council of Provinces. Honorable Chair, let me just pass an apology on behalf of Honorable Dhlomo. As you are aware, these quite busy times, so the two of us had to split because as we are holding this session now, the President is also hosting the National Coronavirus Council to look at the very matters which we are discussing here and look at what further interventions in terms of the management of this pandemic, the containment and further prevention of further spread of the pandemic. So Honorable Dhlomo has stayed behind in the National Coronavirus Council with other ministers and the President and the Deputy President to discuss these matters and come to some conclusions in terms of how do we continue to protect the country. Honorable Chair, I'll proceed then on that note with the presentation which is on your screens. So the presentation will cover the items as mentioned, just the short history of where we come from in our attempt to procure and administer the vaccines to all our people, give you a sense of where we are, the supply of the vaccines, the struggles, the tribulations we have had, and the successes where there have been successes, and the progress at the broad national level, at the provincial levels, and also how we're dealing with breaking this down to local levels, and just touch on currently focusing largely on making sure that there is continuing demand for vaccination in the population. Now, the first part which I want to just touch on is that my predecessor, Minister Mkhize, appointed a Ministerial Advisory Committee on the 15th of September 2020. Now, this committee, as we say here, is a non-statutory advisory committee. Its role is to advise government on all matters regarding the vaccine development, the rollout, to monitor and report on progress in studies of these vaccines, and to give guidance on the purchase options, as well as issues related to manufacture of vaccines. Now, so this is the committee of various specialists and also participants representing also from other departments, as is mentioned here, from Science and Innovation, from National Treasury, and also from SAPRA, and also from a number of specialists in the area. So this committee, for instance, as we, various vaccines from manufacturers come on board, they are the ones who look at the scientific data and advise us, especially once such vaccines have been presented to the regulator, which is SAPRA. And then if they are found to be having safety and efficacy, this is the committee then which will come back to the ministry and department, and also to the interministerial committee on vaccines. This is the team which will come back and give us proposals. So for us to arrive as procuring the J&J vaccine and also the Pfizer vaccine, it will be largely because of the advice of this committee. And as indicated there, on a regular basis, they give us various advices, including, for instance, if there are changes, for instance, just recently, in terms of the safety of vaccinating pregnant women, this is the team which will look at the literature and the reports on that and come back and advise government in this regard. We can proceed to the next slide. Now, we also then have, as I've mentioned, the Interministerial Committee on Vaccine. Now, this is a committee of cabinet which was established by the president and delegated the deputy president to be the chair of this committee. It comprises a number of ministries, and this committee meets almost on a weekly basis. It reviews the progress made, the challenges, and then gives guidance to the Ministry of Health, and also monitors the implementation of the program throughout the country. Just as an example, last week, this interministerial committee received presentations from 3 provinces, which was Mpumalanga, Gauteng, and Northwest, on the basis of the report which from the Ministry of Health, as we presented the previous week, showing the performance of different provinces in terms of the vaccination program. It was then decided by the Interministerial Committee that the provinces which were seen to be lagging behind needed to come to the Interministerial Committee to come and make presentations. So that's how this committee is constituted. We can go to the next one. Now, can we proceed to the next slide, please? We in terms of where we come from as the chairperson of the NCOP, Honorable Masondo, just alluded to that. We started our endeavor to procure and acquire vaccines from late last year, from around September 2020. As a Department of Health, we started, once it became clear that the research and manufacturing of vaccines were gaining traction, we started discussing and approaching various companies which were busy with this research and getting ready once the research is concluded to start producing vaccines. We had meetings with AstraZeneca, we had meetings with Johnson & Johnson, with Pfizer, later on also with a company called Gamaleya Institute in Russia, which produces the Sputnik, and through the Embassy of China, we also started engaging on the Chinese companies, which were also doing research on vaccines. As you know, as of now, there are 2 vaccines from China, the Sinopharm vaccine and also the Sinovac vaccine. But we also been engaging with the facility which was established by the World Health Organization, together with a number of other WHO-related agencies, the Gavi, which is the Global Alliance on Vaccines, and then also CEPI, which is called the coalition, which is short for Coalition for Epidemic Preparedness and Innovation. Now, these are the institutions which have been established under the auspices of the WHO, and through this, they established a facility called COVAX, which purpose was to assist countries which would have usually low income, middle income, and low income countries, which would always struggle to access these vaccines. Gavi already on a regular basis provides and assists low income countries to access vaccines at a reasonable price, or even subsidized as a result of funds raised from donors. So through this, the facility called the COVAX was then established. So we started engaging the COVAX facility as early as August and discussed with them and signed an agreement to participate in this COVAX facility. And we made our contribution of 283 million rand, which was equivalent to $19.2 million US, as to secure the vaccines through this COVAX facility. And this would entitle us to access a minimum of 6 million doses of vaccines, but with the possibility to can increase our access to these vaccines, because South Africa is not classified with the very low income. We are classified more with the medium income, and therefore we don't qualify for donor-sponsored vaccines. So we have to pay a contribution. So that's what we did. But we continued also bilateral with the companies as mentioned there. And as early in the year, we got into agreements with AstraZeneca, with the Johnson & Johnson in February, and then in March signed an agreement with Pfizer. So these were supply agreements. Now, our vaccine rollout was scheduled to begin on the 10th of February, after we had signed the agreement with AstraZeneca. We made arrangements to immediately acquire 1.5 million doses of the AstraZeneca vaccine. Now, after everything was done, contract signed, payments done, and already, in fact, the first consignment, the first 1 million doses arrived at the OR Tambo Airport and was received by the president, the deputy president, and Minister Mkhize. And unfortunately for us, when the report from the team which was doing the research in the country on the efficiency or efficacy of the AstraZeneca vaccine, the team which was doing the trials of the vaccine here in South Africa, when that team then gave a report, it raised concerns about the efficacy of the AstraZeneca vaccine in terms of the dominant variant of the coronavirus, the COVID-19 virus in South Africa at the time, which was the Alpha variant, the initial base variant, the Alpha variant. So when the report came, when the report was given by the team which was doing this trial, they then indicated that the AstraZeneca vaccine was not efficient against this variant. So we then had to have a plan B, because we have 1 million doses of the AstraZeneca vaccine received already in our fridges, because we were using also a company called BioVac, which is our South African company, to store the vaccines. We already had this in the BioVac fridges, and then we were told from the report of the trials in South Africa that this vaccine is not effective against the variant. So we had then to go for Plan B. We had to go for Plan B, and Plan B, we then approached the Johnson & Johnson, because at the time, Johnson & Johnson had also undertaken trials in South Africa, and their trials report was different from AstraZeneca. The trials of J&J reported that the J&J vaccine was quite effective against the Alpha variant, which was dominant in our country at the time. So we then entered into negotiations with them to find vaccines which could be available so that we could then kickstart our vaccination program. We can proceed to the next slide. So on the 17th of February, if we can move to the next slide so that honorable members can follow. On the 17th of February, having got the positive response from Johnson & Johnson, we were then offered just under 500,000 doses of this Johnson & Johnson, because at that time it had been proven in the trials in South Africa and already registered for those trials with the SAPRA, because for them to do those trials, they had to be registered with the South African regulator, SAPRA. So with the advantage that it was proven to be effective, safe, and also that it was effective against the variant, and also that they were already registered for the undertaking of those trials, as was AstraZeneca. They were already registered with SAPRA. So we then, when we approached them, they offered us these doses, just under 500,000. But these doses then had to be collected from all over the world, because these were doses which remained in various parts of the world where they had been doing the trials. So they brought this remaining doses, and we were then able to start our program. I know that at that time, there was a lot of questions as to, are we actually rolling out or are we still doing trials? But the truth of the matter is that these were tried and tested, proved to be efficient, proven to be safe, and therefore we could use them. So then we decided that our first priority should be the frontline healthcare workers, and therefore while we're doing those third phase trials with tried and tested vaccines, we should prioritize health workers. So on the 17th of February, the rollout of this Sisonke trial, limited numbers of vaccines arriving on a weekly basis, collected from all over the world, we are then able to start using this to vaccinate the healthcare workers. And all in all, just under 5,478,000 healthcare workers, as indicated there, were vaccinated under this program. And this was concluded on the 16th of May. And by this time, we're now in a position to can now launch a national rollout of vaccination program. No more just the trial of the third phase trial using the remainder of doses of J&J. At this stage, we had been able to acquire procured vaccines. So we can move to the next slide. So we then started on the 17th of May, a real rollout of the national vaccination program. Even though, and by this time, we started to receive the Pfizer vaccines. Now, we still continued for the remaining health workers, those who are not covered under the J&J trial, the Sisonke. As we started the national rollout, targeting, again, prioritizing, because we still had limited doses, started with 60 plus. We continued also to vaccinate health workers. And the reason why we started with the 60 plus in terms of age, we decided on an age-based phasing in of vaccination, because clinical data from South Africa and from other parts of the world showed that the biggest risk in terms of serious illness resulting in hospitalization, resulting in also ending up in ICU, ventilation, and also risk of death. That the major risk was can be traced to be related largely to age. So we decided that as we start the national rollout, we should start with the older age group. So we started with the 60 plus. And also there was evidence which was showing that if you go through age, especially the more older members of the society, you also cover without necessarily targeting the comorbidities, your high blood pressure, heart disease, kidney disease, sugar diabetes, lung diseases, all those tend to go also with age. So this was a scientific kind of assessment, and therefore we started with the 60 plus. So the objectives of the national plan are to why we are focusing in this manner. It was mainly to achieve one, to significantly reduce severe disease. As I've mentioned this, and it has been proven that this goes largely relating to age. Also to reduce hospitalization and also to reduce death. So the strategy was to vaccinate all persons over the age of 60, and then move sequentially to down the ages based on the transmission of the virus, and looking at age groups as in terms of vulnerability, because that was basically how we prioritized. So yeah, that was based on vulnerability. We also went into institutions, especially the old age homes, because these were also seen to be very high risk areas. Now, so that this older population could then build immunity. Now, the strategy is also at the current moment, as honorable members would be aware, we moved through the ages from over 60, and then we went to over 50, and then over 35, and where we are currently, it's 18 years and over, which is we're targeting all adults in the country. So the strategy is the mass vaccination of every person over the age of 18 as quickly as possible. And the idea here is to expedite also immunization of, including over and above the age. As I said, we started with, in terms of work categories, we prioritized the health workforce because of the fact that health workforce is really in the front line. But also hand in hand with the age category, we also agreed that we should also look at other essential workforce. And immediately after we had covered most of the health workers, we went on then using again the J&J, which was available at the time, to vaccinate our teachers, because the view was also that the teachers are also in the front line, and they look after the future of the young people of South Africa, so they need to be covered. So we did that, and then after the teachers, we also went on to prioritize the security forces because they are also in the front line. So the objectives, as I've mentioned, is to prevent as much of severe COVID-19, prevent hospitalization and death as quickly as possible. And we start with the high-risk groups, go also into occupational work groups, as I've mentioned, health workers, educators, security forces, and then going into various other work-based sectors. So in terms of that, we go into communities, we go into workplaces, make sure that with that, we can reduce in future the need for the lockdowns, have more social activities amongst the population, also reduce economic disruption, and allow services such as education and other social and economic activities to be able to open up more and more. And finally, in the long term, medium to long term, what we are looking forward to is to be able to achieve what is called population immunity, so that the vast majority of the South African population, especially your adults, a population of 18 and above, can be safe, can be able to be economically active. So this is just a kind of schematic way to show how we moved, as I've said, starting with healthcare workers, just under half a million, going on to also the full population. But before, as we're doing that, also going into other work-based vaccinations, educators, security forces, and then opening up from 17th of May over 60 plus, moving later on in July to 50 plus, and then 35 and above. And as of initially, we're targeted 1st of September to start with the 18 plus. But once we saw that we had enough supply, then we opened on the 20th of August, 11 days before the initial target. We went on to open up for the 18 plus, which is, catering for all adults. But also many of the vaccines in their approval for usage, many of them start the approval from regulators, including SAPRA, has been on an emergency use basis for adult population 18 years and over. I know that in other countries, they've already started also going for between 12 and 18, but we are focused on the adult population as a priority. As I've mentioned, as we now vaccinating the general population 18 years and over, we still continue also with the occupation-based, work-based vaccinations, because this is very useful, because it's good for the economy, but we also make use of facilities which are already there in various companies. We can go on to the next slide. The next one is really also just to show that the way we've been acquiring the vaccines, using the workplaces. Also, I must say, also we have not been as we've now been rolling out in terms of a mass vaccination. We have not been purely depending on the state machinery, on the health department and other sister departments, but we've also brought in a lot of private sector, various pharmacists, like your major pharmacy chains, like your Discams, your Clicks, your independent community pharmacists have also come on board, and also some of the medical schemes have also provided using their own facilities to continue with the vaccination. Now, we've been proceeding with this program, making sure that we also target where we can move to the next slide. So in the rollout, we've been using residential facilities for the elderly, as I mentioned earlier on, correctional centers. That's in terms of an all of government approach, over and above also an all of society approach. Now, honorable members, in terms of proceeding, of course, this has been rolling out using our health facilities, but also going out into communities, into workplaces, into the mines, into the farms, making sure that everybody is not left behind. We can pass from this slide, just go into, just as an example, I've mentioned also work-based, various sectors of work-based. I've indicated that we vaccinated in the basic education sector, social development. We're working with social development at the SASA points. We've already, we're still rolling out with the police, correctional centers, the defense, also in the security, state security, working with Home Affairs. SARS has also come on board, and also the judiciary and the courts. So we're using an all of government and all of society approach, also in terms of mobilizing our leaders in the communities, community leaders, religious leaders, also traditional leaders, making sure that everybody comes on board. Now, in terms of where are we now, almost 3 months down the line? As we mentioned earlier on, we started in a very difficult way with the Johnson & Johnson vaccine. We started with it as a Sisonke for the health workers. But as we opened up in terms of acquiring more and more vaccines, we had some difficulties when we're supposed to receive the Johnson & Johnson vaccine because of complications in the US, so there was some delay. But we did receive 1.5 million vaccines, which were what was called the short expiry, because they were also collected from various parts of the world. But we use this to speed up also on the work-based, the teachers, the police, the soldiers, but those which remained we also used for the community at large. But we received also quite a good supply. Subsequently, we were able to receive good supply of the J&J vaccine. We still, as of now, the total doses which we have ordered from Johnson & Johnson is 31 million. We have already received just over 4 million. The Pfizer vaccine, once we entered into agreement, they were able to start supplying the doses of the vaccine. And up to now, we have already received 20.6 million doses of this vaccine. This is the vaccine which we have largely been using, rolling out to various communities throughout the 9 provinces. Initially, our plan was to say that, especially in the rural areas, we'll use mainly the Johnson & Johnson because it's just a 1-dose vaccine, whereas Pfizer is 2 doses. But because of the fact that J&J vaccine got into some difficulties and we couldn't get big volumes in the beginning, we used the Pfizer, which we are able to receive in big doses to even go into rural areas. So we also received supplies, as I mentioned earlier, in terms of our participation in the WHO facility called COVAX. We also received various doses from 1.4 million doses from the COVAX facility. We have also received very good donations from the United States government after the G7 meeting, where President Ramaphosa challenged the G7 countries that it's not going to be good for the world if the countries, the richer countries, go on and roll out vaccines and end up even with booster doses when other parts of the world, the poor countries, have not even had the first dose. And on the basis of this, the countries made the pledges, and the US, thus far, the last 2.2 million doses came last Saturday, which now in total, we have received up to 10.7 million donation contribution of Pfizer vaccine from the United States government. Subsequently, in the last few months, the Sinovac from China and AstraZeneca were again approved by SAPRA. As you remember that we did say that we had problems with the AstraZeneca when the dominant variant was the Alpha variant. But subsequently, when the Delta, which is now the dominant one, started to be dominant also in South Africa, it was shown from various countries, especially in India, where the Delta variant started. It showed that the AstraZeneca vaccination was effective. So we're also, we have now included it in our arsenal of vaccines which can be used in the country. Now, this just shows the extent to which various provinces have been performing in terms of the vaccination program. It basically just shows you the weeks from earlier on when we started the vaccination program. It also shows us the various age groups. I don't think honorable members need to worry about the exact kind of interpretation of the bars and graphs. It's basically just to sort of graphically indicate to us how different provinces on different weeks have been performing, starting with on a very low base until week 14, 15, 16 started. So what the bars show is the build up throughout the country of the numbers rising. That's basically to show you that over from the 14th week, the colors on the bars are different provinces. But what it shows is that in all provinces, from week 14 right up to week 21, there was a steady rise in the vaccination program. Or week 22, there was some challenge in terms of availability of whether our stock levels were a bit low and the vaccination program went down. But from week 23, the vaccination has been rising again. So there was just a week or two during which we had a low stock. But what I can say to honorable members is that overall, as I've indicated the numbers, in terms of the Pfizer, just over 20 million delivered, J&J just under 4 million. So those are the two vaccines we've been using. As of now, what I can assure the honorable members is that we do have adequate stock of the vaccines. There was just a week when the delivery from both J&J and Pfizer went down and we had a bit of a challenge. But as things stand, we have enough stock to can vaccinate for the whole of, August is over, whole of September, and there's enough stock coming such that this is no more our challenge. At every time we sit with stock of just over 5 million doses of vaccines. So except for the 1 week where there was a bit of a challenge, generally stock levels are no more a challenge for us. Now, that was the reason also, honorable members, why while we had said initially that we would open for the 18 plus from the 1st of September, we had to bring that forward because we realized that we have enough stock, but we also have enough capacity because from the time of the early ones of the Sisonke in February to opening up to the over 60s on the 17th of May and middle of July opening up for the 35 plus. Throughout that period, all provinces have been building capacity to vaccinate more people. And at the current moment, we have adequate capacity, including, as I've mentioned, private sector sites, including outreach, mobile vaccinations, including drive-in in some of the cities in various provinces, especially in Gauteng, in KZN, and in the Western Cape, I think in the Eastern Cape also. In some of the cities, they have introduced the drive-in vaccinations. So just in terms of where we are, this was as of 2 days ago, on the 29th of August, the total doses administered, as Honorable Masondo mentioned earlier on, was just over 12 million. In fact, as of last night, this has now gone up to 12.25 million doses already administered. That is 12.289. In other words, 12,289,000 has gone slightly up since that period. So that's the total doses. Now this includes first doses in terms of the Pfizer and also second doses for the Pfizer and the single doses in terms of the J&J vaccine. So you are able to see on the table on the right, you can see in terms of province by province, as you can see there, of this 12 million, the Eastern Cape is 1.5 million doses administered, Free State 631,000, Gauteng, The figure there, it's I know it's over 3 million. Gauteng has passed 3 million doses, yes. And KwaZulu-Natal passed 2 million, just over 2 million doses. Limpopo over 1 million, 1.28. Mpumalanga just under 600,000. Northwest has passed 600,000. Northern Cape with a smaller population, also just over 230,000. The Western Cape just under 2 million doses. So this is the performance in terms of the 12 million doses which has been administered. If we go to the next slide, the next slide just gives you further information which honorable members at their own time they can look at. All that is still the total doses given, but what it also breaks down to is to tell you the total doses of the Johnson & Johnson. Now the Johnson & Johnson on the top there, as you can see with the brown color, 2.732. Now those are because Johnson & Johnson, remember, it's a one dose full vaccination. And then below it then breaks it down also on that brown color. On the left-hand side is the initial vaccination of health workers, the Sisonke, and on the right-hand side is the community rollout, the national rollout using the Johnson & Johnson. So when you add the two, then they give you, so those 2.7 million of Johnson & Johnson, all of them are fully vaccinated because it's a one dose. And then on the right-hand side, it shows you the total number of Pfizer. Now Pfizer, as we know, is a double dose. So, and then below the 9.2, which is the full doses given, it then shows you the first doses, which are the 6.3 million, and then the second doses, 2.9 million. So when you add the 2.9 million of second doses of Pfizer and the 2.7 million of the J&J, that gives you just over 5 million of the fully vaccinated population in the country. I think when you add the two, it will give you just under just over 5.6 million. So we're somewhere just below, just below 5.7 million of population. As of the 29th, probably by today, we might be closer to 6 million of people who are fully vaccinated. But what is important also, I think we'll come to that at the later stage, just to show you the total number of individuals who have had at least one dose of a vaccine. We'll come to that. This particular graph is just a graphs which shows the different colors are different colors of provinces. It just shows you the ups and downs, also weekdays and weekends. Our vaccination on weekends is still low. So where the graphs are going down, it's weekends and then come up during weekdays. But also as you go towards your extreme right, you will see where the graphs were going down. Those are about the 2 weeks where we had a problem with stock. But once we got enough stock and we opened up, you'll see the last bars going up again, because we have now caught up again in terms of vaccinating more and more people. And as we have more stock, and once we've opened for the younger people, more and more people are coming forward. Now, in terms of these graphs, two issues. The ones on the left is still talking about the 12 million doses given. But on the left, it shows you those kind of bars and so on. It's basically, just to simplify it, it's indicating from the various age groups, from the 60 plus, the 50 plus, 35, 40, right up to the 18 and older, 18 to 34 at the top. Those show you the male and female breakdown. The male and female breakdown. That's what that shows you. So the message here is that we have been more successful with more female members of the population. 58.3% of females have come forward to take the vaccine, as compared to 41.7%. It is an improvement, especially once we brought in younger people, because before that, it was even more, it was 60% women and 40% and sometimes even lesser to 39% of males. But this has now improved, but we hope that we can get more and more male members of society to come forward for the vaccination. So the one on the right basically shows you that the green is the over 60. So it shows you that largely we have done more of the over 60. And then the next one is the 35 to 49, which is sort of orange. And then let me see, yeah. So those colors just indicate the age groups. The last one, which is the yellow one at the bottom, it shows you that we're still building up on the 18 to 34, which is the last one. The red one is the 35 to 49. We're still struggling with that. 35 to 49, I must say, honorable members, we're building up is still a challenge. And the 50 to 59 is also still a challenge. We're still trying to attract more and more. We have surprisingly done much better on the 60 and above, better than the 50 to 59. So this is an age group which we still hope to ramp up the 50 to 59. But as you know, by now we've opened for everybody, but it's important for us to monitor the various age groups because age is a major determinant of serious illness and ending up in hospital. So we want, as much as we want all adults to be vaccinated, but we want to prioritize, if possible, 90 to 100% of the over 60s and the over 50s. That will, when the next wave comes, that will protect us much better. We can go to the next one. Now, this is the one which I wanted to also touch on to say, the 12.12 and above million doses is just the total doses administered. But what is also important is the total individuals who have been vaccinated, even if it's just one dose, because this is very important, because even one dose gives you good protection, even for the 2-dose vaccine. It has been indicated that even just the 1 dose of a 2-dose vaccine gives you more than 80% protection. And when you get your second dose, it goes over 90% protection against serious illness. So that is very important. So on your left, it then breaks down how we arrive at the 9 million individuals who have been, as I said, the difference between the 12 million and the 9 million is because the other 3 million is also a second dose of a Pfizer vaccine. So how we arrive at the 9 million is that Johnson & Johnson, because it's a single dose, just over 2.7 million doses administered. And then people who have had the second dose of Pfizer is over 6.3 million, and that gives you the 9 million which we're having there. So that tells you the individuals in the society who have been covered. We can move to the next one, as maybe I must just fasten the pace. The next slide just reminds us that total adults in South Africa, 18 plus, are just under 40 million. So if we're talking about 9 million vaccinated, it's out of 39 million. So we still have another 30 million adults or 18 plus who should still be vaccinated. So we still have a long way, but we are hoping that at least by December, if we could have covered minimum 70% of this adult population, that will give us a very good coverage. I think that the table there just gives you further breakdowns in terms of the population of adults and therefore how many people we need to cover. Basically what it tells us is that out of the 39 million so far, we have the 9 million gives us a coverage of only 22% of the adult population. That's basically the work which we still have to do. If we are to cover 70%, there's still a lot of work. To cover 70%, it means you must still do another 20 million. But to cover 100%, it means another 30 million. So it's still a long way to go. We can move to the next slide. The next slide just tells us a coverage of the entire population. The 9 million, when we don't only count the 18 years and over. But if we take the full population of each province and of the country, in that regard, it says that totally, from when we said over 20, I mean, in terms of over 18, we are at 22%. But when we talk about the entire population, then we're lower. We're just over 15% of the entire population. I think we can move so that, yeah, I think one should just take up the pace. So all those are again just to show the full population of adults, 39 million, as I mentioned, individuals vaccinated, over 9 million fully vaccinated, 5.6 million. So a lot of work still to do. In terms of, as we move forward, honorable members, the challenges, our challenges at the present moment, as I've mentioned, we do have enough vaccine capacity in terms of the doses of vaccines. We also have enough in terms of vaccination sites and capacity of vaccinators. So our main challenge is to reach the people. As I said, the target is at least 70% of the adult population by the 16th of December, which is a minimum of 28 million adults, but we would want to do even better. Currently just at 9 million. So we still have about 19 million, let's just say 20 million, if we are to reach at least 70% plus of the adult population. So we are only 1/3 away. So our challenge now is to extend more outreach, to create more demand, because there's ample evidence that vaccination does prevent severe illness, as I've mentioned. I think, I'm not sure whether there's any further slides. Can we move on? I think this might be our last one. Oh, okay. I think this was just in addition to show, I think this is probably a repeat. If we can move on just to see whether, yes, I think let's stop there, Honorable Chair and honorable members. That is the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Thanks for the recognition through the applause that we heard. And thank you very much for a very extensive briefing, making us to have a better understanding, particularly as public representatives, because it's also our responsibility to make sure that if we believe in it, to make sure that our population actually adhere to the whole issue of vaccination. Now I can see that members are quite in a hurry to engage with the presentation, Honorable Minister. So we will immediately start to call on the people that have already indicated that they want to engage with the presentation, and we will start with the Honorable Baha. Honorable Baha.
Yes, thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, let's welcome the input by the Minister, and also, yes, Chair. Can you hear me, Chair?
No, I was just making sure it's not my connectivity that is a problem, but so because my internet connection is a bit unstable, but you may continue.
Thank you, Chairperson. Thank you, Chair, and I want to thank the Minister for the presentation that he has given us. Just, Chairperson, there are pointers that the Minister has indicated. And one of those is the fact that there's enough stock and in enough capacity and of the year. But my question, Chairperson, would be just to get a sense from the minister as to noting that there are South Africans who are not openly willing for vaccination, citing that they are free to decide whether to do so or not. And that poses a huge challenge for us to be able to deal with the vaccination process. Now, what is the government doing, or what is the plan that is in place to kind of address this kind of challenge, for people to see that it is more important to be vaccinated than not to be? Because come December, people would want to go home, go to different areas. And if you go to the Eastern Cape, for instance, and you would be infecting others and so on. So what is the plan? Make sure to address this challenge of people who feel that they have a right not to be vaccinated. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honorable Bacha. Honorable Gillian.
Chairperson, thank you very much. Let me take the opportunity to welcome the presentation by the Minister, noting the hard work that has been put in to protect all South Africans from the Department of Health and the ministries. My question, however, is, Chairperson, although we're taking note that government can protect the lives of the citizens through taking preventative measures, of vaccinating over 40 million South Africans to reach population immunity, what plans are in place to ensure that vaccination is equally provided to all the people, especially people living in the remote rural areas? I thank you, Deputy Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Gillian. Honorable SF Tutue.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Chair. Minister, you indicated in your presentation that the focus is to vaccinate individuals 18 years and older. Do you have any plans to start with the vaccination of children as well? And Minister, does your department have any plans to exclude individuals that have not been vaccinated through government regulations from certain activities or certain areas in the near future, similar to the practice that's currently taking place in France? Thank you, Minister. Thank you, Deputy Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Dutoit. Honorable De Bruin.
Thank you, Chair. Honorable Minister, with regard to the new variant, the C.1.2 that was detected in South Africa, has your department researched the effect of the vaccine on the new variant, and how will this affect the vaccination process? And seeing as the virus is mutating at an alarming rate, according to you, must the vaccinated population prepare themselves to receive booster shots for every mutation for the years to come? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable De Bruin. Honorable Khai.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. Greetings to you and the Minister and the MECs and the special delegates. Honorable Minister, one of the critical areas which should be strengthened across all workplaces is the existence of wellness units in all work organizations. And if these wellness centers were active across all workplaces, that will be sending a clear message to workers on vaccination and would have been more effective. What does the minister think will assist reviving wellness offices in workplaces? I thank you, Honorable Deputy Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Khai. Honorable Christians.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Chairperson. Minister, we know that although fewer children have been infected with COVID-19 compared to adults, the fact remains that children can still be infected with the virus, children can still get sick, and recently we've seen a worrying increase amongst children below the age of 18. Additionally, they can also spread the COVID-19 virus to other people. Now, we have seen many other countries recommending the vaccine to everyone 12 years and older. Minister, has there been any developments in South Africa in this regard? And when will there be a rollout of vaccines, especially targeting learners with comorbidities? Thank you, Honorable Deputy Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Christians. Honorable Bibi. Ma Bibi. Mama, Bibi.
Hello, thank you, Chairperson. Sorry, I couldn't hear you, Chairperson. My network is bad this side. Can you hear me, Chairperson?
Who is speaking now? Honorable Bibi. Is there a problem, Honorable Bibi?
It was a problem, Chairperson. Now I'm okay. Thank you, Chairperson. Thank you, Mama. Greetings, greetings to the Minister and MEC and also special delegates and also our colleagues. Thanks, Minister, for the detailed briefing that you've given us regarding about this pandemic. The pandemic has also shown the importance of having a strong preventative health system. Now, Minister, what is the extent of the capacity of the preventative human resource to respond to such challenges that we have regarding about this pandemic? Thank you so much, Deputy Chairperson Mama.
Thank you, Mama. Honorable Bosov, you will be next.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Chair, and good afternoon to everyone, including our newly elected or appointed minister. Congratulations on that, and excuse for where I'm sitting, but we do not have signal in my little town. Minister, as a nation, we have an obligation to all global citizens in our country. And as per a recent decision taken in the NCOP Select Committee, could you please inform us today what are government's plans to implement the protocols necessary to vaccinate foreign nationals? Thank you, Honorable Deputy Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Bosov. Honorable Mokause.
Thank you, Deputy Chairperson. Minister, the funds which were allocated to reduce COVID-19 in South Africa were misused. And no province sitting here today can claim that there were no cases of corruption detected in provinces. There has either been through the looting of cash, the looting of food parcels, even non-delivery of PPEs. How many have been prosecuted in the cases that were detected in the Eastern Cape, the scooter, the fruitless expenditure of the scooters, which were developed in the Eastern Cape, and in the Kusela Diko case? How many people are prosecuted in the Gauteng province? Minister, the Northern Cape has been flagged as one of the provinces that's got rapid high cases of COVID-19. With a very low population, we see a high number of infections at schools and a high number of deaths in that province. What are the strategies that you have put in place? Are you prioritizing that province, or are there extra resources and the extra human resources which is going to be injected in that province? Thank you, Deputy Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Makause. Honorable Malika.
Thank you, Chairperson, and greetings to the Minister and welcome the presentation. Minister, people register to get vaccinated, but at times they do not show up at vaccination sites to get vaccinated. What mechanism are put in place by the department to follow up with the people that have registered to vaccinate but have not yet vaccinated? Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Malika. Honorable Ryder.
Thank you very much, Deputy Chairperson. Minister, the vaccine process is fraught with uncertainty for many South Africans. I registered on the 1st of July, and I received a reply saying that you will be contacted via SMS regarding the next step. I waited a week and a bit. On the 9th, I re-registered, and I was told you will be contacted via SMS regarding the next steps. 2 weeks later, I became impatient, and I went to go and find vaccine sites. What I found was queues of 5 to 8 hours, which were the norm wherever I went. Most people can't afford to give up an entire day to stand in a queue in the hope they will get a vaccine, because many people were being turned away at the end of the day when vaccine doses ran out or when staff needed to knock off. So then, only after wasting the best part of a day getting my first jab, did I hear about a different site much closer to home where the waiting time was less than an hour. Minister, the communication has been shockingly bad. I suppose we can blame digital vibes for that. If only the department had spent more time thinking about who they were supposed to serve, which is the man in the street and not the minister and his friend. What are you doing, Minister, now to fix the communication so that people can feel that they're informed and therefore feel positive about the vaccination process? Thank you, Deputy Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Ryder. Honorable Ndongeni.
Thank you, Deputy Chair.
Okay.
Hello.
Yes, you may continue, my dear.
Oh, thank you, Deputy Chair. Morning, Minister. Minister, the vaccination has stated. Oh, I'm sorry. We need to accelerate the vaccination program. This includes introducing measures which will increase access to vaccination. What strategy has been implemented by increasing awareness in the department allows walk-in without being registered? Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Ndongeni. Honorable Arnolds.
Thank you, Deputy Chairperson. Minister, a reliable supply of medical oxygen is an essential part of the healthcare services. During the COVID-19 surge, the need for this life-sustaining gas has spiked to unprecedented levels. Now, with regards to the supply of medical oxygen, do we have adequate oxygen supply, and what measures are in place to monitor the use of oxygen in the provinces, especially the Western Cape plant, Afrox, who is the supplier of medical oxygen. Then, Minister, the recent shift back to alert level 3 lifted some restrictions, including the later curfew and the weekday off-site sale of alcohol. Has this resulted in an increase in trauma cases in the Western Cape? If yes, can the Minister provide us with the relevant details? And then whether the recent taxi violence in the Western Cape has caused any disruptions in the testing and vaccination of residents. If yes, can the Minister also provide us with the relevant details? Thank you, Deputy Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honorable Arnolds. Honorable Bartlett.
Thank you very much. Honorable Chairperson. Honorable Chairperson, good morning to everybody. I just want to ask the Honorable Minister, to what extent is the department working with grassroots organizations in order to mobilize the society? I thank the Honorable Chairperson. I'm not sure, was it audible enough?
Short and to the point. You were audible. Thank you. Thank you,
Thank you.
Honorable Bartlett. Honorable Molitsane.
Thank you, Deputy Chairperson. Minister, I didn't hear you mentioning number of doses administered in Free State so far. Secondly, looking at the rollout of vaccination in cities around Free State, rural communities and small towns, the Provincial Department of Health has failed to include people in rural farms and small towns in its planning, especially looking at those communities that cannot afford transport to vaccination sites. What is the Department of Health doing to make sure that they are also covered and get the opportunity to be vaccinated? Thank you, Deputy Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Molitsane. The next is the Honorable Moima.
Thank you, Deputy Chair of the National Council of Province, Mayor Lucas. Let me also greet the Minister and my colleagues. As part of the overall program of mass vaccination, it is quite clear that one of the strategies that has to be used, Honorable Minister, is the need to target young people and particularly those that are above 18 and also those between the age of 35 and 59. And for us to do that, Minister, it is important that we also mitigate the damage that is also caused by fake news concerning vaccination program. And mainly this fake news, you see them through the use of social media, which is quite concerning. And this calls into action the need on the part of our regional government to counter this message and ensure that it is able to find a resonance across all corners of our country. So my question, Honorable Minister, is what is it that the department will do to ensure that this current message of mass vaccination, and particularly to disseminate the need for this information to reach its targeted base? What is that the department will be able to do to ensure that this information is driven aggressively to mitigate the damage that is caused by the fake news? Thank you, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Honorable Moima. Honorable Matebula. Is Honorable Matebula? Can you unmute, my dear?
Thank you very much, Chair. I'm audible now.
You are indeed.
Okay, thank you very much, Deputy Chair. Minister, what is being done to assist the vulnerable groups, such as farm workers who work during the week and cannot attend vaccination sites, which close over the weekend? Has any intervention plan been put in place to assist them? Minister, in your presentation, you have indicated that you are still waiting for researchers to come back and report to government whether pregnant women must vaccinate. At the moment, I would like to know from you whether pregnant women are allowed to vaccinate. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Matebula. Honorable Nsube.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Chairperson. Honorable Minister, attaining herd immunity is very much important. is 40 million herd immunity a realistic target for the end of 2021, considering the vaccine hesitance and the fact that vaccines do not prevent the transmission of the virus? Secondly, Honorable Minister, there is a new variant that is being detected in South Africa. So I want to check with the vaccines that we have, because they were made or produced before this variant, will it be able to deal with this new variant that is emerging? And just for a word of advice to Minister, Honorable Deputy Chairperson, there is a lot of conspiracy theories in South Africa about vaccination. I am pleading with the department, particularly in terms of communication unit, to counterattack the fake news that people are peddling about vaccination. And they must also at least that when they disseminate a message, they must put it in simple terms so that a common man in the street may be able to understand what is happening with regard to vaccination. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Ntube. Honorable Lutuli.
Thank you, Chairperson, and greetings to everyone. Umbuzo wami ela uthi siyabona uSikazulu Natal isimo sokuthi abantu bavaccine kakhulukazi babantu besilisa siza kancane. Luphi uhlelo uhulumeni analo or uminister analo ukuthi agqugquzele abantu besilisa ukuthi bavaccine? And also sibonile uSikazulu Natal lo phathisiwe ukuthi abe uMEC waka health ubekade ejuxuza enephathi. Ikuphi abazokwenza ukuqinisekisa ukuthi abantu balithembelela office ngoba phela sisesikhathini la ukuthi bafune sihlale emakhaya singenzi amaphathi. So ikuphi abazokwenza ukuthi babuyise ithemba eminyangweni? Ngiyabonga kakhulu.
Siyabonga Mama. Honorable Nkosi, you will be next.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Chair. Greetings to the Minister, your good self, the Chairperson, and everybody present. Honorable Chairperson, I just have one question for the Minister. The foreign nationals want to get vaccinated, including asylum seekers, refugees, documented and undocumented migrants. This will also assist in curbing the spread of the virus. The Honorable Minister, what is the department doing to ensure access to vaccination for all the people who are in South Africa? Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Nkosi. Honorable Lihihi.
Thank you, Chair. Mukurtamar, Bukonu Pirima Vaccination Programme has seen a slight decrease in terms of supply and high demand. Some of the vaccination sites have run out of stock and our people are returned due to lack of vaccines on site. Given that the third phase of vaccination cohort of 18 to 35 years of age is currently underway, what contingency plan have been put in place to ensure enough supply? Vaccination sites like Klerksdorp Hospital and Nick Bodenstein reported cases of patients being admitted due to vaccination side effects. How does the department plan to mitigate such? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Abskachny.
Thank you, Chairperson. Let me just get to my question. Sorry with the technology. Honorable Chair, we note that the numbers of infections, young and old, and COVID-19 deaths are still high. What are the percentages of those who are not willing to take vaccinations and those who have? Will we be able to defeat the spread of this virus if we are not all vaccinated? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Abskachny. Honorable Mutsamai.
Thank you, Chairperson. Thank you, the Honorable Minister. Thank you, Chairperson. Thank the Honorable Minister. In terms of the COVID-19 infection numbers among learners and staff in our schools, what methods of intervention will be implemented so as to not compromise our learners and teachers during this peak period? Thank you, the Honorable Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Mutamai. Honorable Sheikh.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Chairperson, and greetings to the Minister. Minister, our health workers have been in the forefront in this fight against the COVID-19 pandemic and have been stretched in providing the care services in our facilities and supporting the vaccination rollout. Minister, what is the department doing to incorporate final year health students and unemployed nurses to support the vaccination program in order to minimize the pressure for health workers in the front line for their wellness and mental health? Thank you, Deputy Chairperson.
Thank you very much. Honorable Sheikh was the last person to ask a question, but I just also want to ask something. This weekend, I met with family members of myself from Khofimva in the areas of Upper Tojan and Makhatini. The problem that was raised by these people is the fact that they have to pay 70 rand up and 70 rand down from the village to town to access the vaccine. They really want to access the vaccines. Can we please do something to make sure that people in rural areas, particularly in the villages, are able to access these vaccinations? I'm sorry, Honorable Nchabaleng, I haven't seen you. That's why I was raising this, because it's coming directly from a family member of mine that is staying in the Eastern Cape, and the people from the villages are struggling to access the vaccines. Honorable Nchabaleng, and you will be the last one.
Thanks a lot, Chairperson. The question was touched by other members, including particularly Honorable Muima. My worry, Chairperson, is what is this, apart from the department, not only Department of Health, but I think the other people, the other department that should move in on this one. The issue of fake news and campaign against concerted campaigns of misinformation against vaccination. And this has affected many people who are more worried about those who are over 60 and above, who are more vulnerable to this infection and what they really need this inoculation. What is this that we can do, like, creativity somehow, like even going through the pension pay points to access the over 60 and to the most vulnerable? Yeah, that is my main worry, Chairperson. Getting those who are over 60, because they are most vulnerable. Thank you.
Thank you.
And arresting this misinformant.
Thank you, Honorable Nchabaleng. Thank you to all the members for your questions and queries and inputs. Honorable Minister, it's over to you to actually respond or just give kind of a way forward with regards to the queries that was raised by the honorable members. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Chair of the NCOP and Chair of the sitting. I'll try my best to go through each and every one. Some of the questions and comments were in addition to those raised by others. Now, the issue of vaccine hesitancy and on what we can do about it. We believe that this needs a kind of multi-dimensional approach, and what is often referred to as transmitting a same message, but with different voices and in different ways, because different constituencies, different age groups, depending also on people in different settings, rural, urban, and young and old. What we accept is the fact that there is a very strong and fairly orchestrated and organized, fake news campaign to discredit the vaccination. And unfortunately, in some cases, we have found even people who are health professionals who are also part of this. And now our approach is to say we need to improve, as many honorable members have indicated. We are communicating using various mediums of communication, written mediums, posters, pamphlets, using news, printed media. Radios are very effective, and especially what we need, we accept that we need to improve a lot more. It's especially the radio, but with different languages, with all the languages. Fortunately, we have radio stations, especially from the public broadcaster, which cover all the 11 official languages, but also community radio stations, which also have a big reach out there. So we're working with our colleagues in the GCIS to improve on this, but we are also trying to bring in additional capacity from other professionals. I must say also, we're very thankful because a number of media houses have made approaches to say, we are ready to work with you at no cost. So just about, when was it? Just over a week ago, just about 10 days ago, I had a meeting with a team from the multi-choice group, which was offering availability of their television platforms, including the sports platforms, can be used to transmit messages in support of vaccination, including using sports events when there is rugby, football, cricket, and all other events, including bringing in the sports stars. And in fact, I saw already on the SABC, they brought in one of our top soccer stars, Simpiwe Tshabalala, who scored the first goal in the 2010 World Cup, to come and actually promote vaccination. And he did that in the studio. He was vaccinated at the SABC Sports Studio, publicly. And we hope that more and more people of his kind of stature in terms of public standing will come forward. So that is actually very much promising. There are many more of the sports stars and musicians and so on who are willing also to lend their hand in this regard. So we're working on a daily basis on this, also including responding directly to some of this fake news threats, to say all the people, I mean, I'm sure many of you have seen videos saying all people who are vaccinated will be dead in 2 years' time. Such sort of scaring people with such fake news. Some of those I would agree with the Honorable Ntshabeleng and others that we actually, more than just countering, we should be bringing in our law enforcement to look at that, to see whether some of this don't bother on actually, breaking the national disaster regulations. because in the regulations, there's clearly a provision which says circulating fake news is actually a criminal offense. I think working with the COCTA and the South African Police Services and other law enforcement agencies, NPA and so on, we're going to have to look at that. If not wearing a mask in public can be an offense because of the National Disaster Management Regulations, the fact that those regulations also prohibit spreading of fake news in relation to the COVID-19, I'm sure if, because some of those are on video, it shouldn't be difficult to identify the culprits. That's a matter we will be following up. But over and above that, just to make sure that we can counter that so that people get a proper information on the extent to which these vaccines save life. Honorable members, we're not actually theorizing here, just in our own experience in South Africa. As much as we haven't had more than 12 months of a vaccination program, but we can say with confidence that, as I mentioned in my report, that in February, we launched the J&J Sisonke vaccination for health workers. The results are resounding. I mean, as this third wave came, since that completion of that vaccination at the end of May, very few health workers have actually gone sick this season of the third wave. Very few health workers were absent from work because they had the symptoms. Even more, very few, even those who had symptoms, very few ended up in hospital. Very few ended up in ICU and dying from this. So we are not theorizing when we're saying that the vaccines are saving lives. We have seen it already. Just having completed the teachers already over the last 2 months, there's already indications that, again, even as the third wave moved from Gauteng to Limpopo to various provinces, and now in KZN, Eastern Cape and Western Cape, there's already indication that even the teachers, very few have been falling sick as the wave has been reaching the areas where they're operating from. So that's the kind of news which we need to continuously package and make sure it reaches everybody and counteract the fake news. In terms of rural areas across all provinces, Honorable Gillian, and I think there were other, there was Honorable member from the Free State who also raised the issue about the rural areas. I think it was Honorable Moletsane, yes, and I think there were a few others where the issue of rural areas. We're working very well with all our colleagues in the provinces. I can assure honorable members that all the provinces, the MECs leading those provinces have programs, and we discuss very regularly. We get feedback. Was it last Tuesday we met to, no, last Thursday we met and we had the reports. The previous Sunday also. So we meet regularly to review the work being done, and we have made sure that in all provinces we use all our health facilities, your primary healthcare facilities, community health centers, clinics, including mobile clinics, and also even where there's no mobile clinics, mobile outreach teams do go out, and including in the farming areas. Just the day before I was appointed as the minister, when in my capacity as the deputy minister, I was in Limpopo with the MEC there in the farms in the Zanin area. We visited the citrus farms and where vaccination was happening, and the turnout was very impressive. And from there, we went into the villages. So everywhere, I know that even all our rural provinces are making sure. In fact, as a matter of, because of that, for quite some time, the two mostly rural provinces, Limpopo and Eastern Cape, have been leading. They are still in the top of the pack in terms of daily vaccination rates and coverage. I can see over the last few days and weeks, the Western Cape has been covering that ground and overtaking. But and also even in the Western Cape, part of why they are also covering up and overtaking is because, as reported by the MEC, they're also having sat with Limpopo to share notes. They then also moved into the farms. They've got mobile teams which are going into the farms. So in all provinces, we can assure honorable members that the concept of leaving no one behind is being applied. In the tribal areas, in the rural areas, the traditional leaders are involved, and traditional offices, the offices of the traditional authorities, some of them even have halls. Those halls and offices are also used, if not as a full-time center, but on mobile. I know even in my own village, the team did come to the traditional leaders' areas where the vaccination was happening. So all colleagues are making sure that this is happening. Now, Honorable Dito, in terms of vaccinating below 18, there are countries which have started. There are vaccines which have authorization to can be administered above 12 years, between 12 and 18 years. Now, we are aware of that, but in terms of our priority currently, accepting the fact that, as another honorable member mentioned, that indeed children can also be infected. But in terms of prioritizing the below 18 at this stage, because as I said from the beginning, we took a differentiated age differentiated approach because of the medical scientific evidence that the risk in terms of serious illness trails the age. The higher the age, the more risk of serious illness and ICU and death. So we even as we have opened all adults, we want to prioritize making sure that there's adequate coverage of the adult population. And once that is achieved, we would then, with stocks remaining, capacity remaining, just in the same way as when we were convinced that we have enough and capacity and stock to cover the above 35. When that stage arrives, we will definitely look at the science and our capacity. And then at that stage, we should be able to move towards the lower ages, below 18. So as long as I've said, some of the vaccines have already been approved for even below 18. So we are aware of that, but we're not rushing there because we're still working on the basis of risk, that we must administer the vaccine informed by the level of risk for individuals and the population. The question as to whether we're going to move towards a mandatory vaccination and also a policy of excluding or prohibiting some people who don't want to vaccinate from certain activities, this we have not yet arrived at. It's a matter which we are discussing at various levels. But as you would have seen, the Department of Labor and Employment has given some directives which give employers at workplaces the right to can determine policy of protecting their employees and putting certain demands on those who don't want to vaccinate without any medical reasons. I must emphasize without any medical reasons, because if there is medical records which show that there might be a risk of allergic reaction or any other, then that would be excluded. So this matter is under debate. Our own preference would be people to come voluntarily, but of course down the line, as we cover more people, as people want more freedoms, as I think one member indicated there, including the right to have more worship in the churches, in the religious sector, synagogue, mosques, more, opening up cultural activities, sporting activities, business and economic activities, restaurants, cinemas, and so on. As more people want to access those facilities, as more and more people get vaccinated, we are not excluding consideration of a stage where, either based on the people in charge of some of these amenities, that they should have the right to make demands, because the vaccine is not, there is no barrier of finance. So if you want to come to the cinema, there would be nothing wrong in the people who run that facility. The question is whether public facilities, we should reach a stage where we make such demands in public facilities. So that's the area which we as government will have to look at. But I'm quite certain that from what we are getting, even from legal people, once there is sufficient coverage, we should be able to arrive at a stage where we can actually make demands, even in public amenities, that if you're not vaccinated, you can't have your cake and eat it, declare your right not to be vaccinated, but also want to endanger their lives, because there's no doubt that when you are not vaccinated, even though the vaccine does not prevent just being infected, as an honorable member, I'm trying to remember who raised that. There's honorable member who raised the fact that, of course, it doesn't prevent people from getting infected, which is true. But what is clear is that I think it was Honorable Nzube. What is no doubt is that when you do get infected when you are vaccinated, you also carry less volume of viruses, and therefore you transmit less. So if that is the case, if you want to enjoy your right not to be vaccinated, you can also say you got the right also to put other people at risk, because of the fact that if you get infected, you're going to emit more viruses. So that actually should be balanced. Honorable De Bruin, whether with the variant C12, which has just been discovered here at home, whether we're going to, the effect on the vaccine. As a matter of fact, as the NICD and the professors from CRISP in Durban were reporting to the public yesterday, and this morning reported to the National Coronavirus Council, the information at this stage is that this variant is still a response to the vaccines. As to whether in future there may be boosters, I think the science is out there for us to know, but it does look like down the line, the information coming does suggest that further down the line, we may require boosters, but that's not really a priority for South Africa at this stage. Our priority, we need to check the science, study it, monitor it, but our priority is to make sure no one is left behind, that all South Africans, adult population, at least must have a jab before December. So that's really our priority. The Honorable High, wellness centers in workplaces, definitely we encourage that, and we do have within our team in the incident management team, we have Dr. Barry Kisnasamy, who focuses specifically on workplaces to make sure that occupational health and safety is observed, and that the wellness programs should actually also be used in terms of safety of the workers, making sure that they also can practice safety measures to prevent infection, but also access to the vaccines. Again, Honorable Christian, children, I think I've already touched on that about this, the 12 years and below. So the question whether at some stage we could rather, even if we are not fully opening up for the below 18, whether children with comorbidities, that we're keeping that on the radar screen. So as we get more and more coverage of the adult population, we will definitely, before opening up, possibly as the science tells us, opening up with the stock available for below 18, we'll keep that in mind, because if you remember in the beginning, even with the adults, we first thought we should go in terms of comorbidities, but we found that to be quite complicated, because then you need medical records to prove that the person has comorbidities and so on. So we'll look at this, but I suspect even with that, when we do open, we might just open, except maybe in clinically proven situations where, people, younger people with comorbidities come forward with their clinical records. We may have to look at that. I'm not excluding that, but at this stage, because of the hierarchy of risk, we're still focusing on adult population. Our capacity to vaccinate, Honorable Bibi, yes, indeed, we're very pleased to say that with the people, and maybe I can as well answer Honorable Sheikh to say that indeed, a part of why we have good capacity now is that various universities, including our own University of Limpopo, has also made available some of the health science students, nursing, medicine, pharmacy students, and so on, to come. They also come forward to beef up our human resources. So this is already happening. So that's why we have better capacity. The foreigners, I think if one or two honorable members asked this question. The vaccines are available for foreign nationals. We're working with embassies, for instance, but also all foreign nationals with documentation is much more easier. Everybody in South Africa with a passport or some form of identification, what is required is that there must be a record as to who has been vaccinated on the record system. In case there is adverse effects, and all in future when there must be follow-up, second dose, and so on. So the difficulty with foreign nationals is only in terms of those who are undocumented. Otherwise, anybody with documents, anytime they can access the registration and the vaccination, because they can be recorded, they can be followed up. Honorable Mukose, on the issue of corruption, of course, is a matter which we regret the fact that in a number of areas this has reared its head. But let me just say that ours is really to whenever we get something, make sure that there's proper investigations and reporting to the relevant authorities. As you would be aware, in the National Department, when there's something went wrong, the Auditor General picked it up because there's regular auditing. The matter was further investigated, referred to the SIU. Reports came. There's further action being taken both from the SIU in terms of criminal law side, but also internally in terms of internal disciplinary processes. And I'm aware that in other provinces as well, where there's been allegations, similar processes have taken place. The horrible incident in Gauteng, where a health finance official and acting CFO was gunned down in cold blood, and all indications suggest that it is because she was just doing her job, protecting public resources. And we are pleased that the law enforcement have already acted. As of yesterday, 6 people appeared in court, and we hope that this will bring more information as to exactly who was behind this callous, heinous crime. So
we implore our law enforcement agencies to do their best, to do their utmost in making sure that corruption can be rooted out and those implicated can face the might of the law. So yes. So that's really in terms of the Western Cape, I mean the Northern Cape and the Free State. It's not just the Northern Cape, which have been stubbornly very high numbers. We have teams which are getting deeper into identifying the source of the clusters, working with our colleagues there to identify some of this were related to, even in schools, but what was found both in the Northern Cape and Western Cape is that some of it related to outbreaks when schools opened, and especially also when we reduced from level 4 to level 3, but also that quite a lot, not necessarily school activities themselves, but out of school, like some sporting event, contact sport, and also some social activities of learners, partying and so on. So those are the things which we are monitoring, those clusters. We are indeed working with all those colleagues, putting more resources in terms of surveillance, more human resources, more experts to help actually to work on intervention mechanisms. People who register and don't come, this is a problem, but because we've got their particulars, including telephone numbers and addresses and so on, we are collating this to see to what extent it is a problem. We did speak about it with our teams, including our MECs. So our national data, the EVDS, the Electronic Vaccination Data System, helps a lot because you can then pick up all the contact, the information, the address, the contact numbers. So we're going to be able to follow up and find out why people who have registered, whether maybe they've got cold feet because of fake news. We're going to be tracing because at least we know who they are, and we'll make I think there's a process of making sure that we make follow-ups. Honorable Ryder, of course, we admit the fact that as the numbers rose earlier on a number of sites, there were long queues because we had to increase our capacity. But I'm quite confident that where we are now, in all provinces, there are very few complaints of long queues. And since also waiting for SMS, we have said that we have gone public now to say we prefer that we encourage people to register because it makes it easier when you get to the site. But once you are registered, if a day or two or a week passes without the message, just find the nearest vaccination site and then you can be vaccinated. You don't have to wait any longer. We of course, as I've mentioned earlier, we're doing all our best to improve on the communication. And of course, Honorable Ndongeni, this includes walking in, making sure that people are aware. So we're breaking this. Our vaccination program is now broken, not just into provinces. It's broken into districts, broken into local authorities. And we want to make sure that our teams at the very local level use even all media available, community radio stations, tribal authorities in villages, the clinics, the schools, to disseminate information on the vaccination, including where you can get it. If there's going to be mobile, again, just to give an example, 2 weeks back, I was in my home village, and at the end, we're burying one of my relatives who succumbed to COVID. And at the end of the funeral, the local councillor announced the mobile vaccination program, which was coming in 2 days' time. So this is the kind of communication which we encourage right up to ward councillors, that they must be on board, they must use all, whether it's any other activity, make sure that the messages are spread so that people know exactly where they can get service. Supply of oxygen, Honorable Arnold, we are very stable, very, very stable. Throughout the third wave, there was a bit of a threat when there was an uprising in KwaZulu-Natal and some parts of Gauteng. There was some disruption during that time in KZN only, not because of supply, but because of problem when some of the highways were not usable because of blockage by trucks and so on. But that also didn't really become very serious. But in terms of working with AFROX all over the country, or in all provinces, oxygen supply is very stable. The question of trauma, I don't have the figures, but we can bring to the honorable, to the House, we can bring the report to show the increase in trauma cases once alcohol is open. And also, as you mentioned, also the taxi fights in Cape Town also did increase the level of trauma in the hospitals. We are indeed, Honorable Bartlett, working with grassroots organizations. Our Ministerial Advisory Committee on Social Behavior is also helping, but in all provinces, NGOs are coming on board. So we do indeed work with grassroots organizations, as I indicated, even down to local municipalities. The Free State, the honorable member, if the presentation can be circulated, you will be pleased to know that Free State is there, is included in the numbers. As of the 29th, Free State had given just over 630,000 doses, more than 630,000 doses, including, honorable member, in rural areas, yes, as I've mentioned. And when Honorable MEC Tiu comes in the afternoon, she will be able to add to this. In terms of fake news, I think I've touched on that. Indeed, we do hope that going forward, we will be increasing our capacity to counteract the fake news. Farm workers, I've already mentioned that all provinces do have workplace programs in the farms, in the mines, where there are mines. Just last Friday, I was in Carltonville with Minister Mantashe, where we're vaccinating the Harmony Gold Mine in the Carltonville area. And there are a lot of, in Limpopo, Northwest, everywhere, farms, mines, other workplaces, factories, all, we're targeting workplaces as well, including in the farming areas. The question of whether 40 million is realistic, well, 40 million is the total adult population in South Africa. It's ambitious to say we can reach all the adults, but at least we're saying by December, at least if we can reach 70% and still proceed to possibly go up to 90% of the adult population. But once we saturate that, as I said earlier, as long as the vaccines are approved for below 18, we'll also go below 18 to make sure that we can reach possibly 70% of the population. But the immediate target is 70% of the adult population, with the hope that we can reach up to 90%. If we all work together, we do have the capacity in terms of vaccination sites and vaccinators. We have the capacity in terms of the vaccine doses. So all of us, what we need to do is to defeat the fake news and give more people actually the courage to come forward and take the vaccine. We agree on the fact that we must simplify our messages, and as I've said, also have them in all official South African languages, and use all radio stations and all other media of communication which can reach people easily. In terms of KwaZulu-Natal, yes, KwaZulu-Natal is at a high risk. Currently, it's going through the third wave. We believe that it may reach its peak sometime this week or early next week, but it is the one really facing the third wave peak at this stage. As the Western Cape's peak is going down, the third wave is going down. Eastern Cape and KZN are still in the storm of the third wave. So, well, concerning the issue of, I'm sure MEC will comment about the matter which she's dealing with together with the Premier. We are happy that just in terms of making sure that we don't diminish the confidence of our health leadership by the people. We are happy that both the MEC and Premier have taken steps to remedy the damage which the videos which were going around were impacting on the confidence of the people in observing the protocols. I've already spoken about the foreign nationals. The difficulty is with undocumented foreign nationals. On this, our team is working with Home Affairs to try and find a solution, because a person to be vaccinated must have a record, so that if something goes wrong, as I've said, we know who it is. So we need to, I think our team is working with Home Affairs to try and find a solution to have, even if it's a temporary ID, so that the person can be registered with some identification. The running out of stock, Honorable Lehi, yes, it happened, as I said, about 2 weeks ago, but we don't envisage this happening. If our suppliers, perform as per agreement, we should not have a problem. We are expecting a delivery in about 10 days or so by J&J, significant volume. Pfizer has been delivering, we still have stock. So we're hoping we're trying to manage our supply side so that we don't run out of stock anymore. Side effects is part of what we expect, that some individuals will have side effects. That's why, again, we need the record. And that's why there's also telephone numbers and also observation after vaccination, and also guidance to say, if you feel something which is not going away, headache, fever, nausea, or anything else, body pains which are not going away, please get to your closest health facility. And you can also call the call center. So I'm sure that the team in the Northwest in Klerksdorp are doing exactly that, managing those who have side effects. In terms of what proportion of the population is declining the vaccination, at this stage, I must say, we don't have the actual figure. I think we do have research which was done by Human Science Research Council earlier, before when we were starting. At that stage, they indicated about 65% acceptance of vaccine in their survey. The Minister of Science and Innovation, Minister Nzimande, has been asked by the NCCC and the IMC to ask the HSRC to do further surveys, so that we can have a sense of what percentage of the population. So there, now that the vaccination is rolling out, the earlier one, in the early days, as I said, they said 65% people accept, they are ready to take the vaccine. Now that it's happening, we have asked to revise this, and we will get the report from Minister of Science and Innovation through the Human Science Research Council. In terms of schools, the teachers, as I said, were prioritized after the health workers. The learners side, those who are mostly will be below 18. So at this stage, we're relying on non-pharmaceutical protection, the sanitizing, all the other prevention measures. But as I've indicated, part of this can work in the school, but when the learners leave school, there's not much you can do except to encourage them to continue to do the non-pharmaceutical prevention. Honorable Sheikh, I've already spoken about the bringing in. Of course, you are right, the health workers are really exhausted. So that's why we are urging people to take the vaccine, so that we can relieve the pressure. When the fourth wave comes, we can have less and less pressure as we go towards December. And I've already mentioned about recruitment, I mean, the voluntarism of the students and other, and of course, looking also at volunteers from some of the health workers who are not employed. The issue of cost of traveling in Kofi Mbaba, we'll have to check on that, Deputy Chair, because the MEC for Eastern Cape will be speaking later on. But as I've said, all the provinces, and including the Eastern Cape, are doing very well in terms of outreach. So I would think that if there are still some areas which have not been serviced, they will be able to access to give them that kind of service. I think, Honorable Javelin, I agree with you that we do need creativity in terms of our communication, dealing with the fake news. As I said, we are already working with a number of volunteers in the media, who are volunteering to partner with us to bring in the sports people, creative people, your artists to promote the vaccination. So we believe that over and above just answering the fake news, when we bring the celebrities also to the influencers and celebrities, this will also go a long way. That's why I said I was very happy to see Simpiwe Shabalala promoting, and I've seen there are many other sports people, rugby, cricket, and others as well, and athletics, netball. They are all very ready to come forward and promote the vaccinations. Of course, you are right to say, because the 60 plus are the biggest risk. So far, I think the last count, we had not yet reached 60%. We're still just above 55% of the over 60s. So there's still a lot of work to be done between now and the end of the year. So we must also find creative ways. We are already visiting SASA points, but we must find other places where your over 60s will largely be. So let me stop the Honorable Chairperson of the sitting. I've tried to deal with trying to respond to each and every matter which has been raised. Thank you very much.
Chairperson.
Who's speaking?
It's Honorable Matebula. I'm not sure whether I've heard the minister answering my question regarding the pregnant one. Yes. Can you please answer my question, please?
Honorable Matebula, in future, you know what to do, ne? Call for order before you just begin to speak or shout at us. But it is an important issue that you have raised, so we will hear from the minister. Minister, I don't know whether you have quite got the question that you asked about the issue of pregnant women. So if you can just...
Maybe, Chair, maybe the honorable member can just repeat it so that I answer in proper context.
Thank you, Honorable Matebula, if you please.
Thank you very much, Deputy Chair, for giving me another chance. Minister, you have indicated in your presentation that you are still waiting for the researchers to come back and report to government regarding pregnant women being vaccinated. At the moment, are pregnant women allowed to vaccinate now? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Matebula. Honorable Minister.
Definitely, honorable members. Pregnant women are allowed to vaccinate. That's why part of the reason why we said part of the motivation to go to the age group 18 to 34 was also that in terms of the general opening, once we said 34, it was complicating that many of the women who are pregnant are largely below the age of 34. So that was complicating in terms of giving special dispensation. But now with the 18-year upwards open, the women will still have to consult their clinic and their doctors just to make sure that they don't have any other complications, including allergies and so on. Once that is cleared by the attending midwife, not the midwife, but the antenatal nurse at the clinic, and also the doctor who might be attending to the lady at the antenatal as part of antenatal service. They are happy that blood pressure is fine. There's no, if there's sugar, the sugar is managed, and there are no other complications. Then that pregnant woman is free to actually get the jab. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. I think you have responded extensively, and we also have access to the presentation that you have prepared before you came here. So we just want to really appreciate the fact that we are able to be able to address an issue that has also become quite controversial, particularly in the light of the fake news and also the Bangma Khoga Makwa Baba Bang stories that is going around the whole issue of vaccination, and generally the fact that people are just vulnerable in believing many things that is not necessarily true. And I think this is actually assisting us and also empowering us as public representatives to be able to go with better information to our communities, because it's also our responsibility to assist in mobilizing people to make sure that we reach the population immunity that we are speaking about. We are now at 12:30. According to my time, is it 12:30? Am I correct? And because we are still having another session, I think let us come back at 1 o'clock. And when we come back at 1 o'clock, the chairperson of the NCOP, Honorable Masondo, will then be taking over the presiding over the next session that will be dealing with the provinces. Thank you very much, Honorable Ministers. Also, thank you, members, up to so far for your contributions. We will now go on a short break of 30 minutes and be back at 1 o'clock. Thank you.
Thank you, Mama.
Thank you.
Mama.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mama. Thank you. Thank
Recording
you, Minister
stopped.
Mkhaya
Thank you, Minister. Yes.
Siyabonga.
Chief Whip? Yes, Advocate. Request.
Hi, Zama.
Hi, Madhu.
Hi.
Are you well?
Finally, I'm logged in. I needed to change laptops.
All right.
So
Advocate.
can the NECs, those are on the platform, switch on their videos. Good afternoon, everyone. But Zama, you'll do the talking.
Madhu, I think let's request all the MECs on the platform to just switch on their videos because we'll be taking them live just to make sure that we sort it.
Okay, I'll wait. I'll wait for that.
Madhu, let me just check up with them on and request them because it was agreed that we'll come back at 1. Maybe let's ask them that we start with the MECs at 10 to 1.
Okay, not a problem.
All right, sure. Hi, Madhu. Madhu? Good afternoon, Honorable Chair, and good afternoon, honorable members. Could we just request all the MECs to tend to switch their videos on so that we can just check whether we are good for broadcast? Could we just request you to turn your videos on, all the MECs, and of course the members would be asking questions to the MECs.
so that
Yes,
we can start. Chief Whip, we're ready.
I believe so, Chair.
Yeah. No, thank you very much. We will now start. So welcome everybody back again to this special sitting. We will now proceed to the briefing on or briefings on provincial and municipal progress on the expansion and acceleration of the vaccination program. May I at this point just point out and really plead that those who are going to be making the short presentation from the provinces should really try very, very hard to prioritize the most important things that they want to raise or the most important issues that they want to talk on. So that when I happen to cut you, I have no intention of doing that. But in just in case I happen to cut you, you shall have said all the important things that need to be articulated or said. Having said that, I saw Honorable MEC Math in the Eastern Cape, and I got the impression that she was raring to go. So we'll start with the MEC Math from the Eastern Cape. MEC Math.
Thank you so much, Honorable Chair. I was made to believe that my presentation will be flighted. I'm not too sure if that's what is going to happen.
In the meantime, if they're not there, just okay. Go on.
Thank you, Chair. My presentation, Honorable Chair, good afternoon to you. Good afternoon to Honorable Minister, Honorable Deputy Minister, Honorable members of the NCOP, my colleagues, Honorable MECs, and the leadership of the administration that is part of this important call, and all members who are viewing the proceedings. My presentation, Honorable Chair, will be covering the performance of vaccination program in the Eastern Cape province, observations informing the differentiated approach that we are taking as a province, expansion and acceleration of vaccination program. Honorable Chair, as we speak, as the Eastern Cape province, we have registered 1,331,311 individuals out of the 4,099,543 eligible persons for vaccination. The age groups are 60 plus is 70%, 50 to 59 is 53%, 35 to 49 is 34%, and 18 to 34 is at 8%. In terms of the vaccination, we have vaccinated 1.5 million, which is the doses that we have administered, and we've covered 1.1 million individuals, and 750,192 individuals were fully vaccinated. In terms of the age group, The leading age group is 60 plus, which is at 60%, followed by the 50 to 59, which is at 52%, and the rest being 14% and unallocated at 0.06%. In terms of the vaccination progress by week, Honorable Chair, we are open Mondays to Fridays, and we are also having weekend vaccinations. But as we speak, there is steady increase and improvement in the month of August, starting from the beginning of the month towards the target that we have set for ourselves, that by the end of August should have reached 42,000 vaccinations per day. Talking to that, the week that came out well is the week of the 23rd to the 27th of August, which averaged at 37,923, which means we are closer to the target that we had set for ourselves. An improvement of 65% when we are comparing all the weeks from the first week of August to the last week. Again, talking about the weekly totals, we are at 182,000 as at the end, the last week, which is also a 59% improvement to the work that we are doing. Contribution by districts, Nelson Mandela is the lead at 23% of all those who have vaccinated, followed by OR Tambo, DM, Buffalo City, Metro, Amatole, DM, doing very well, except for Chris Hani that needs improvement in Sarah Batman, but we are worried about Alfonso, which is at 8%, and Joe Kabi at 6% respectively. On the improvement, Honorable Chair, we are saying Chris Hani District Municipality has shown great improvement at 69% as at the 26th of August, comparing to where they were on the 2nd of August. They were at 3,004, but as at the 26th, they were at, we saw a variance of 2060, because they were at 5,064. On the site distribution, we are primarily targeting to be closer to our people, and as such, about 61% of our sites, which is 733 of the 1,197 sites, is at the primary healthcare, in particular at the clinics. That is followed by community sites in terms of our pop-up sites, outreach sites, and also community halls and church halls that we are using at 31%. And hospitals form 7% of the total vaccination sites that we are having as a province. In terms of the fixed sites, we are saying clinics are 82% of that. And again, we've got supplementary sites, which is community halls, as I said, and we had an outreach to old age homes, which contributed to the number of the 60 years and above having been the highest. And Nelson Mandela is doing good in terms of our supplementary sites at 37%. And as the province, we are working well with our stakeholders, in particular the NGOs and private sector, traditional leadership, church leadership, and businesses to have more sites on top of our own facilities. Our observations on why a differentiated approach, we are seeing a positive impact, because if we look at the second and the first wave in terms of admissions and deaths, the third wave, we are doing better, and we are contributing that to our differentiated approach, because we are attending to those that are at risk and ensuring that the 60 plus are registered and fully vaccinated. As you can see in terms of the numbers I presented, that we're only left with 10% of those more than 60 that are registered. We're at 70% registration, and vaccination is at 60%. And we need to encourage 50 to 59 and those with comorbidities. The younger age group, 18 to 49 years, make up the largest proportion of our population. So we need to do more to make sure that we make those to come and vaccinate if we are to reach herd immunity. By districts that are behind targets will be engaged to provide appropriate support and strategic forecasts. Forum will invite top performing districts to share best experiences, as we have shared that Nelson Mandela is doing great, in particular with the 18 years and above, and Amatole is also doing great in the 60 years and above. We'll be expanding and accelerating our vaccination program in the province, and we are encouraging registration, and we are communicating, and we are increasing our communication via multiple channels. We are having posters, we are having flyers, we are also sharing in the social media and engaging the mainstream media. And we've also got now in our website information about where is the nearest site for vaccination across our districts. We are also having more pop-up sites, like we're working with the big stores, your Boxers, Rhinos, and we're also using SASA pay points as pop-up sites for our program, and we're targeting malls, spas, and we are also working at the taxi rank, in particular in Gqeberha. And again, we are having a target of having a mass vaccination site, which is targeting 3,000 to 5,000 per day in BCM and Nelson Mandela. We had a drive-through this weekend, which we are saying it was a success. It was a first of its kind in East London, and we also have a vaccination party in a restaurant in the same mall, Hemingway's Mall in East London. And also we're accepting walk-ins to that drive-through vaccination site. We are targeting to have the transfer train commencing on the 13th of September. Again, we are aiming the occupational health sites for industries like your automotive sector. We'll be working with these business partners to ensure that we work with them in their sites. Also, we are having outreaches that will be expanding to even reach to the areas that we have not reached before. We're also targeting rural areas, Honorable Chair. In deep rural areas, we have door-to-door programs. For an example, there was a campaign that we said Vaccination Konke, door-to-door campaign in the village, where we vaccinated 1,000 people of that vicinity or village. About 95% of the persons who are 60% and above were being fully vaccinated in that village at Kohamouth and Ampashe, a local service area. And we are working with our traditional leaders to do this campaign. And we are also using the traditional councils like the Jalamba Traditional Authority that supported us with the NPO Bulungula incubator at Kohamouth. We are also busy with the positive messaging in debunking the myths, confirming the efficacy and safety of the vaccine, targeting youth and men, inappropriate influencers. With the program with the Mhlobo Enene, we also are having posters, and we are sharing in the media space all the messages that are saying this is a myth, this vaccine is safe to register, to administer. So please, our men, because there are also myths that are saying are causing men not to come forward to vaccinate. We're working with the Department of Education targeting youth in the 925 schools with learners more than 18 years. And we are using the approach that we used when we're doing the vaccination of the educators. They are having 66 sites that we are working with them to make sure that we go to our young people to vaccinate them. And we are also having a UNICEF track that is a music track who's targeting the young people. It was in Sarah Batman and Nelson Mandela. Now it is in OR Tambo. And we are seeing a great turnout of the young people. And our premier is also at the forefront. He even opened Umhlobenene Mvuselelo with prayer in Mvuselelo, which was dedicated to pray for men not to be scared of the vaccine. And we're having other creative ways, as I was saying, with the restaurant program, which was saying if you bring 3 friends, you'll get a platter for free of charge. So there is great collaboration and leadership provided by our people, both in government and in other sectors of society. So we are positive, Honorable Chair, that working together with our people, we shall reach our targeted 67% for herd immunity. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. There's very nice feedbacks if we had shown the slides of the people who are praising us and commending the great work that is done by our officials, saying it was nice to be in a particular vaccination site because the staff is friendly, the HOD and the MEC is available to talk to the people and continue to encourage them to protect our society through vaccination. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair.
Thank you very much, Mr. Meth. The next, we should then be the Free State MEC. It's you. MEC.
Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, Honorable Chair, honorable members of the NCOP, honorable my colleagues, honorable MECs, our minister and the deputy minister, okay, the honorable chair and the deputy chair of the NCOP. Thank you for the opportunity to present how we are doing as the Free State in our fight against the COVID-19. I would first start with where we are at the present moment in as far as the numbers, even though I saw that the minister did present them, but I just want to try to give that as a background. At this point in time, we have a cumulative total confirmed cases at 147,973. And we have the deaths that are 6,293 cumulatively, and the recoveries we're standing at 127,117. As of the 30th of August, which is yesterday, we saw 552 cases. Yeah, when we have unallocated cases of 6 per district. If I have to just divide those per district as to where we are at the moment. Mangaung remains our epicenter at 59,682, and Lejwe Leputswa it's at 28,409. Fezile 22,684. Thabo Mfutsanyana 29,628, and Harib is at 7,564. I would not go by sub-districts, though we have cases that showing as far as the sub-districts in the interest of time. When we look at the cases over the 3 waves that we had, that would be the first wave, second wave, and the third wave. The first wave in the Free State was longer. It lasted for a long time. It never really went down until we then experienced the second wave, which lasted us for a shorter period. The third wave, which we are in at the moment, it also is lasting a long time. It looked like we were going down, but we are suddenly surging again. Immediately after the schools were open, we started surging, and that was it's because of the schools clusters, especially with the schools that have hostels. Yeah. And even the hospital admission at the moment, we are not as yet showing red, but we are admitting a lot of, we still have beds that are empty that we are able to admit very sick people. But Harib is really experiencing pressures right now, but we are able to accommodate the patients from Harib in Mangaung, because Mangaung is one of the districts that have got a lot of beds for the COVID. But we are seeing that we are beginning to admit younger people, especially those that come from the schools clusters. As young as 9 years, we are admitting them with severe illness of COVID-19. Yeah. We as far as now, I'm going to go to our vaccination sites. We have categorized our vaccine sites with the permanent sites, temporary sites, and public sites, and private as well. Because private is also assisting with with the vaccination. That would be the clinics and other private facilities. They are also vaccinating the chemists that are helping us is this chem and clicks in the Free State in the private sector, but we have our permanent sites that are public facilities. And the total number of our vaccination sites in the Free State is 109. With the permanent sites, we have Fezledabi having 5 permanent sites, that would be 6. Metro, Mangaung has got 8, Tabamfutsanyana has 4, Harip has 17 permanent sites. Harip, even though it has got the smallest population, it is a very vast district where the towns are far apart. That is why we are having a lot of vaccination sites that are permanent. But we also have temporary sites that are at SASA points. Then we have pop-up sites at the community level, and even including the farm. We go to the farm using our mobile units to take the vaccines there to the farm communities. I had the questions that was asked whether we have excluded the farm community, but we are having the mobile clinics that go to the farming communities. We make our plans on weekly basis. We have a meeting, bi-weekly meetings that are chaired by me as the MEC. Bi-weekly meetings that is on Mondays and Thursdays to check. On Mondays we get the report of the past week and also make plans for the week that we are in. And then Thursday we also check we all have a meeting again. They sit at every day, Mondays and Thursdays at 6 o'clock, where we then take stock of what happened during the week, how have we fared, what are the challenges, so that we are able to plan for the following week. We have fully decentralized the implementation model and dedicated and committed provincial and district teams. We do have a dedicated team in the provincial and in the provincial teams. The one that is in the provincial, it assists where it is able, we are able to send people that would go to the districts where we see that we need to help them, if they are under pressure. We also have effective intergovernmental collaboration with the Department of Basic Education, especially now that we are seeing clusters in schools, especially affecting the learners. The COCTA is helping us with the demand creation, especially with the elderly, sports, arts and culture, and where we are able to use our sporting codes as we give vaccination to those people, in also trying to create demand. We are also working together with the Department of Social Development in providing the psychosocial support to the people that would have tested positive. And also Department of Social Development is helping us also with the vaccinations of the elderly. We also work together with the big companies like the social firm, which also give us, they have donated the things that we are using, like the vaccine carriers and the fridges for the maintenance of the cold chain of the vaccines. The Transnet Red Cross Society, the WHO, the University of Free State is also assisting by releasing the healthcare students, like the doctors and the nurses, especially the final year students that are helping us in the vaccination sites. So though some of them just come during the weekend, but however, they are doing a good job in helping the Free State. At this point, we have administered the total number of 631,507 vaccines in the Free State. The Johnson & Johnson, we have administered a total of 128,571. And the Sisonke vaccines that we administered, the J&J, is 24,225. And the one that we have vaccinated after the Sisonke, when we started with the national rollout of J&J, is 104,346. With the Pfizer vaccine, we have administered a total of 502, 342, 802 would be the first dose. The second dose is 160, 134. If Mangaung is the one that is doing very well with the vaccination of the first with the vaccination of 125 666. These are the first doses of Pfizer, and the second doses they have vaccinated 57,594, and Leisure has vaccinated the second dose of, the first dose 86,994, 37,806 would be the second dose of Pfizer. Thabo Mofutsanyana has vaccinated the first dose 65,481, second dose is 32,021. Fezile Dabi vaccinate the first dose is 51,302, second dose is 24,615. Harip, yeah, okay, I don't have the numbers here. With the J&J, Mangaung has vaccinated 12,357. Thabo Mofutsanyana has vaccinated 4,400, and Fezile Dabi 3,555. Lijoli Putra has vaccinated 2,906. Karip has vaccinated 1,005. That is J&J Sisonke. These are for the healthcare workers. When you go to the national J&J, Mangaung has vaccinated 17,606. Thabo Mofutsanyana has vaccinated 24,426 of the J&J. Fezile Dabi has vaccinated 17,549, and Lijole Putswa 16,082. Karip has vaccinated 8,683. And the total, I said, we are standing at having administered 631,507 at this point. Those are the doses that we have vaccinated. This is the manga. If I have to go on with the Mangaung, I think I've already...
closing, yeah. As you move towards concluding.
I can skip the numbers of the districts that we have, because I've already spoken about the numbers that we have vaccinated. I'll go straight to the demand creation and the feedback. We are using the model that is information, it's the model that we call it the 3C model, where we are giving people information in people's hands, that the high program visibility that is working in trying to deal with the complacency, the confidence. We are using the local radio stations and also giving out the pamphlets so that people then, we also use the mainstream media to try and deal with the vaccine hesitancy. And we also are using the access strategies, like we have the mobile outreach services of the department that works together with COCTA and GCIS and municipalities, where we partner with also the Red Cross and Right to Care in going out into the community and trying to talk to the people in order for them to register and get the vaccine. We also go to the entertainment centers, especially during the weekend. We also go to the taxi ranks where we know that we are going to get a lot of people. And we also, like I said, go to the SASA points where we then register and give people a vaccine. Our permanent sites, mostly they are within our own facilities. The permanent sites, when people go maybe to get their own treatment, they also are able to access their vaccine. The main forum is also, because as we have seen that most females are getting vaccinations more than men, we are now working with our PCA in trying to create demand within the men, and we have spoken to them and in trying to increase the demand for them to get vaccinated and deal with the hesitancy. We also go to them, like the informal settlements, using our mobile, and we work together with the Right to Care and the Red Cross. And remote areas like the farm, we are using our mobile vehicles to take the vaccine. We do the loud hailing within the communities and tell them. We also publish our vaccine sites that we would be using every week. We publish it so that people can know. We make sure that we also loud hail so that people know where to go on which day to get their vaccines. The people with disabilities were able to take the vaccines within their household. Once our community health care workers have gone to the family and have seen that there's a person that is eligible to get the vaccine and that person is unable to, is mobile, we go to that person and administer vaccines within a family setting. We have pop-up sites even at the car washes, using the sportsmen as influencers, the business, and we have, yesterday we were able to vaccinate our rugby team, the provincial rugby team, and also started with the drive-through there at the stadium, as the Free State Stadium. I think we also work together with the Pillow Pepper Train in giving out the vaccine, not just giving out the vaccine, but also helping our people to register and also work with the demand creation. We also work with the institutions of higher learning, like I said, with the universities and the FETs, where we are able to get the younger cohort, the 18 years and above, we get them there and we vaccinate them. We have a temporary vaccination sites at these institutions, and we are able to then administer the vaccines. We were able to increase, if I have to say how far we have worked with the ages, as the minister said, we are working with the ages. When we started, the 60 years and above, we have been able to register. No, this is registration. We have registered 181, 217, the 50 and 59, 835, the 35 to 49 is 160, 509, 18 years is 65,418. Even those that have not registered, as they walk in, we accept those people that would be walking in without having registered. We are able to administer the vaccine. Even those people that do not have a South African ID, as long as they have some form of identification, we are able to capture them. We work together with them and we register them and give them the vaccines. As we were approaching, when the approach first was still with the frontline workers, we started with the healthcare workers, went to the teachers, educators, and also the police. We were working together with those departments in helping them as the Department of Health to administer vaccines to them. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Yes, no, thank you very much. Okay, there we are. MCTU from the Free State. We now proceed to Honorable MEC N. Mukhiti from Gauteng. Gauteng.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson of the NCOP. Greetings to the Deputy Chair and the Honorable Chief Whip of the Majority Party, and greetings to all the honorable members, to the Minister of Health and Deputy Minister, to my colleagues, MECs, and all other colleagues on the platform. Honorable Minister, Honorable Chair, I don't know if the honorable members did receive my presentation, but my presentation will cover the status of the registration, vaccine administered to date, population coverage, daily vaccines, trends, resource mobilization, demand creation, and a way forward. Chair, on the registration on the EVDS, as Gauteng, we have registered 26.3% against the population of the country. And as Gauteng, we have registered 27.3% of our population. And the breakdown of the population is stated there. Chair, if I may mention a few, our public health care workers, we registered 267,789. And the 18 to 34, they have a population of over 5 million. We have registered 515,902, which accounts to 9.96%. 35 to 49, they have a population of over 3.5 million. We have registered over 1 million, which accounts to 30.8%, and 50 to 59, a population of 1.3 million, and we have registered 554,077, which accounts to 15%. And the breakdown is also stated on the map, where it shows that over a population of 1.3 million of the 60 and above, we've registered 775,265. Chair, when it comes to the vaccine administered to date, I think the minister did indicate that we have registered over 3 million, we have vaccinated, I'm sorry, Chair, over 3 million people in our province. And then we have also indicated the breakdown per day to make up for the 3 million, Chair. And then the other slide that the minister touched on is the one that is showing different provinces, and Gauteng is indicated in red there. Chair, the highlight there on our daily performance as compared to other provinces, we would really want to highlight that on the 27th of August, which was last week Friday, Gauteng registered the highest vaccinations in one day, which translated to 777,440 people vaccinated. And Chair, this is simply because we're partnered with different corporates, and last week, Friday, we were doing a partnership with the SABC. We've done with Power FM. We've also vaccinated employees from Vodacom and so forth. So the other thing that is making our vaccine to be successful, Chair, is the drive-throughs that we're having in the province. They are really working very hard to push the numbers up, with the Horton drive-through vaccinating quite a number of people per day. And then with regard to the regions, Chair, when we do a breakdown, we then discovered that Johannesburg has contributed 43.48%. And Chair, if one might say, Johannesburg was the first district to reach 1 million vaccines, and then followed by Tshwane, and then Ekurhuleni, where we're not doing well, will indicate below, Chair. The next slide is where we outline our herd immunity, Chair. If you can look, even though the most vaccines were administered in Johannesburg, as I've already indicated, that they were the first to reach over 1.3 million. Tshwane managed to vaccinate 747, and when you look at their herd immunity, they have registered 14.7% against Johannesburg. Even though Johannesburg is the one that is vaccinating the most, but when you compare their population to Johannesburg, Johannesburg is having over 5.8 million population, and then Tshwane is having over 3.8 million. And then they have already vaccinated 747, which placed them at a better position to reach herd immunity. And then, Chair, there's a slide that is speaking to the 67% of population to be vaccinated. And then we have also indicated by way of robots there. And then it shows that Tshwane is the highest with a percentage of 14.7, followed by Johannesburg and Ekurhuleni and the two districts. And then, Chair, when it comes to the vaccines administered to the males versus the females, we know that We had a challenge as a country in terms of males taking the vaccines, and Gauteng, we have seen an improvement after we've opened for the 18 plus, and then we are even performing better than the national. We are sitting at 44.92% males versus 55.08 females. And Chair, the other thing that we also want to highlight is the distribution of vaccines in an equitable manner, where we have seen that 77% of the uninsured has received the vaccination versus 23% of the insured. It really assists us into making sure that we distribute the vaccine equitably. And then there's a slide where it shows, I think the minister also did stress it in the morning, where it shows our performance on daily basis, the trends there. We are performing very well during the week days, and then our performance is slightly dipping over the weekends. But what we have done, Chair, is to open more vaccination sites on weekends, and we're also creating that demand creation for the vaccine uptake. And we have just opened, because the 2 districts were not performing well, we have just opened, I think on Saturday, a drive-through in Carltonville to also assist to make sure that these districts are also taking up the vaccine. And then the other slide, Chair, is just an indication that the city of Johannesburg is performing very well. And as I've indicated, the Chair, it could be related to the number of drive-throughs that we are opening in partnership with corporates and private sector. And Chair, if I may say, I interacted with one of the young people because the university students were also coming to vaccinate at the SABC. They said queuing must fall, and then vaccine is cool. So it means they don't want to queue, they don't want to stand in long queues. And considering that Gauteng is very dynamic, that is why we came up with this alternatives of drive-throughs in making sure that we attract our young people to also come and get their vaccines. And then, Chair, on the public sector vaccinations, all the sectors, Chair, we performed fairly well with education performing very well over the other sectors, Chair, as indicated in the slides there. And then when we compare the fully vaccinated in our province vis-a-vis the national, in terms of the healthcare workers, we are sitting at 64.02% versus 14.39% of the country. And then with educators, Chair, that is where we performed also very well at 61% versus 11% of the country. And SANDF, 33.04% versus 13.47% of the country. And with the subs, we did not do very well. Chair was sitting at 38.90 versus 19.21 of the country. We were expecting to do very well on the subs, Chair, but I don't know the reasons why we did not perform as good as with the educators. And then with regard to the DSD and Home Affairs and SARS, Chair, the stats is still sitting with the national. We're still waiting for them to upload. With regard to the road treatment management teams, we have vaccinated everybody there, it's 100%. And then on the next slide, Chair, on the resource mobilization, the table shows the performance of sub-districts vaccinations per individuals. It allows the department to intervene where totals fall below the average. What we are doing here, Chair, we're comparing our daily vaccination and targets to check each district whether they are reaching.
I think let's write this one. This one there.
Chair, am I still protected?
You're protected. We'll ask the Queen there to please behave. The Queen and the team. Please proceed, Ma'am Kate.
Thank you very much, Chair. The other thing that we also want to highlight is the assistance that we'll be getting from national with clinical operators with the capacity to assist us with capacity. That was done by national through request for proposals. And then we have about 4 that clinical operators that will be assisting us in Gauteng. And ORAM is expected to do 2,500 vaccines per day. And Pink Drive is expected to do 1,500 vaccines per day. And St. John Ambulances is expected to do 3,500. Chair, the next slide is talking to the districts that are underperforming. We're having CDB.
As you move towards concluding.
As I move towards conclusion, Chair, what the intervention that we are doing at Citibank, we're shifting focus to all primary healthcare facilities so that when people are coming for chronic medication, they can be able to be vaccinated. We're also doing pop-up sites at busy public facilities and taxi ranks, markets, malls, SASSA pay points, and etc. We're also capacitating mobile clinics to vaccinate and also capacitate community health workers to better manage the vaccine hesitancy and increase operational hours on Saturdays and Sundays because we're not doing very well. And then Western will be doing the same because they're contributing, especially Mohale is underperforming, is contributing 8%. And Johannesburg will be focusing on District C and Sub-District D because they are contributing 6% to 8% respectively. And Tshwane, we're going to use the ward-based battle plans to do an outreach and hotspots in all those regions that are stated there. Ekurhuleni will be focusing on region E1, which contributes 7% to our total percentage. Chair will be focusing from the 3rd to the 6th on SASSA points. We have indicated them there. And then Chair will also indicating the collaboration that we also have with other departments like the community safety, COCTA, and eGov that will also be assisting us in terms of giving us resources in making sure that we will be doing door-to-door, following up on those, especially the people who are not coming back for their follow-up Pfizer vaccine, Chair. And as I close, Chair, moving to the way forward, the Office of the Premier is assisting us with resources, deploying SMSs and the hotline. We will be using that to call the people who are registered and not coming for their vaccines. We're also going to use the COCTA a work plan that they presented that will cover 14 days, and then we'll also work with various sectors of the economic sector. And then lastly, social development to assist us with SASSA points, community safety with GBB brigades, and sports, arts and culture and recreation, Chair, as I close, to give those volunteers, artists and support. Thank you very much, Chair, for the opportunity.
Yes, thank you very much. The next province is KZN. MEC Melani's.
Albongwe Kukwana. Bongwe.
Good afternoon, Chair. Good afternoon to the Deputy Chair and all the honorable members. Afternoon, mamas. Greetings to the Minister and the Deputy Minister, all the colleagues on the line. Chair, I hope that the members had received the presentation. I will try and run through it and hope that they'll have an opportunity to actually read the document themselves. Chairperson, let's appreciate the opportunity to come and present to the NCOP. We think it is something that really assists us, and it is augmenting the presentation given to yourselves by the Minister. We started the vaccinating program on the 18th of February 2021, Chair, with the phase 1 of vaccination. And the phase 1 was targeting healthcare workers. Our target there was 163,000. I must indicate, Chair, that we were not able to reach the 163,000 because of high level of hesitancy. However, we did manage to reach about 80 to 85% of the health workers. But after we started with the phase 1, some of them, as we continue to vaccinate, are coming up to say they would now want, are now interested in being vaccinated. While we continue with vaccinating all age groups, we are very excited that from the 20th of August, we commenced with the 18 to 34 age group, and the excitement there, Chair, is palpable. We can see it. The slides that are following will show vaccination programs at different age groups. Let me start with the next slide, Chair, which indicates that, or maybe let me start by saying in the province of KwaZulu-Natal, we have 11 districts, or 11 with the metro. So that means our targets will have are spread throughout the districts. Our targets of 18 plus in the whole province are 2.4 million. The targets estimated for 30 to 49-year-olds are 3 million. The targets for 50 to 59 are 808,000. The targets for 60 years and above are 955,000. While our targeted population of community immunity is 7.2 million. Chair, I could go through the whole list and how we have broken it down in the districts, but I think that is going to take a bit of our time. So I will allow members to read that for themselves because we have provided that information. The next slide speaks to the target groups that have vaccinated according to age groups. The 60 years and above, or those that are registered on the EVDS, are actually 639,000. However, those that are actually vaccinated are 530,000. 50 to 59 years that are registered, 327,000. Those that are actually vaccinated are 199. 35 to 49 years registered on EVDS are 511,000. Those that are actually vaccinated, 229. 18 to 34 years registered at 236,000 so far. Actually vaccinated are 63,695. I must indicate, Chair, that we think this is quite exciting because we've only just had about a few days of allowing the 18 years and above, and at 63,000, we think it is showing that they are really, really excited. The total number of those that have received their first doses, both in the public and private sector, are 1.5 million, while those that have received their second dose of Pfizer are 535,000. The total vaccination done to date are 2 million. Chair, we believe we could have done better if it was not for some of the challenges that we had previously, and I will indicate, I will speak to those as I move on. In terms of vaccine availability status in the province, I must indicate that we did have some challenges earlier on, but in engaging with the Minister and the National Department of Health, we believe those challenges have been sorted and we are now cruising in terms of access to vaccines. With Pfizer doses, as of the 19th of August, we had 699,000, and with the J&J doses, we had 129,000 doses. So in total, as a province, we are not short of any Pfizer, or we are not short of any vaccines, and the slide that speaks to that actually separate per district how many doses are available. And in total, as a province, we've got 829,000 doses that are available, Chairperson. In terms of the public vaccination sites, we have fixed and those that are temporary sites. In other instances, they are outreach sites. When we started with the vaccination, we identified just above 600 sites that we're going to utilize for vaccinating. We've not been able to utilize all of them, but some of them have been utilized arose. In terms of the fixed sites, we have 176 in the province, and those include our hospitals, include some of our clinics, and also includes the mass vaccination sites. The temporary sites or our outreach sites currently that are operational are 387. And in terms of number of vaccinators on all the sites that have been spoken to, we have 2,048 vaccinators. I must indicate that at the beginning, we had a bit of a challenge with vaccinators because we did not have enough of them, and we had to be given permission to contract some of them, and we believe that has assisted us a lot. In terms of public mass vaccination sites, we have in 2 districts established those, and in eThekwini there are 4. Moses Mabhida has 900 throughput capacity, Moses Mabhida Stadium that we are utilizing. Pinetown Civic Center in eThekwini has 700 throughput capacity. Nelson Mandela Youth Center eThekwini again 700, and the Metropolitan Mass site has 1,500, and that is in partnership with GEMS. In Umgungundlovu, which is another mass vaccination site, that is in the Royal Showground, and that has a throughput capacity of 1,450, and we see a lot of our communities actually utilizing that site. In distribution and a number of the private sites, we have 73 in the province, with the majority of them being eThekwini chair. 47 are in eThekwini. The other districts have 1 or 2, depending on which district you are talking to. On occupational health stream vaccination, we have vaccinated a number of our frontline workers generally, starting with the health workers. Those have been vaccinated, and we have worked with the Department of Basic Education, Department of Social Development, and SASSA, Home Affairs, NDA, the SAPS, Correctional Services. The list is there, and we have been able to vaccinate all of those, and we believe we've worked quite well with the departments within our province. We have been faced by a number of challenges, but the biggest challenge, Chair, we believe is the challenge in relation to hesitancy in the province. Of course, initially we had a challenge with access to vaccines, but we were able to deal with that. With the National Department of Health. We, again, like all the other provinces, we had an issue of men not wanting to be vaccinated as such. As we all know, men generally do not want to go to health facilities, and that was one of our challenges. Our biggest challenge as well was the uninsured, who were not willing necessarily to be vaccinated, and we therefore had to come up with a new strategy of dealing with them, including the informal settlements and those that live in farms, and we have been able to deal with that. But we believe our biggest challenge so far is the negative impact that was brought about by a news report that 29 people have died from the vaccination, from being vaccinated. Of course, we now have a report that comes from SAPRA, but that has really put us back and has created quite a number of challenges and hesitancy amongst our communities, and we are now busy dealing with that particular challenge. On demand creation strategies, we have been implementing, or we have implemented quite a few. We have a number of programs that we are running in collaboration with the radio stations that we have in the province, particularly those that are speaking or are Zulu speaking or dominated by Zulu speaking. It assists so that they also are able to speak to the communities in a language that they understand. We have a program that we call an influencers program that also assists, because it takes everyone who's in leadership, including those that are celebrities, to communities and get the communities to actually understand. We also have targeted strategies, and one of those, we call them Operation Siyabalanda, which means we are going to them directly. And Operation Siyabalanda is where we are going to taxi ranks, and where we have drive-thrus. We have our our community health workers going to our communities and having door-to-door programs. We also have our teams going to families or members that are unable to come to our facilities to actually vaccinate them at home. Here we are talking about those that might be bedridden, or those that are on wheelchairs or are unable to come to our facilities. We also utilize, Chair, we have quite a number of collaborative programs with the NGOs and the civil society. Those are some of the programs that we are utilizing to actually get to our people.
I'm asking you to speed up and move towards close.
Okay, Chair, thank you. I will try and do that. Then, can you hear me, Chair?
I can hear you.
Okay.
Loud and
Then
clear.
all right, I'll try and just summarize in a couple of seconds. The next slide, which is slide 12, also speaks to a number of programs that we have, that we are implementing, because we understood that you cannot deal with the communities in the same way. So you have programs that are targeting the older people, uninsured people, people who are disabled, men, informal settlement, and young people in particular, so that we are able to get everyone into our facilities. The disruption of vaccination program during the week of the 12th to the 18th, brought about by the civil unrest, really had a challenge and created a problem for us as a province. In as much as we did not close all our vaccination sites, in other sites we had to slow down, in other sites we had to close altogether because some of our health workers could not be able to reach our sites, and therefore we didn't have anyone to actually mend them. But after that week, we really saw an uptake that showed that had we been able to continue in that week, right now we would have been very far, would have surpassed 2 million a long time ago. But we are happy to announce that ever since we started with that program, or ever since we started after the unrest, we are seeing an excitement within the communities that people are coming in. In relation to innovation to increase numbers, as a last point, Chair, we have embarked on a number of programs. One of them is the drive-through vaccination site that I've spoken to, vaccinating at taxi ranks, partnerships with the private sector. For instance, we have a partnership that we are running with SPA, where we are vaccinating their own workers, and they also vaccinate those that are around them. We have partnerships with institutions of higher learning. We have also decided to integrate COVID-19 vaccination into our PHC facilities, so that when mothers and anyone else who utilizes our facilities, they are able to actually access the vaccines. Finally, in terms of pop-up centers, we have been able to establish those, and we are conducting those in churches on Sundays. We are conducting those in traditional courts as and when Amakosi allow us to do so. But I must say, Chair, that we have a very good partnership with Amakosi. They are quite excited to be part of this program. Thank you very much, Chair. I tried to summarize. I hope members will be able to read the rest of the information.
Thank you very much. We now move on to Limpopo. Honorable MEC, Dr. Popi Ramatuba. Honorable Ramatuba.
Popi.
Malibongwe.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, Honorable Minister. Sorry. Yes. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Special greetings to the Deputy Chair, the Minister, Deputy Minister, colleagues from different provinces, and all honorable members who are here. Let me join my colleagues in appreciating the moment that we have been given as a province to share with you our plans and coordination, our implementation for phase 1 lessons, phase 2 and 3 implementation, the social mobilization, demand creation, registration and vaccine coverage expansion plan, challenges and success factors in terms of the vaccination. I hope with the few minutes that I'm given, I'll be able to share with you all those highlights that I've indicated. I must indicate that as a province, we've always been alive to the reality that we are a rural province, and which does not even have a single metro. Therefore, material conditions on the ground dictate to us that we have to do more with the less resources that we have, meaning that we do not have unlimited resources. Our resources are not bottomless. They are very few. You must stretch, and sometimes you overstretch yourself. But for the sake of the people of Limpopo, we've got to do everything in our powers in order to make sure that indeed we deliver on the mandate that the national department would have given as a directive. The budget cuts did not make things easy. Having to, even currently the COVID-19 budget is essentially from the very same equitable share that has been cut and be brought in on the other way. But as a health sector also, we were not exempted when budget cuts were in other departments, despite the fact that we were the lead department and we were the ones which are hard hit by this particular pandemic, and we are expected to look after everyone. So we have got a technical working group which looks after, it's like our war room that looks after all these strategies that you see as a province implementing. And of course, their instructions is very clear. It's the rule of one. Keep it simple and keep it. It doesn't matter what people say about it, but at the end of the day, let it deliver the results and know your context. By know your context, we mean you must know the province in Pope, must know who we are, what we have, what we represent in such a way we will not be able to fail. Our vaccine delivery platform, the starting point would be, if you remember, back when we started with the master plan, as soon as the announcement was made that we might start with vaccination as early as January, February, we developed the master plan that included that you're going to have a hub and spoke method where you start with your hospital and then expand to your PHC, then to your mobile clinic. Your hospitals being 37, these are acute hospitals. We have excluded the specialized hospitals, for instance, your mental health institution. And then our PHC facilities, we've got 481, 109 PHC mobile facility teams, which amongst them, they've got 2,720 visiting sites. And of course, the district program staff. These are the staff, for instance, when you're looking at the school health program staff that currently, because the schools were closed, we were able to drop them in to join this. So as you see, the plan going forward, we will be showing you how the 581 clinics will become the fixed site and the mobile will be able to assist us. Now, at that beginning, backwards is that we look at the directive from national and then we develop a plan. At the beginning of the whole, before the AstraZeneca story, we had planned to have 169 vaccinators. These were available from also our integrated school health plan and our mobile clinics, where we're saying one person will vaccinate 50, meaning we can have 8,450 per day. And this, for 5 days, we'll have 42,250. This was informed by the number of healthcare workers at that time, who were 40,000, exclusive of the ones in the private sector. So we knew that we were going to vaccinate all our healthcare workers within a week during that time. But of course, the risks that are there, we needed to factor them in. People who are supposed to be vaccinators were nurses themselves, who are also at that time were subjected to quarantine, to isolation, because they would be infected. Therefore, a buffer HR system had to be available. Therefore, we needed 300 vaccinators. That then gave us an opportunity to start training as many nurses as possible at that time. And we continue to train every day. I think the minister has even raised that we have trained the students at the University of Limpopo. When they go to their clinical blocks, they are also joining the vaccination teams. The University of Venda also, their nursing students, they were just recently in their clinical block joining our vaccination team. Now, the scenarios that we gave here was, we were giving a scenario using the healthcare workers, including those in the private sector. We said they are 50,000. And we said, depending on when do we want to finish vaccinating them? If we want to vaccinate within 5 days, you need 200 vaccinators. And if you want to finish them in 7 days, you will need 150. And that is a scenario that was used at that time. And also that the vaccination would be hospital-based because you're dealing with healthcare workers and vaccines, because we were starting, we didn't know. Let's focus on hospitals being the delivery platform in terms of cold storage system. We'll be learning for others. And also the vaccinators themselves will be the same nurses in the hospitals who are your occupational health, your infection control nurses. So each hospitals at that time begin to partner with PHC to also establish the vaccination outreach. Of course, the plan, we always say, we know history has taught us that we had to rebuild it after the AstraZeneca dies, and then Sisonke was born. With the Sisonke, we also work Of course, because we were not fully controlled, but we must appreciate, we appreciate the Sisonke because while we were not directly controlling the vaccines, it gives us an opportunity to learn from the challenges that we face during the Sisonke. At that time, you would remember the vaccines would have only 300 to 500 for phase 1 in 2 months time being delivered. So we then ask ourselves, when we start to vaccinate the public and there is this law, what are we going to do? Then we learn to see when you get fewer dosages allocated, for you not to kill the momentum, you need to also begin to stagger it and give each facility so many to vaccinate for that day, so that you don't stop on other days. Of course, it will receive a backlash because sometimes you have created a demand and there's a hype of the vaccine and people come in numbers and there's no vaccine, that will be the problem. So the fact that we were able with the arrangement, it did give us an opportunity to learn because, for instance, we plan to vaccinate all our healthcare workers within 5 to 10 days. But with the Sisonke, it took us more than 6 weeks just to vaccinate 33,000, which with educators you would see, we only vaccinated the 33,000 in 2 days. So that help us, to, as I'm saying, to learn when we come ourselves. You would only have one area being the site. When we plan to have 37 sites, you'll be told that people must travel from all the way to Chilizini, from Chilizini to come to Polokwane. So those are the things that help us to learn. And of course, the EVDS, we didn't have access to it, and also the access to Sisonke base. So we were not able to register our employees who met the criteria. And therefore, you will find that when they come, there's no voucher which is issued. It's still along, the system gets clogged, and then we then learn from that to say, when we open for the public, what is going to happen? So it assisted us to start planning. We engaged National at that time, who also helped us by engaging Sisonke and MRC, and we got our results. Each district was now given a site, and they will have a main site, and then they will now start those proposals that we gave, have an outreach. Even if you've got Chilizini as a main site, still allowed to go to Donald Fraser, still allowed to go to Jane First, go to all these other facilities. So that assisted us. Also going to, we've got our PHC facility, EMS, malaria, nursing college, and all those. Can we expand, even if they can be secondary? So that was our learning curve as we move towards the phase 2. And then the registration also helped us. Hence, you will see when we started to register our population for this above 60, why we had the success stories, because we learned from what happened. So the hub and spoke, as I've said, a practice was landed, the fast moving adaptation for that. We also make it fun. That's why you see us, we are not very rigid, even in our messages. As a province, we continue to make it fun. To other people, they receive it with a pinch of salt, but we have to do our job and get people to get in the mood of getting vaccinated. We will never allow the province to be dull, in a dull moment. People are not talking. We have to initiate debates. People must talk about this vaccine and talk about what will it do if we do not vaccinate. So we always believe that fight for what it will work for you. So of course it took us 12 weeks with the Sisonke to vaccinate those 33,000 workers, which was still not enough. With application to the Department of Basic Education, we use our initial method to say, if they give us 50,000 educators and we want to vaccinate them within 5 days, we will need 200 vaccinators dedicated to vaccinate educators. That is why we've been able to vaccinate more than 70,000 in less than 4 days. So it's because of the strategy that we learned from the Sisonke. Now, phase 2 vaccination strategy was then open.
Quite capable. I know you're quite capable. I want you now to summarize in the next 3 minutes.
Okay, what we want to indicate now is that we have moved into the outreach now with the phase 2. We working on social mobilization and demand creation. The enrollment, when we said we have learned from You see, we have a three-pronged approach. There was a self-registration, which those who can read and write will do that. Then there was a family-assisted registration. This is where the premier launch. Is your granny mother vaccinated? Can you help them? The young people go on social media live. We help them to vaccinate. You then have got this one of getting our community healthcare workers to assist with the registration. They've done that. That is why we didn't have a problem with registration, because it was simple to say, we've got 9,000 community healthcare workers, get them registered, at least one person a day, you will have 9,000 people registered. So it became easier. That's why people were surprised. How do you have a province which does not have network connectivity, getting people who are above 60 who can read and write? They were able to register on EVDS. This is the strategy that we have been able to use. Now, coming to the 60s, how we're able to vaccinate them, we follow their influencers, bringing our two bishops together to say, please, you are our parents, you need to help us on this. I think we think that the message was simple. Together we can conquer for COVID. And the people of Limpopo received it in a very good faith and appreciated it. Then they started coming in numbers. We moved also to a based where you can see we were with the farm workers. We moved to the malls. We moved to the farmers. A minister has already indicated sports recreation groups. That's where you can see we had the bikers in vibe, especially as the generation goes lower. You need to go and look at that. But also for those who are senior citizens who are above 100 or 80 years, we will go to their household and vaccinate them. Yes, as a province, of course, we try to be ambitious and try to have drive-through. We know it will not really work. As I've indicated, we don't have metro, but that doesn't stop us from trying. We try where it can work. It does work, but where it doesn't work, we wouldn't force ourselves. Now, what is important, I'll just spend a minute on this expansion plan. We have said we've got our fixed sites. We've already expanded to universities, all our TVET colleges. They are now running those vaccinations through our Department of Health, because we've been having a partnership with them. There are ARV clinics. Even prior COVID-19, we established ARV clinics in those TVET where the learners will collect their medication, because we know they don't want to come to a hospital to collect medication. Now, what we can indicate is we've got 481 facilities. These are already 388 has received license. The promise is that by the 15th of September, the national would have accredited all 481. What are we going to do from this 481? In the coming 2 weeks, we'll be spending the time to try to create demand. Now, when the demand is out there to say we want to be vaccinated, what we are going to do is that every clinic will be able to offer that vaccine. But still at the clinic, we want to go back to our strong point, which is utilization of community healthcare work. If we take honorable members back to last year when we screened more than 4 million people within 2 weeks in the province when the COVID was starting, we're going to go back to those community healthcare workers, where one community healthcare worker has been assigned to 160 households, and one professional nurse has been assigned to 10 community healthcare workers. So each community healthcare worker is going to go on a daily basis, visit those 160 households. She or he will pick up and give us at least 5. So being 10, they will give 50 people to be vaccinated by that professional nurse. So professional nurse, we're expecting them to vaccinate 10, between 50 and 100 a day. Now, if you calculate with the numbers of all those professional nurses that are vaccinating, because we've already increased the numbers since all 481 facilities, and I've indicated even the other up to 500 and something. So you can see that within a day, the province, if this is going to work, will be able to vaccinate at least quite a sizable number, and will be able to reach that. We will be using this to find those who are missing, and all our outreach will be able to. I'm not going to go to the figures, but just to simply, because the minister has already taken us through, but just to indicate that when we're dealing with the 60, there was, we were able to win in terms of hesitancy. The 59, the number starts going down, and also the 35 still going down. That's why you see now starting to be aggressive in terms of the messaging, so that people can be able to respond. We won't be able to achieve this ambitious plan of each community healthcare worker bringing at least 5 and nurse vaccinating 100 people a day. If currently the vaccine supply, we're happy with what the minister has announced, but I must just indicate this, which is quite a challenge for us. We started with J&J and health workers were vaccinated. Then there was Pfizer. We started with the senior citizen, even though there were still challenges. But when we started with, again, J&J, people were hesitant, they didn't want it. We converted them. They start to love J&J. Now, today, as we speak, we don't have J&J. It's not there. We won't get any supply this week. We are still expecting to receive probably around mid-20th of September. The Pfizer that is there, the young people are saying, I don't want to be jabbed twice, it's painful. So that is where the challenges are. So we must go back to convince them that the Pfizer has got this advantage, the FDA has recognized it. The problem is when the J&J supply comes, the people will start to say, no, we are used to Pfizer, we don't want this. Even though people must not have a choice, but it's a big, difficult when we have this demand supply being a challenge, especially on different vaccines. The internet connectivity will still be a problem, because when that nurse is doing house-to-house vaccination, without network connectivity, it becomes difficult. Our cell phones cannot register. The capturing HR, just this one last one, unlike other provinces which are allowed to recruit for 12 months, we're still struggling with our treasury to say, don't give us 6 months, please give us a 12 months. We're still fighting for that. I won't talk about the success stories, but all I want to ask in closing remarks is to say, I'm hoping, Honorable Chair, I'm addressing honorable members who I'm accounting to the House that all of us are vaccinated. Not only all of us, if we have a child who is 18 and we have any of our relative who is above 18, whether close or distance, I hope they are vaccinated. I'm raising this because even the time when I was with the minister in Zanin, we had a councillor working with us not vaccinated. The minister had to tell her, you can't be going around not being vaccinated. I was at Musina, a DBS mine, a councillor who was addressing, introducing us and all that has not been vaccinated. But these are our leaders who are expected to talk about vaccination, but they themselves do not believe. I want to appeal to the House here, Honorable Chair, to say the NCOP can lead and start helping the Department of Health. Let's not leave vaccination to be in the hands of Department of Health. If we can put up a position that there won't be any member of the NCOP who is not vaccinated, therefore there won't be any member of the Parliament who is not vaccinated. Therefore, no member of the legislature must not be vaccinated. And then it will expand to our family members. You will make our life easy when we talk to the public, because we as leaders will be believing in our own vaccines. The public will believe in the vaccine. So if as leaders, we don't believe in the vaccines, and they want us to come and convince the public to be vaccinated, it has been a difficult. I'm asking and I'm appealing to say, assist us and support us on the vaccine.
Yes, no, thank you very much. There you are, you are one. Ramatuba will not stop talking, but I allowed that last bit because it's so relevant. It speaks to all of us as public representatives. And indeed, I mean, you can't have a councillor who's not vaccinated. And this applies to all other public representatives in the provincial legislatures, in the NCOP, the MPs, in the National Assembly, and so on. So that message is particularly relevant because it says a vaccination is everybody's business. It can't just be left to the MEC or to the minister. Thank you very much. Let's move on now to MEC Manzini. Mpumalanga. MEC Manzini.
Malibongwe.
Thank you very much, Chairperson and the Deputy Chairperson, and also members of the NCOP, Minister, Deputy Minister, my colleagues, and all that are watching us today. In terms of my presentation, Chair,
It will indicate the background on the COVID-19 vaccination program, district and provincial trend on COVID-19 vaccination program, progress on COVID-19 vaccine rollout for prioritized age bands per district, resources, key challenges, and key vaccination program intervention and recommendation. According to the mid-year estimate of 2021 from the Stats SA released in July, Mpumalanga is an estimated population of 4,743,584, and the targeted COVID-19 vaccination population starts from 18 years and above, and the province is having 3,050,289 of eligible population to be vaccinated. For the province to realize the 67% herd immunity, it needs to vaccinate a population of 2,043,694, meaning that for us to be saying that we do have 67%, we are expected to vaccinate 2,043,694. And as from the last night as presented by the minister, we are at 599,895, which is 19.66% of the population of the province that has already been vaccinated. In terms of the breakdown, Chair, is that we are seeing eHlanzeni at 19.16%, followed by Garsibande at 18.41%, and Nkangala at 15.53%, in terms of those that are eligible to be vaccinated. And we are now presenting the breakdown in terms of the age group. We can indicate, Chair, that as a province, in terms of the 60 years and above, we are at 60%, meaning that the total number, which is 381,716, so far we managed to vaccinate 228,837, and that is 60%. And if you look at the 3 districts that we are having in the province, already Nkangala district have 67.4%, meaning that they've already reached the 67% in terms of the 60 years and above. I'm raising this because it's important for us to make sure that, as the minister indicated, that those that are 60 years and above are more vulnerable. Hence, we are saying Nkangala is doing well, meaning that our 60 years and above, they are protected in terms of being vaccinated, followed by eHlanzeni at 63%. The district that is not doing well is Garsibande, and is pulling us down because they are at 46%. And of course, we have also looked over and above the district level, the municipalities that are doing well. And we can indicate that in terms of the municipalities, also at the level of the municipalities, we can report that we have got municipalities which are 67% and above, which is Emakazeni, Steve Chwete, Tembisilehani municipality. And for example, Bushbuckridge has recorded 86.85 in terms of the Nkomazi 68.17%, in terms of the 60 years and above. I'm raising this to say that we are learning from this municipality that if it's possible in those rural municipalities, of course, Mpumalanga is a rural province, but this municipality, it tells you that where we are struggling in the main as a province is those municipalities that are in town, your mining towns, the age group of 60 years and above, we are not doing well. So it might be because they've relocated. Remember, most of the people that are staying there are not originally there. They come because of work and all that. After some time, they go back home. So we are trying to look in terms of what is the problem in terms of this 60 years and above in those towns that are urban in their nature. In terms of the 50 years and 59 years as a province so far, we are not doing well because as a province in this age group, we are having 348,796. And out of that, 113,911 have registered, and we managed to vaccinate 98,291, which is 28.1%. We are not doing well, but if you look at Garsibande, where I said we are not doing well in terms of the 60 years and above, but on this age group, they're at 50.9%. So it tells you that in different municipalities and districts, a certain age group might be doing well, but in other districts, they are not doing well. And eHlanzeni, they're at 21.8%, and Nkangala is the lowest with 18.9. So in terms of what we are doing is that you must make sure that we continuously look municipality per municipality and target those age group that we are not doing well, so that the programs that we are designing, if it's in terms of the 18 years and above, it should speak to those ones. If it means it's the 60 years and above, it will tell you that the issue of community health care workers to your door-to-door
your clinic-based model that we've launched as a district, as a municipality, as a province, and also because we have also started as a province to vaccinate in the clinics. Those that are coming to get their medication is also an opportunity for us to say, as part of the screening, have you vaccinated? If not, that is an opportunity that we are going to use to make sure that in the clinics, they also are vaccinated. In terms of the 35 years and 49, we are not doing well also, we are at 7.6%, but if you look at Garsibande again, is doing well at 11.3. So it tells you that Garsibande have got more younger people than at your Etlanzeni, where they've got more older people as they're doing well in terms of the age group of 60 years and above. In terms of your 18 years and 34, we also have noticed that we are not yet where we want to be, because these are the young people. We are having 963,306 of these 18 and 34, and 57,340 have registered. And so far, we managed to only vaccinate 18,483. But of course, we're in a meeting. We are starting on Monday with the Department of Education. We'll be rolling out the program to the different schools. We have started in your TVET. Yesterday I was in a TUT, and the response was good, because we are seeing the leadership of the SRC coming forward also to vaccinate. We are hoping that with the vibe that they are creating, because so far we only managed to register 57,340 out of that, and only 18,483 have now vaccinated. So here we are not doing well, but we hope that more 18 years and above, with the program that we're going to start on Monday in terms of working with the Department of Education. We are going to use the same strategy where we partnered with the Department of Education during the time of vaccinating educators, and those educators in the province were at above 82%, which is what was a good number, because more educators came. So the issue of vaccinating per sectors is assisting us, because also the Honorable Premier led us to the mining industry, where as a province, you know that we are a mining province, your Emalahleni, Steve Tshwete, your Gavenberg, your Sasol. We are also vaccinating in all those different sites, and also went to the farms, also the farms that are there. We do have a database of all those farms. Our teams are visiting those farms. I heard honorable members here asking if whether are we going to the farms. Of course, we are going to all the farms in the province. The rollout is continuing, and also in the mining and forestry as a province, we have got all the lists in the different districts, and we are visiting them, and we hope that very soon we'll be able to conclude in terms of that. So as I've indicated, that for us to be able to have the 67% of the herd immunity in the province, we need to make sure that we increase in terms of the number of their vaccinators, and also in terms of our site in the province, that we are able to move from one area to the other. But what assisted us also when we started is that, Honorable Chair and Honorable Members, we went to your key stakeholders, be it your traditional leaders in the province. I had a meeting with all the traditional leaders in the province, and they offered their offices. We vaccinate in the offices of the traditional leaders. When we go there, they also assist in terms of mobilization. So that partnership also, and even themselves, the chairperson of the House of Traditional Leaders was the first one also to vaccinate. The president of Contra Lesta, also the Khoshum Kwena, vaccinated. So the Amakosi in the province are assisting us, because they themselves are vaccinating and also mobilizing other people to vaccinate. In terms of also the religious leaders, they are assisting us in terms of, they had a meeting where we're invited to come and also do a presentation, and they are also now trying to also, in terms of communication, recording themselves. The slogan that we want to put there is that each and every sector must speak out to say, for us to open our churches, as pastors who want to vaccinate, and all those that are our followers must also vaccinate, so that government can open for us. Whether if we sports, for us to go back to the stadium, let's vaccinate so that our government can open and then go back to life as it is before. So this is what we are targeting to do in the province, and make sure that we mobilize all these different age groups so that they can also come forward and vaccinate. The challenges that we are facing, of course, in terms of the inadequate number of staff, that is a common challenge that all of us as different provinces we are facing. But in our NSC is something that we have also raised, because as like my colleagues have indicated, you don't have extra nurses that we are going to use. It's the same nurses that must go back to the clinics, and so that you don't even compromise the same services that our people continuously need them. And that is a problem that we are facing. Also in terms of your EVDS, or sometimes as a rural province, the low connectivity in rural areas, we end up doing manually. So hence you see sometimes you have a problem in terms of after that, then you need to go and capture. So, and also the anti-vaccine narrative. Yesterday, I was seeing this thing of your Bill Gates saying that the vaccine is not right for our people. This thing they circulate, even when it is corrected. What is even worse that for a wrong message to circulate is easy, but when it is corrected, it does not reach all the people. And something that you might not even male people, they don't want to vaccinate because they think that their sexual libido will be affected or whatsoever. They will no longer be able. Chairperson must assist us there. As my colleague Honorable Poppy indicated, you must lead this thing of men in terms of thinking that this vaccine will maybe damage their organ or do whatever in terms of no longer performing like they did before. So this is what we need to see, men coming out there and say, I have vaccinated and nothing is happening. I'm still as I was before, because these things are there, we might take it lightly, but they are there. So these are the program that we are putting in place as a province. And of course, we do also work on over the weekend so that on Saturdays in your malls, because most of the time what you realize you open in rural areas in our villages over the weekend, you'll find that you'll get very few people, 10, 20 people coming. But we are trying to make sure that we pull all those key people that people are listening to so that they can come on board and make sure that they assist us in terms of mobilization. Because the problem that we are, Chair?
As you conclude.
Yes, okay. As I conclude, is that we are not seeing the long queues where we'll be able to be unable to be able to vaccinate everyone. But as a province, we are trying, hence we are saying we are pulling everyone to assist us in terms of the demand. We don't have a shortage of vaccine as a province currently, and also our vaccination site that we have opened, we are still continuously working with the local municipality to assist us in mobilization of the people to come and vaccinate. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much. The next province is Northwest. So we'll ask Sambata. Honorable Sambata.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. We must first correct that I'm not doctor, I'm Mr. I'm honorable, I'm not doctor.
Yes.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair.
Aspirational, so I'm looking forward to you qualifying.
Yes, aspiration-wise, it's true.
Some
Thank
people
you very
know
much,
that you're studying and so on, and yeah, okay. Please proceed.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson and Deputy Chairperson and members of NCOP, Minister and Deputy Minister, MECs, my colleagues from all provinces. In Northwest, Honorable Chairperson, population-wise, we are 4.1 million. 67%, it's 2.7 million. In that population of 2.7 million, as we speak currently, the affected people by COVID, it's 143,004. Those that have recovered, it's 130. Deaths, it's 3,600. Active cases, it's 8,920. As we speak of today, those that have been vaccinated, it's 647,444,000. That's against the 2.7 million. If our 2.7 million were going to do it with Johnson & Johnson, it's 2.7 million. But if we do it as we are, both Pfizer and Johnson & Johnson is going to be above that because Pfizer has a second dose. That's what he has. The minister was telling truth when he was saying there was an engagement with the province on the basis of being identified amongst the two and being the third province on those that were not doing very well. In terms of our target, we're targeting to do 20,000 per day. If we are to then complete the 67% by the 31st of December, as we speak of now, we're doing 15,000 per day. Our program is driven on the basis of permanent sites. On permanent sites, Chairperson, we have, as we speak, 55 permanent sites, 42 are public, and 13 are private. We intend increasing them from the 1st of September. We will have 70 public and have 22 private sites. In that instance, we will include 8 mass vaccination sites provincially. If you check amongst the employees who have been vaccinated, health it's 74.6%, education it's 54.6%, police it's 8.6%, defense it's 30.8%. Like MEC of Gauteng has said, we're still waiting for DSD and others from national to be released to our province. In terms of working relations, we have vaccination sites in the mining industry. We have the first vaccination site that is focusing in the hospitality sector in Sun City, Northwest, and that vaccination start has already started to becoming a mass vaccination because each of them, though they are demarcated as sectoral, once they finish a sector target, we convert them to mass vaccination so that our people could still have access to the same vaccination site that sectors did have. That's what we are doing. In the process, we're working very well with the House of Traditional Leadership. If you check provincially, permanent vaccination sites do not attract more people on a daily basis. They do more when it's stretched over a week. But what we are doing as a province is also as a basis to cover up the rural communities so that they're not forced to move out of where they are looking for vaccination. We do have in each district, in each week, a vaccination and registration outreach, which means we go with the House of Traditional Leadership to a population in the rural area, do registration on the day and vaccination on the day. That one has proven to be giving us at least a higher percentage of numbers compared to when you have to wait for people to come to a permanent vaccination site. Sometimes you have a situation where permanent vaccination sites are not that bigger in terms of the people that they are attracting. Now, provincially, we're also working with led by the Premier in terms of the Provincial Coordinating Council, which involves all departments, involves the executive, involves SALGA, and then involves the House of Traditional Leadership. That then gets replicated in each district where the vaccination program has assumed a status of being coordinated through what is termed now as district development model. In terms of mobilizing to ultimately get to 20,000 as we wish, we now are going to extend vaccination to malls so that we then have vaccination sites in the malls. And this one is meant to then lure the 18 to 34 cohort of age on the basis of accessibility to vaccination. What I also have to cover is the fact that when you have vaccination, it's critical that, as Minister had said, people must disclose when asked questions before vaccination. Majority of the people that end up having to either be admitted for observation or be treated, it's on the basis of them not disclosing what would be their health status at the time they are engaged. So procedurally, Once then people have to behave reactions, we should attend to them. So the question of having them referred to a hospital, it's procedural that a person who has reacted on vaccine has to be attended by the area that person the vaccination was done on. In the process, Honorable Chairperson, the province has a challenge in a biggest district called Mujanala. And this biggest, it has a lesser vaccination uptake compared to the other three. But what we see in the province is that on those that register, 87% of them do take a vaccine, which therefore tells you their intention to register has to do with their conclusion to actually take a vaccine. We need to therefore focus more on creating uptake on registration so that we then increase our program. That's what we are focusing on now, together with the National Department of Health and all other stakeholders, Chairperson. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Obala.
Amanda.
The next province is Northern Cape, and MEC Likweni will lead us. MEC.
Thank you very much, on the chair of the NCOP, Honorable Masondo, the deputy chair of the NCOP, Honorable Sylvia Lucas, and the chief whip of the majority party, Honorable Chair, Honorable Momohai, the Minister, Joe Patla, Deputy Minister, Honorable Domo, the members of the NCOP in totality, and the fellow colleagues and Mrs. Thank you very much, Chair. In terms of our population, Northern Cape, you know that we are the smallest population in the country. We have 1.2 million people, and our 67% target of herd immunity translates to 848,000 people. But for us to achieve herd immunity, we must vaccinate 70% of the adult population. This means vaccinating 593,000 of the 848,000 people, adults in the province. Currently, the province has administered a total of 237,000 plus vaccines since vaccination started in February 2021. Of these, 84,832 have received the Johnson & Johnson vaccine, which is a one jab. And then this also includes 103,000 plus who have received the one jab of the Pfizer vaccine, and a further 49,300 who have received two jabs. This means that 134,186 people can be considered fully vaccinated. And I must emphasize this point, Honorable Chair, that currently in the province, it means that 22% of the population are fully vaccinated, which is quite a remarkable percentage, Honorable Chair. Almost 20,000 people per 100,000 have at least one vaccination jab. This ranks the province 5th out of the 9th in terms of provincial performance. And just over 13,000 people per 100,000 are considered fully vaccinated. Again, we're ranked 5th out of the 9 provinces. Maybe a quick breakdown, Honorable Chair, just for the interest of the NCOP members. The over 60 plus on Pfizer, we're standing at 80,273 people. Over 60 on Johnson & Johnson, just 10,000. You will see the disparity there because we have been struggling to be supplied with the Johnson & Johnson vaccine. Even currently, J&J is a bit scarce in the country in terms of the rollout. But Pfizer is the most readily available vaccine in the country. Over 50 plus years, Pfizer, we're standing at the 6,890. Johnson & Johnson, 20,099. 40 to 49 years, Pfizer, 18,497. The same cohort of age, Johnson & Johnson, 27,386. For the 30 to 39 cohort, in terms of the years, Pfizer, 12,917, J&J, 19,630. We had some remaining vaccines on the J&J in the province, which I think has been doing us very good. The age cohort of 20 to 29 years, Pfizer, we've just vaccinated 5,191 people. Johnson & Johnson, 6,994. Overall, in terms of your gender performance, the males, we're standing at 45% males vaccinated, females at 55% vaccinated. Also asserting that more women or most women are taking vaccines than men. I think it's a general norm throughout in the country. It means that we'll have to get a way to mobilize more men to take up vaccines in the country. But it's a general norm, even in elections, more women vote in elections than men. But also, what is very important, Honorable Chair, currently we're running on 90 vaccine sites per week in the province. But also, we need to make the point that we have included, in fact, 163 public health centers in the province as our vaccine program, which will be incorporated in our delivery platforms, which will just take us to more than 253 sites, both fixed sites and outreach teams, given the peculiarities of Northern Cape being rural and very vast. And we can't afford to have fixed sites all over throughout in the province, but we are compelled and forced to have outreach teams, which must then go where the people are in terms of inoculating our people in the province. But also in terms of our comprehensive media and the mobilization team, mobilization approach, which is very important. We saw in the last month, 2 months, there's been a decline in terms of people who are really available to be vaccinated. We are making use of our social media through Twitter, Facebook, and WhatsApp. We're engaging champions from the community to promote vaccination uptake. There's improvement of signage at the sites throughout in the province, but also we're making use of we've augmented our cohort brigades, which is also helping to distribute material. In some areas, like in Namakwa, we're engaging in door-to-door in some other parts of the province, including JTG, Untitled Chapter region. We're also making use of the local radio stations, the print media locally, generally as well, local mobilization and canvassing. We have engaged stakeholders to improve our vaccination message. In terms of the sites, we have forced collaboration with various stakeholders in the province, especially given that in terms of the geography of the province, we have a number of mining sites or mining towns in Northern Cape province. Anglo-American is assisting with vaccination in the Jontalo district. They bring in their own team, full teams, their clinicians and their material. We're just providing the vaccine as a department. Black Mountain Mining is assisting with vaccinating in the Namakwa district. Solidarity Fund will support the mobile vaccination sites across the province. So far, they've committed 6 mobile clinics with full staff. I think that is highly appreciated because as a province, we need more hands to ensure that we effectively roll out the vaccine. MTN has sponsored us 60 tablets, which we are using for vaccination. Also, that sponsorship was also very timeless, given our tight resources in the province. But most importantly, Chair, just quickly, we're now in the 3rd wave, and our 3rd wave is very different from the national picture. Those who have been following the different waves throughout in the country, we already have 2 peaks in the 3rd wave, and the 2nd peak is higher than the 1st. and both the second and first wave were driven by the Beta variant. It's only in the last 3 weeks we have been officially told by the NSCD that now we have the Delta variant in the province, which is causing havoc, mainly in Namakwa, which is sharing the border with Western Cape, and Central Town, which is the Upington area. That's why you see our transmissions in these two districts. It's fluctuating very badly and with very high numbers. And these waves, Honorable Chair, are not just waves. I think we must put them in proper context as well. You know, our resources are currently split between mitigating the waves and the mutation of this deadly virus, but also in the vaccine rollout program. You know, generally to cover the disaster response. So with our few resources, we are compelled to, in a very bad way, to share our resources to ensure that there's a balancing act in our approach to ensure that we bring control over this deadly virus. But also the other important information which I think I must share with the platform. The number of our daily reported new cases increased during this week. The 7-day incidence of new cases increased to 3,847 compared to 3,755 previous week. Our recovery remains high, 89%, which is quite satisfactory and quite satisfying. Currently, we have 6,000 active cases in the province. But in the past 7-day period, Honorable Chair, only 2 districts registered increases. As Francis Park, 13%, which constitutes the highest population in the province, and Pislika Same, 87%. But Zetafam Gao, which is the Upington area, remains the district hotspot in the province. Lastly, this spike is caused by our social behavior, you know, funerals, gatherings in terms of parties, young people engaging in some sporadic and irresponsible gatherings where they really party the whole night. And that thing is causing some problems for us in the province. Reported death, Chair, since start of pandemic, we're standing at the 1,960, including 44 healthcare workers which have perished. The province case fatality rate stands at 2.5%. The national one is at 3%. Hospital admissions increasing slightly with 5% compared to previous week, and the percentage increases slightly higher compared to 2.5% increase in the previous period. And also, Chair, very important, our testing rate is very high. It has increased by 50% in the current 7-day period. 12,042 people tested compared to 10,000 people. But also, we must make the point. I think we are still battling in terms of contact tracing. It's an area which we need to improve as a province in trying to balance the work we're doing. But generally, Honorable Chair, that's the brief report from Northern Cape Province. Lastly, we also engaged the Truth Office of the MEC. We're targeting all the far-flung areas, especially the remote areas, in the rural areas, in the peripheries of the province. Those who know the province will know that areas like your Yenangflay, Kenred, in JTG, in Namapa, we are targeting areas like Kubus, Sandrift. We know our way now, as I'm speaking to you, Chair, we're going to Kubus tomorrow. We just covered Sutherland and Fraserburg last week. So we giving support and also bring oversight as the executive authority to ensure that we don't forget the rural motor force of our province and that they are equally covered in ensuring that every individual has access to the vaccination and no one is prejudiced in terms of this campaign. Chair, thank you very much. There's the brief from our province. Unless there are questions, Chair, I can come back, Chair. Thank you very much.
No, thank you very much, MEC. We will now move on to the last province, the Western Cape, MEC Mbombo.
Thank you, Chair, Honorable Chair, Honorable Deputy Chair, the Minister, Dr. Pasha, the President of the SALGA, all other honorables that are here, and also my colleagues and everyone here. Thank you for the opportunity. Because I'm the last province, I can understand that people will have been overwhelmed, and also you find that most of what has been presented might be the repetition. Because we are actually using the same kind of a format in terms of the creation of the demand. Chair, in regard to the Western Cape, about 4.9 million are the eligible people that need to be vaccinated. Out of those, we're vaccinated just over 2 million as of yesterday. And when you split the 2 million, you'll find that among the majority that have been vaccinated, over 50% is the over 60s, and then followed by the 35 to 49 at 36%, and then the 18 to 34 at 32%, and then the other ones, which is the 50 to 59 at 30%, which is we're worried about those. So when we talk about going towards at least achieving 70% of the population that needs to be vaccinated by December, it means, Chair, we have to come up with the innovative ways and also creating more demand in order for the people to attract more people. But having said that, it shouldn't be only about the numbers. Hence, our principles in regard to the vaccination rest on equitable access, because we have to balance the insured versus the uninsured. Health has to absorb all of these inequalities that are happening that are not necessarily being created by health, but because you don't want to leave anyone behind. And also, as we know that our healthcare workers are tired, we have to come up with many ways of ensuring the equitable access to the vaccines. The vulnerable is one of the principles. You can't leave them behind in as much as that you might want to chase the numbers. The vulnerable, we talk about the rural areas, the farm workers, the factory workers, especially the high level of industrial where they don't even have access to the medical aid. The homeless, as you know, that is one of the challenges for the metros in regard to the homeless people. The youth, actually, they are vulnerable, generally the young persons on their own, because even prior COVID, you know how in terms of the health-seeking behavior of the young people is completely different with the adults. So is the men, as we know, in terms of the health-seeking behavior for men generally is completely different. Another principle is about the power of ownership, because it has to be owned in the local context, because there's no use to apply a top-down approach when the local, they ended up not buying into the system. The power of the partnership as a government will never be able to do it alone. We need the private, we need the civil society, we need the communities. And then lastly, Chair, one size doesn't fit all. You have to customize as you go along. Therefore, that's why starting with our vaccination sites, it means that you have to have different tailor-made vaccination sites. We have got the vaccination sites that cater for most of the young people, for example, with the students, like at the UCT, the one that we have just opened now, but it doesn't mean that it's only for the students, but it's also for the staff and also even for walk-ins. The CTICC, which is in the CBD, that can accommodate actually 4,000 per day for the vaccination, where it accommodates mostly those people who are working there in that area. The vaccination, also the vaccination that you accommodates the drive-through, like the Athlon Stadium, 4,000 per day for the vaccination for that, which accommodates not only for the people that are staying in that area. Noting Athlon is an area where we did actually identify some of the reluctance or the hesitancy, but that at least it does have a vaccination site, and also it has got a drive-through. It is a bonus plus. And also the pop-up, especially during the end of the month, to accommodate those people who are coming into the malls for their pension grant. The pop-up is about, in some malls, you get an open shop that is closed, but they open it up for us when we can use the venue to be able to vaccinate as people are shopping, especially the SASSA grant holders who are able to come and shop around.
And also other parts of it is about having the buses, especially in the rural areas, because we have got seasonal farm workers where we find that if you miss them whilst they are busy in their orange, for example, in terms of the harvest, and then they might move to another area elsewhere in another municipality where probably maybe they're chasing after whether it's maybe it's a grape or whatever harvesting. So therefore, that's why we have to have those pop-up buses for them to be able to be vaccinated. We use the Red Dot Taxi. What is that? It's a partnership between our Western Cape Department of Public Transport together with the taxi associations, where they help us to transport some of the people who might be it might be too much to walk for them to the vaccination site, but they might be willing to go for the vaccination. So I'm making all these examples in regard just to show in terms of how we can be able to accommodate. Of course, we could have sites with a private, like the Grand West, which is not only for the gamblers to also to vaccinate, but also some of the shops like the KFC staff that are working there. It's around the Epping Industrial, where at least most of the farm factory workers could be able to travel, but unfortunately they don't have a transport. We use again the Red Dot with the taxi industry where they could be able to transport some of these. With the private, currently the number of the sites that we have is about 141 private sector sites, 19 in the metro, 51 in the rural. For us, for the public, we've got our 204 sites. Again, it's also split around the rural and also for the metro. It is also crucial, Chair, not to leave those who are bedridden behind, the community health workers, because most of them, they do know these. They assist us in finding them because we are dropping medication to them for those who are on the chronic medication. We conduct loud hailing, especially now that I'm 18 to 35, they are part of the vaccine. People are being vaccinated in regard to how we know in terms of the health-seeking behavior, where we bring the music trucks coming to where they are whilst they are having the fun of their time, but at the same time they can vaccinate. Hence the campaign that we're pushing now, actually to go and vaccinate them to the clubs. I call them jabs for Joel, before Joel, which is where we need to vaccinate them where they are. As you know, that in the Western Cape, we've got 4 universities, also other CPUT, UWC, the UCT and all of those, but also we've got the TVET colleges where we've got a large number of the young people. And if you think that you're gonna just call them and come to the facilities, we'll never be able to do so. That's why we go now to the clubs, we go to the taverns, and we will be actually even getting more of the others, like the Kapsaklops, the minstrels, who will be able also to vaccinate, because we'll never be able to use, as I indicated earlier, the one size fits all. Thank you to the pastors, from the rabbis to the imams, who have also been able to assist us in regard to even vaccinating to the churches. And there will be also more young people now will be vaccinating to the churches. Because the issue, Chair, of the hesitancy and misinformation and uninformed people in regard to the vaccination, it does have a huge impact, not only on the community themselves, but also on our health workers who have been there throughout ever since March 2020. And also the impact that we're still focusing on the COVID, the backlogs of the other non-COVID cases, which will have a huge impact even when at the time that it's going to be open. Hence, that's why now also for us, for the specialized hospitals, like for the psychiatry, even within the general hospitals, but if you have got the wards for psychiatry and also for the TB, we are also now vaccinating them so that we don't leave anyone behind. Therefore, Chair, it is crucial for us to create more demand in order for many people to be vaccinated. But at the same time, it is also crucial that we don't only chase after the numbers. Of course, yes, in the last 2 weeks, Western Cape was having more population vaccinated per the adult population from 18-year-olds. But we shouldn't be excited only about the numbers. We should be able to understand that anti-SARA hasn't been left behind in regard to the vaccination process. Because as we always say that we have to balance the lives and also the livelihoods. So I am excited that now that we have got more supply, because previously the issue of the supply that was there, it had a huge impact, especially for those who have been enthusiastic to come and vaccinate, for example, in the Mossel Bay, where you've got as many people who were registered and also used to queue for the vaccination, but there were no vaccination at the time. Now that we have got at least the supplies there, we are able now to increase our daily targets and also our weekly targets, which is initially it was about 200,000 per week and 30,000 per day, which now has gone up. In some other districts, we've got 5 rural. Thank you, Chair. We've got 5 rural districts and 1 metro. Out of those 5 rural districts, we can see what has been achieved in the garden route in regard to the total population that has been vaccinated. Of course, the Overberg, which has got a higher population of the over 60s that have been vaccinated, which is actually the 3rd among all the 52 health districts in the country. And also, lastly, Chair, we will be vaccinating, although we have started already, but we'll do them in bulks, the matriculants, especially we don't want them to rave, going for the raves when they are done with their exams and then without being vaccinated. And then we're looking forward for the other sectors to help us, because we are responsible for the health services, but health is everybody's business. In regard to the mandatory choice for the vaccination, as we have seen in terms of the international travel, like for the yellow fever, as we've seen in terms of the education for the children to be immunized before they start their grade R or their grade 1, probably in the economic sector in regard to the gatherings, because as we open up, we don't want a situation where we have got another mutation, another variant that will have a huge impact on the healthcare workers. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. And now for the last presentation by a Salga representative. Salga.
Thank you very much, Chair and Chairperson of NCOP, Honorable Masondo, Deputy Chair Sylvia Lucas, members of the House, Minister of Health, Dr. Patla, and the Deputy Minister, Dr. Dromo, Honorable Permanent Delegates, Honorable Special Delegates, MECs for our health from our areas of our 9 provinces. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon, and kindly receive the greetings from Salga National Executive Committee as a representative of the local government sector. Chairperson, since the declaration of the state of disaster for COVID-19, all previous members of executive councils responsible for local government and health in the provinces, the President of South African Local Government Association, and all executive mayors and institutions of traditional leadership to work together to take all reasonable measures to facilitate and implement measures to prevent and contain the spread to the virus in communities. The Command Council at all levels have seen collaboration by all state organs and spheres of government, and this has brought immediate interventions and actions at the exact moment of need. SALGA participates in the National Command Council, and the report on vaccination incorporates reports coordinated from the Joint Operation Centers in district and metros and consolidated into the provincial reports presented by the Honorable MECs for Health in the National Health Council, in which SALGA is a participant as well. Municipalities are at the center of coordination and continue in their command council to ensure that in various communities, the vaccination program reaches out to all. And programs to this effect include community awareness and education. Executive mayors and speakers are embarking on community outreach programs in partnership with the Department of Health to create awareness on key messaging to dispel myths around vaccine, encourage people of all cohort ages to register for vaccinations, and further observation of COVID-19 protocols on biomedical protection, that is wearing of mask, washing of hands, or hand sanitation. And as you may all know, because municipal health is a function of district municipalities and metros, but amongst others in that function, they've got a responsibility to prevent the spread of communicable diseases. So therefore, the prevention of the spread of coronavirus is also part of responsibility of the municipalities, in particular metros and district municipalities. We also use radio interviews, social media, and various platforms which are utilized to send a clear message. To spread the message further, work is extended to encourage communities by the utilization of municipal facilities as vaccine sites and centers of information, dispatch of municipal law enforcement to sites for crowd management, compliance enforcement, and loud-hailing support, mobilization of communities, communication on the rollout and community mobilization led by ward councillors in their war rooms. Traditional religious leaders, civil society are roped in and leading by example in taking the vaccines and leading the vaccination drive in their constituencies. We all municipalities make sure that they encourage that. The provision of transport to vaccine sites for pensioners and those with disabilities always encourage that our ward councillors must be able to play that role. And provision of municipal and government services inside is also necessary. Compliance, monitoring to health standards in the site is also important, but also environmental health practitioners in municipalities conduct inspections, joint operations, and monitoring of funerals, disinfections, and community awareness and education on COVID-19 safety protocols. But I must say, for rural municipalities, in particular, the control of the monitoring of funerals becoming a difficult thing. But in urban areas, we have seen that can still be adhered to, obviously, because in urban areas, municipalities still have, comparatively speaking, a larger staff complement than rural municipalities. And we say partnering with influencers who have vaccinated and share on social platforms the safety of the vaccine to motivate uptake is being encouraged. The need for immediate intervention to negative publicity. We believe that state communicators in all spheres of government should be provided with information by the health sector to clarify and explain distortions in social media platforms before they take root, as are they beginning to take root, and in all the presentations today that came out, and provide a platform for specialists to clarify pertinent issues in easy to understand method or language to understand in a way that encourages inclusion and interactions. Concerns on the quality and lifespan of the virus efficacy be addressed and clarified, amongst other things, and also be able to deal with COVID-19 compliance and intervention fatigue. And as I've given an example in terms of monitoring of funerals in rural areas has become a difficulty now. They always about 50 and it's difficult to control that. In conclusion, Chair, we're saying we commend the use of mobile vaccine sites, workplace sites, drive-through sites, as well as the pop-ups sites that are there, and we want to encourage the Department of Health in collaboration with local government, in particular ward council, to really indeed work closely in collaboration manner to ensure that particularly in rural areas, we have more sites available and we get the rural people to get used to the pop-up sites. This should be intensified with more human resources, targeting crowded areas and reaching out to rural communities that are far-flung. In terms of the environmental health practitioners, the normal and standard is that one EHP must be equal to 10,000 people. But in as far as that is concerned, obviously due to budgetary constraints, districts and metros are unable to meet that standard. And the coronavirus pandemic or COVID-19 pandemic has indicated to us how thin we are in as far as the number of environmental health practitioners meeting the standard is concerned. I think it's a matter that we also need an assistance in that regard. We note and appreciate these efforts, but continue to encourage the capacitation of the environmental healthcare sector in districts and metros with additional human resources to sustain the work done in communities on prevention and intervention to curb the spread of the virus and management thereof. And Chair, lastly, we are saying SALGA remains committed to collaboration and cooperation with the provincial and national spheres of government in implementing the lasting solutions to the vaccination apathy until herd immunity is achieved. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair.
No, thank you very much. And that was organized local government. This marks an end of session 2. I will now hand over the chairing of the next session, Honorable Winnie Ngwenya. Honorable Ngwenya.
Thanks very much, Chairperson. Honorable presiding officers of the NSOP, Babu Masondo and Mamo Lucas, Deputy Chair, also Honorable Nyambi, House Chairperson, Honorable Chief Whip of the NSOP, Honorable Minister of the Health, Dr. Joe Pasha, Honorable MEC of Health, Honorable Permanent and Special Delegate to the NSOP, representative of the organization local government. The Ministerial Briefing Session on Vaccine Programme is proceeding very well. We are about to start section 3 of the program, which is the last part of our program of the session. Honorable members, allow me to convene my proud congratulation remark to Minister Pasha following his recent appointment by President Ramaphosa as a Minister of Health. On behalf of the NSOP, we wish you all the best, Minister Pasha. Honorable members, having listened to the presentation of the MEC of Health from provinces and SALGA, I would like to invite permanent and special delegates to the NSOP and representative of organized local government to ask questions and also request the table staff to assist me on the leadership of Advocate Pindela. On the same breath, I would like to request the MEC of the Health and SALGA representative listen attentively to questions of the members so that after questions, they can provide comprehensive response to questions asked. Can I note hands from the members? Honorable Arnold, you're number 1.
Thank you, Chairperson.
Honorable Arnold.
Thank you, Chairperson. My questions are directed to the MEC of the Western Cape. With regards to the public sites of 204 public sites, vaccination sites, are you going to increase your public vaccination sites? If yes, when and by how many are you going to increase these sites? Then MEC, with regards to bed use, can the MEC of the Western Cape give us information on the total general bed use rate compared to the total COVID-19 use rate? Then, Chairperson, the Minister didn't answer the question, but I want to pose the question to the MEC. Whether the recent taxi violence in the Western Cape caused any disruptions in the testing and vaccination of residents. If yes, can the MEC provide us with the relevant details? Thank you, Chairperson.
Thanks very much, Honorable Member. Honorable M.O. Mukause.
Thank you, House Chairperson Mangwenya. MEC of Health in the Northern Cape. The Northern Cape, with a population so small, you still find it very difficult to manage health program in that particular province. And it was supposed to be a province which, amongst all provinces, excel in terms of all health programs because the population is very small. The school health services program, I'm not so sure if you remember that because it's one of the forgotten programs in the Northern Cape Health Department. Seems to be not finding expression in schools and in both school community. And that particular program actually drives the health programs or information from the learner to the household to be able to educate the household in its entirety. The professionals which are involved there are allied healthcare workers, health promoters, and community healthcare workers. But the program doesn't find expression in Northern Cape. How many community healthcare workers are you going to employ on a permanent basis? Because they are also regarded as a frontline health workers. They actually get in contact with disease before the nurse at the hospital. The dysfunctional of what we call clinic committees, it's worrisome. When you have clinic committees in a particular community, you are assured of the support of any healthcare programs which come to your province or to your district, of the integrated programs from the community through their leaders, and your programs becomes easy to float. It is dysfunctional in the Northern Cape. That is why we find ourselves in that province having high prevalence of COVID-19 and any other lifestyle illness. When are you going to make sure that such programs are in fact in place? There's a program called the Health Promotion Program, which is supposed to be linked to the Ministry of Health in the province. There are 5 districts in the Northern Cape. Only 2 districts, which are ZF Nkau and Francis Bart, are currently having health promotion officers. What about these other districts? Because these officers are coordinating programs directly from the ministry, cascading them to the communities. They are funded. These are funded programs. I've spoken about the importance of health promotion. There's what we call high transmission areas, which also involve community awareness. When you are an activist like yourself, you're supposed to be a health activist as well in your own community and in your province. So if you don't strengthen community activism within the health sector, it means there's nothing that you are going to get right. The high transmission area never took off. It was a pilot program in the Pixlika Semen 7 years ago. It fell off. And that program involved community health care workers talking to people when they pass our province from Johannesburg to Cape Town. They even had mobiles at night talking to people, but it was since a pilot in the Pixlika Seleme and it fell off. Can you tell us when is that program going to get funding, to be advocated for, and to get off the ground? Minister, no, you're not a minister, you're in the province in the Western Cape. MEC Norma French. your province is one of the provinces that are extremely racist when coming to the offering of vaccine or the acceleration of vaccine throughout. We have seen that some of us have visited these sites, which only offers this kind of services to people with money, people with medical aids only. The sites that you have spoken about, which is the Epping site, the Grand West side, they are closer to the N1 city, where our people are being turned away at Discam and clicks. In order for you to get vaccinated when you have money and medical aid for a walk-in, you've got to queue at N1 city as early as 6 o'clock in the morning in the extremely cold weather and rainy weather of Western Cape. I had to go to Kuruman to get vaccinated. What about the ordinary people in Khayelitsha, in Kwalanga, who remain unvaccinated? Your lines, your queues remain extremely long. There's absolutely no plan. What we are hearing here today, it's not what we are seeing on the ground in the Western Cape. Can you tell us what partnership do you have with private sector in terms of availing their structures, availing the vaccines themselves to help you vaccinate the Western Cape? What you just presented, it's not what is happening here in the Western Cape. Thank you, House Chairperson.
Thank you,
enjoyed
Honourable
yourself,
Member.
Ngozi.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The next question is, the next member that is going to ask the question is Honourable Tibrain for State. Honourable Tibrain. Honourable Tibrain.
Honourable Chair is just dropped off. If you can just fill him in after the next member, please.
Thanks very much, Honourable Member. The next question is coming from Honourable Baha from Gauteng, DA. Honourable Baha.
Yes, I'm here, Chair. Thank you so much, Chairperson. And let me first welcome the presentations by the different MECs and SALGA. Chairperson, I think that it's important to note firstly that the Western Cape and Gauteng are kind of leading in terms of vaccinating people, which means that there's a lot of work and effort that is being made in order to make sure that people are vaccinated, and that must be appreciated. However, Chairperson, I want to say that probably it's important for our provinces to kind of exchange notes in how best to deal with this vaccination process. Because I think for me, it's fine to do your best and make plans and kind of be like Limpopo and kind of come up with your own means of trying to make sure that people come for vaccination by being innovative in how you do it. But I think that the numbers in the end are the ones that determine whether there's success or not. So I want to say that, Chairperson, that probably it's important for our MSCs to exchange notes in how best to deal with the vaccination process. Because whether you want to say that the Western Cape is not doing this, is doing that, the numbers are showing something different to other provinces, but also Gauteng as well. The numbers are showing something different to other provinces. And therefore, for me, I want to say that maybe it is important for the ministry to kind of sit together with the MECs
and exchange notes and say how best do we address the issue of people not coming for vaccination. The other point, Chairperson, that I want to make is the fact that within Parliament, I think that the MEC from Limpopo made this point, and I think the Chairperson of the NCOP kind of raised this issue as well, to say that if we are not vaccinated as public representatives at all levels, be it NCOP, National Assembly, be it MECs, be it
Ask the question, member. Can you please ask the question?
It's they are over, Chairperson, but I'm just making a point. It's important then, therefore, that we kind of take our own responsibility of leading by example and be able to be vaccinated so that we are able to preach the same across the board, which will help our provinces in ensuring that they are able to do what is required. So that's just my point, Chairperson, that for me, I think that it's important that we put our heads together, because this is a problem that is confronting the country, and therefore it requires that those that are doing better must be able to exchange notes with some so that everybody is able to be vaccinated in the end. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thanks, honorable member. Honorable members, I want to remind you all, on my opening remarks, I did explain that this platform is for question, not speeches. Can members that are going to take the platform, they must ask question. If you are not asking the question, I'm going to take the rolling. Please, the next speaker now, I'm going to call Honorable Ryder, Dennis Ryder from TA.
Thank you very much, House Chairperson. House Chair, based on your last comments, before I get into my question, perhaps then you could supply us with the rules applicable to a sitting like this. Because if I consult the rule book as I have it, there's absolutely no there's no rules that apply to the sitting. So I wonder where you get your conditions from. But yeah, we can obviously deal with that through the appropriate forum, not in the House Chair. House Chair, my comments are aimed mostly for MEC Mokheti. Obviously, I'm based in Gauteng, so my questions are therefore mostly aimed at or it's a request really. In MEC, I think we all accept that Gauteng is the financial hub of the country. We have many people working, many people that don't have time to stand in queues, and honestly, time is money. The queuing has been listed as a problem by many of the participants today, and the long hours that people spend queuing for vaccines. And it was obviously part of my interaction with the Minister earlier as well. What I'd like to do, Minister, is suggest and perhaps ask if it's something that you could implement, is to have a daily communication of sites where, and just giving an indication of what the queuing time is. Now, I've noted that you have a Twitter timeline feed for the Department of Health. And if you can just put out a few comments every day and say expected queuing time at the Sikelo town hall is 2 hours, that would help and guide people tremendously. I obviously understand that there are many sites, but if you don't have to give every site every day, but if we could just get an indication every day, I really think that would help a lot of people and encourage people to make an effort to go out and get their vaccinations. Twitter is obviously one media platform only, and I'd encourage you to do it on community radio stations as well. But I do think that the queuing time is one of the biggest reasons why people, specifically in Gauteng, are not coming to the fore. And perhaps the other provinces could have a look at implementing something similar as well. Thank you, House Chair. You are muted, House Chair. You are still muted, House Chair. The best thing I've heard all day.
Unmute, Honorable Gwenya. Unmute yourself.
Please ask the question, Honorable Christians, Northern Cape. Not speech, question.
Thank you very much, Honorable House Chairperson. My question is to the Northern Cape, MEC Lekweni. Now, there's huge problems in the rural areas that has been reported to us, especially the rural areas as mentioned by MEC Lekweni in the Namakwa areas, John Tahule areas, areas such as Fraserburg, Kubu, Sandrift, etc. Now, these people have reported that not enough testing is being done. When they go to the testing facilities, they report that there are lack of testing kits. What is being done about this, especially in rural areas? Also, in these very same areas, no vaccines when people go there. This has also been reported. Additionally, nurses who become ill with COVID-19 or any other illness are often not replaced when they are put on sick leave. So this means there are shortages and at some of the hospitals with regards to staffing. Now, I would like to add then that the Western Cape is doing some great work with regard to the mobile testing vehicles that they're sending out. And perhaps the Northern Cape can knock on the door of the Western Cape and ask them how they do that so they can roll that out in those rural areas as well. Thank you, Honorable House Chairperson.
Thanks very much, Honorable Member. I would like to go back to Honorable DeBrain. Proceed.
Thank you, Honorable House Chair. I had a bit of a connectivity issue. I would like to ask the MEC of the Free State whether the transportation issues of the vaccines to the rural areas in the Free State has been resolved, and what is the average number of people that are being vaccinated in rural areas in the Free State at this stage. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Honorable Member. The next member for question, not speech, Honorable PT Matebula Lipompo.
Na khensa mutsamashitulu xivutiso xa mina ta xi kongomisa ka MEC wa hina wa le Limpopo. MEC xo sungula ndzi rhandza ku khensa ka ti healthcare workers ta n'wina hinkwavo va Limpopo lava fambaka hi muti na xivutana va tsarisa vaakatiko leswaku va kuma nsawutiso. Hi vone eka mavhiki lama nga hundza va mi tisela memorandum ya leswaku mi ta va thola rini permanent. I xivutiso xo sungula. Xa vumbirhi, MEC ni lava ku tiva leswaku mi considera rini ku pfula ti vaccination centers special leti ti nga makaya hi mhaka ku hi vona hi
open vaccination sites at home, because during the weekends these vaccination sites are not working. Vaccination is only given during the weekend in cities and urban areas. So want to know, when are we going to open these vaccination sites in rural areas? Thank you.
Zamdela, question, please. Honorable Zamdela. Honorable Zamdela.
Thank you, House Chair. My question is directed to the MEC in Mpumalanga. MEC, are we having challenges in terms of vaccinating centers? The reason I'm asking this because there was a complaint in Governing where residents were directed or they did their first dose of vaccination in Khotso Hall. But when they went there for their second dose, they were told to go to the clinic or Evander Hospital. So I just want to get clarity. Are we having challenges in terms of the vaccinating centers in that municipality? The second question that I want to ask the MEC is, are we capturing as the province all the people that are vaccinated in the national database? The reason for my question is there are people that were vaccinated in Mpumalanga but working in Joburg. So they got their first dose in Mpumalanga. When they went to Gauteng, and they were told that they are not in the database. So, but they were eventually assisted because they produced those receipts that you get when you get vaccinated. If the MEC can just perhaps give clarity on that, and because obviously if they are not in the database, that affects the statistics that we've received from the MEC today. Thank you, House Chair.
Thanks very much, Honorable Member. The next member to ask the question, Honorable KM Muyimang. Honorable Muyimang.
Thank you, Chairperson.
Let me also extend a word of greetings to all our MECs. My question, Honorable House Chair, is directed to my MEC of Northern Cape, Rele Kweni. Firstly, let me appreciate the concise manner in which the MEC has correctly painted a picture in terms of how vaccination is unfolding and rolling in our province, in terms of the testing rates, in terms of regional spread, in terms of the mortality rates, but also concrete steps in terms of increasing the tempo. MEC, in terms of our province, Francisburg is a densely populated region, and Namakwa is a sparsely populated district. And I usually get a concern when you give us daily updates in terms of the number of infected population in the province. What I want to assess from the MEC is whether, given the number that is usually high, both from Namakwa and also ZFM, is the number related to the effectiveness in terms of our testing ability, therefore the ability and also the capability to respond to the pandemic, and whether in Francisburg can we say that indeed a lot of work is taking place in terms of testing, because for our vaccine rollout to succeed, because of the densely populated nature of Francisburg, it means most of our numbers must come from Francisburg. So I just wanted to get a sense in terms of our concrete measures in terms of taking the tempo to another level, because definitely if our target is 70% by February, it means we need to increase the tempo. I'm also mindful of the partnership that the MEC and the department has with the private sector, as you have indicated, and we highly appreciate the leadership role that the provincial government is taking in terms of steering those players in the right direction. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, MEC.
Thank you, Honorable Member. The next question is from Honorable Member Posho, Mpumalanga.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. My question is also directed to the MEC for Mpumalanga, Honorable Manzini. If she could just inform me, it's adding on to what Honorable Zandamela said with regard to people in the Nkangala district crossing the border to go to Gauteng. If she has had any communication with the Gauteng MEC, so that we are on board to ensure that our residents that work in Gauteng are really vaccinated, or whether they are being shown the door and have to return to Mpumalanga to do so, whether they've had one or whether they have not had one. And then the other question that I would like to ask is, In your presentation, MEC, I see you in the provincial summary, the footnote, you wrote that you are struggling because some of the contributory factors is the inadequacy of staff. If this is a fact in this province, how is it that this province is doing so well? And then you also speak about financial constraints. If you want to reach the figure of 67%, which you have done in some instances in some of the districts, how are you going to go about ensuring that you have enough staff on the ground and that you top up your finances? Thank you very much, Chair.
Thanks very much, Honorable Member. Honorable Lutuli. Can you please ask the question, Lutuli?
Thank you, Chairperson. A person would think maybe the first thing the MEC would do is to apologize about the party that she hosted and partied without any social distancing, whilst we are still under the COVID lockdown regulations. My question is, as we can see in KZN, especially in rural areas, that there is a pullback or a slow movement in terms of vaccination, especially in men. What plans do they have, or do they have any numbers to ensure that in regions how many male people have actually been vaccinated, especially in places that are in the rural areas? Thank you very much.
Last speaker is Honorable Muletsane, that is going to ask the question, but I'll also wanted to check with the table that is it any member that I left in terms of the question. If not, Honorable Muletsane, he's the last member that is going to ask question right now. Honorable Muletsane from Free State.
Thank you, House Chair. Let me apologize for not switching on my video. I've got a network challenge where I am. My question is to MEC of Free State, MEC Tio. MEC, you said in Karib, 18 permanent vaccination stations are established in different towns. Knowing that there is a shortage of mobile clinics in order to be used as mobile vaccination stations. Knowing that there is a shortage of mobile clinics in order to be used as mobile vaccination stations, and lot of farms, and there's a lot of farms in that area of Karib, far from those small towns. How are you dealing with the situation to make sure that people staying in farms are also able to get an opportunity to be vaccinated? Thank you, House Chair.
Thanks very much, honorable members. From the MECs or the minister, I don't know who's going to be the first. I will ask also the table to assist me. Who is the first to ask the question? To answer the question.
Western Cape, Chair.
Thanks very much, ma'am. You can speak, you can answer, MEC.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair. The first question was in regard to whether Western Cape will increase the vaccination sites. The response is what I presented was those ones that are active. For the public, the planned vaccination sites, it's about 290 actually, which is 82 for the metro and 207 for the rural, which makes up the 290. And then, of course, we do have, as I indicated, we do have the private sites, which is in total, there are about 141. So what we do, we increase sites accordingly, as according to the need, and also as according to the target area. As I indicated, Chair, that one size doesn't fit all. So the total public sites planned for the Western Cape is 290. And the ones that I mentioned, I was saying those that are active. The second question, it was about the bed utilization in regard to the COVID. Currently, we have about 3,487 of the people with COVID occupying acute beds in the acute hospitals. Out of those, 1,944 are from the public hospitals, 1,543 are from the private hospitals. The average bed occupancy for the COVID, it's about 28%. But if you granulate according to the acute hospitals, for example, for the total metro, the COVID cases, they occupy about 26%. In the George, it's 34%. In the PAL is 33%, Vusa is 27%, because these are the level 2 provincial hospitals as a referral. The question in regard to the taxi violence, whether there was any impact, there wasn't much impact per se, except in the areas, for example, in Guguletu, in Nyanga, because of the taxi rank that is nearer. In Guguletu, we have to, it's a vaccination site, the Guguletu KTC, CHC there. We have to divert the vaccination site to use Ikwezi Hall and also to have an extra day during the weekend. And then for the Nyanga, during that day, specifically when things were hectic, we have to close early for that part of it. In regard to the testing, by default, anyway, people won't be able to test as much as they would, especially in regard that when there was an impact in regard to going for the testing. But generally, it didn't have much an impact. But as a health system, we have to plan in advance in regard that just in case that our health services get impacted. Of course, with the pop-up sites, some of them we have to close, especially those that are at the mall, like in the Guguletu Mall, we have to close those. The other question from, that's the first question, Chair, from the Honorable Member from the EFF. I've covered all three of his questions. The other question is from also the member who was asking, who was sharing her experience of feeling that the Western Cape site, specifically the N1 city racist. It's unfortunate for that experience. Generally, for a health service, people should be feeling welcomed, whatever the situation. And as we always say, that each and everyone has got own truth, and we must never dismiss how people feel about how they felt. However, the N1 city, the site that is mentioning, is not a public site, it is a private site. The site for the public in that area is a Goodwood Hall. And as I indicated earlier, that with the Grand West, which is a private site by the Grand West there, which we assisted them, it does accommodate everyone. In regard to the 141 of the private sites that I hear in the Western Cape note, the private, they negotiate directly themselves with the National Department of Health. Even with their own vaccines, they come directly from the BioVac straight to their sites, which ideally we didn't want it to be like that, because we keep on saying that as a provincial health, we are a steward for every other sectors and stakeholders, so that we can be able, especially when I indicated, Chair, the issue of the equitable access, because we wanted to balance that part of it. So I will urge the member to raise this concern directly in regard to how she felt was treated by the N1 around that. Noting there's 141, there are private sites. However, we do have sites, as I mentioned, that where we are combined. For example, the Old Mutual site, in one where it's a Netcare and us, which is it does accommodate those who have got a medical aid and also for those for the public. The City ICC is together as it partnering with the Discovery, where also the medical aid do go there, even those who don't have medical aid don't go there. The last time I checked for some not Mediclinic, some other sites, private sites, like the community pharmacies, like the Discam, For them, they indicated that when you are over 60, even if you don't have a medical aid, they do offer you the vaccines. But for all others, it is a national policy, Chair. I must also emphasize that it has been the agreement between the private sites and also for the national in regard that it should be only those with a medical aid who could have an access to that. I think for the honorable member, they should have explained to her how it works. It has got nothing to do with the department, with the provincial health. Thank you, Chair. I've covered. Yeah, thanks.
Yeah.
Thanks very much, MC. The next, Dr. Sibongiseni Dlomo, the Deputy Minister.
Yes, thank you very much, Chair. May I come in at this level so that I don't waste your time and the MECs will come in and also add. But I just have 3 points. Firstly, is to apologize that the Minister had to leave halfway when the MECs were starting to presentations because of the other meeting that he's going to attend. I think all our MECs have indicated that we do have enough vaccines, and therefore we should really up the game. And there is another MEC Limpopo.
I'm rising on a point of order now. Our Chairperson.
What a point of order, honorable member.
Realize when we were asking questions, you said to us no speeches. And one member said to you, there's no rules towards this sitting. And you objected to that. Why is the minister addressing us in the middle of where we need MECs from provinces to actually give us answers? We never posted any question to the deputy minister. The minister made a presentation, he was done. And why is the deputy minister coming in? We need to get responses from provinces. What confusion is this now? I'm sorry to use the word confusion, but we are really now getting confused. We need to get the MECs to give us answers.
Honorable member?
No.
Member?
No.
Honorable member?
No.
Now, what do you want me to do? Because now I want you to answer you.
Let the minister mute himself, let the MECs comes in as they are giving us answers so that we are satisfied as members. We never agreed upon this kind of an arrangement.
On a point of order, Chair.
Yes, honorable member.
I think Honorable Coates must allow you to chair the proceedings. The deputy minister is part and parcel of this ministerial briefing. We are still dealing with ministerial briefing. This is not a new item on the agenda. Can she just humbly allow the House Chair to run this ministerial briefing?
I'm not disputing that. Look at the program. In as much as there's no rule which is governing such sittings, but we have agreed upon the program as whips. Look at the program and see if there's anywhere where the minister needs to come in when there has to be responses from provinces. None. There's no point there. Allow the MECs to respond. Just like you allow the Western Cape, allow all the MECs. We don't need representatives of MECs in a form of a deputy minister to respond. Allow individuals to respond.
Honorable Kausa, I said all the MECs and the ministers, they must listen carefully on what members are going to ask, so that they will be able to answer the question. I didn't said MECs, they mustn't respond. So can you allow me to, no.
Can there be order? Can there be order?
Instead of asking the question.
Firstly, you are the one who made speeches instead of asking questions.
That started making a speech instead of asking.
Not at this point. Allow the MECs. We've got committees to attend, mind you. We're wasting time here.
Honorable Chair.
I think you're wasting time for yourself. You are also wasting time for us, all of us. You're wasting our time.
Can we continue,
the
please?
deputy
Can we continue with the meeting?
to respond, because the deputy minister ushilo ukuthi uminister
Did say that the minister has left. He had to go to another meeting.
the deputy minister to respond.
But
The MECs
but the MECs must respond, not the deputy minister. The MECs must respond, Deputy Chair.
Yeah.
Yes, they are going to respond.
House Chair.
I'm asking them to
But
give
Ebola,
me.
you are calling me.
I've
But
got a
Ebola, you are
list
calling
of
me
the
when I'm not
MECs
House
that
Chair.
I wanted to respond.
House Chair, can we continue with the meeting, please?
Please.
Can we continue with the
We have
meeting,
to go
please?
to another meeting.
All of us know that there are still committee meetings that must sit. So can we continue with the meeting, please?
Thanks, Deputy Chair. I'll continue with the meeting by allowing the Deputy Minister to respond.
Deputy Minister will
Whoever wanted to respond, I've got a list here.
That is the matter of presiding over
Also,
a
you are
house. You will
troublesome.
respond after all the MECs have spoken. A house chairperson, let us not confuse the whole session, man. This is confusion that is unnecessary.
Okay, maybe just a House Chair.
Yes,
House Chair.
Chief Whip.
Thank you. It's most unfortunate that we have lost some time on the procedural matter. House Chair, I will request that whilst you allow MECs to respond, we allow the Deputy Minister at the end to make comments that will be overarching, that will present the broadly the National Department of Health approach on all those matters. But the Deputy Minister was very clear from the onset. He was not responding on behalf of respective MECs. He was giving context on some of the programs, some of the issues that should not fall within the cracks. So the Deputy Minister was very clear from the onset, but I don't want us to be figuring on the procedural matter, who should come first. The Deputy Minister can make overall comments after all MECs. Thanks, House Chair.
Thanks, Chief Whip. I would like to call MEC M. Lekwane.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair of the session, Mengwenya. Of course, with the established protocol. Thank you very much, Chair. Let me also start by appreciating and welcoming the questions as raised by the honorable members from Honorable Makause, Honorable Christians, and Honorable Muima. Let me start with the first questions from Honorable Makause. She's asked, if I'm not wrong, 5 questions, Madam Chair. I'll try to be very brief. On the school health service program, which the member submitted that this program is forgotten. I think it's a misinformation. Unfortunately, the honorable member is moving from ill-informed position. That program is not forgotten. It is up and running in the province. It's we focus on deworming and on the HPV, which is a human papilloma virus program, which is very active, and even testing. So on that point, I want to put on record that that program is running. It's not forgotten. The honorable member is not properly briefed there. I think she has missed it, with due respect. On the CSWs, whether they're going to be employed permanently, also in the second point as well. I thought by now all of us know that there's the National Bargaining Council process, where all provinces are being represented by national, and it's a matter which national assists with in trying to amicably resolve the matter. So we are a part of that process as well as a province. We are not excluded as a unitary state. So we have subjected ourselves as a province to that process. And again, I think the honorable member is not updated with that latest information. The CSW matter is a matter which national is dealing with because it's affecting all provinces. The objective is to have a uniform approach dealing with that challenge in the country.
So it's not only a provincial matter in terms of Northern Cape. On the point on the dysfunctional clinic communities, I can report to this platform that most of those committees, their office term came to an end in April 2020, which is last year. The delay was caused, of course, by the pandemic, coronavirus, and we are in the process of reconstituting those committees. There, the member is correct, but as a province, we are in the process of addressing a particular matter. On the point on the health program, health promotion program, it's affecting 4 major towns in the province, which is Kimberley, Kuruman, Colesberg, and Hanover. In Colesberg and Hanover, we are in partnership with the Tracking Wellness NPO, which is funding that whole process in terms of ensuring that the testing on HIV and AIDS is staffing is rolled out. In Kimberley, we're in partnership with an NGO called Lifeline, but also it's only in Uppington, which is part of Southern Town, where the health promotion program is not up and running. The high transmission areas. So we want to report that this program is not necessarily a date as being purported by the member. Of course, funding is a teething matter, but it's a matter which we are giving attention as a province. The point that it never took off 5-7 years ago is about misleading. It's not correct. It's not correct. So on the issue of there's a point which the member raised around your health promotion program, where the member said that it's only active in ZFM and Francis Park. There again, you are correct. We couldn't roll it out in all the 5 districts, Honorable Chair, because we had our budgetary constraints as a province. Just in 6 months, in 2020, the province, the Department of Health in the province seized almost 600 million rands. To be specific, in September, 276 million rand was cut from a budget. In April 2021, 270 million rand was cut, which brings us to the grand total of 593 million rand. And that budget was specifically taken from the compensation of employees, meaning that cutting of budgets crippled us or also disadvantaged us to fill all critical positions in the department. So as a result of that cut, we could not fill all those other districts around the health promotion program personnel. So that's where we are in terms of the issues raised by Honorable Makause. But we'll also encourage members that if there's any information they want, they must check with us at times with the department before really they make the strong assertions which are really informed. Honorable Christians, the people are not testing. Testing is not done in the areas of Kubus, in the areas of Namakwa. I think it's a misinformation again, Honorable Christians. Maybe just to give you the space quickly, Namakwa district increased from 2,789 to 3,138, which translates to 12.5% of testing. ZFM, which is last month, ZFM increased from 2,713 to 2,918, which translates to 7.6% as well. The province recorded an increase on testing from 11,363 to 12,466, which is a 10% increase. I think we are the second or third in the whole country in terms of testing. The report is there from National Department. Members can just acquaint themselves around that. And also that there are no vaccines. Nurses don't get replaced. The way it's been reported by Honorable Christians, it's like it's a general problem. And it's quite perturbing to how it's been raised. Yes, I can agree. At some point, there was a national challenge around the rolling out of vaccines, where there was a challenge throughout the country waiting for the vaccines. It might have been that particular period which the member is talking about. But also on the replacement of staff, is the same challenge which I'm saying. We are challenging the province in terms of finances. It's a fact that we need more hands throughout in the province, in all 5 districts. But there's also a soft moratorium imposed in the province, just to so that we take control of our wage bill, because it's quite high currently. So there's a reason why maybe that we couldn't replace the nurses or a nurse immediately at a point in time. On the mobile testing, that we must learn from which Western Cape province. I have reported earlier, Chair, to the member. I've reported earlier that we have engaged Solidarity Fund, and they have committed to support us with the mobile clinics throughout in the province. We'll be receiving 6 to 7 mobile clinics, and I must report that in the whole 253 sites we have, lastly, most of them are mobile facilities, given our province, the nature of our province. So it's not a new thing. It's a method we've been using for all these years, since time immemorial. So we're just making a point that we are using that, making use of that, Honorable Chair. And I think for me, what's important is not to be trivial, but to be very substantive on dealing with these matters, Chair. As a province, last year we bought 55 parties, just as an addition to enhance our capacity to reach out to these rural areas. And these 55 parties, I must report, Chair, they are helping us big time to really deploy them to all these areas, even to take our staff and vaccines to ensure that we address and cover as many people as possible in the province. And lastly, from Honorable Muimang, we welcome the positive comment. Yes, you are right. Francis Barth is the most densely populated area in the province. Namako is sparsely populated. And the testing ability, I've given the stats earlier that we are doing well, especially in Namakwa and even in the Francis Barth. We are doing pretty well. Of course, with the tempo and the magnitude of the virus, you can't say you have done enough. There's always room to improve, and always in need to amplify and enhance all the good areas so that we really mitigate this deadly virus. In terms of the concrete measures to enhance testing, I think we're in the right track, Honorable Wima, through you, Chair. But of course, we can still improve on that. And lastly, Chair, in the province, we are constrained due to our limited resources. We need more hands throughout in our districts. That's why the budget cuts, especially on our compensation of employees, it really set us back as a province and even as a department because the cuts were a bit deep, were huge. We're still dealing as a department to adapt and to continue doing the work. But I'm not complaining, Madam Chair. I'm just stating the facts. Thank you very much for the opportunity, Madam Chair, for the questions. Thank you very much.
Thanks very much, MEC. The next MEC is MEC Manzini from Mpumalanga. Manzini from Mpumalanga.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Let me take this opportunity and appreciate the question posed to us as a province. The first question was raised by Honorable Zamdela in terms of there's somebody that was turned away to get the second dose at the clinic in Gavabet instead of getting it from the hall. No, we don't have any challenges in terms of the vaccination site and vaccine itself. Maybe what happened, remember, we do have permanent vaccination site and those that are outreach that to go to different villages. That's why we do have our PAC that are vaccinating on a permanent basis and also our hospitals. So maybe the person that you are referring to, Honorable Zamdela, went to a site, but most of the time we look at the days in terms of coming back. I know in one place we go more than 3 times because we know that some people got first dose, will go back again for second dose and all that. So it means maybe it's based on that, but we don't have a challenge, just that maybe it was an outreach program that they needed to wait so that we come back again. But also, as I'm indicating, that those permanent sites that we are having, we can forward a list in terms of which sites they can go to. Hence, the person was referred to the nearest hospital where they can get the vaccine that is permanent there. The second one is that you indicate that in terms of a person who went to Gauteng and vaccinated in our site, maybe it's one of those challenges where, remember, we indicated that in terms of connectivity, we had a backlog in terms of capturing. At the same time, we do not want to turn people away and say because there's no network. We use paper-based sometimes, but I can confirm that all the backlog, we managed to register everyone last week, Friday. So as I'm speaking now, there's no backlog as far as, because we have hired other data capturers to assist us so that in terms of the paperwork that we were using so that people are not turned away. Every person in the province, if you can look at the number of registration vis-a-vis the people that vaccinated, is because we encourage walk-ins and we assist them in terms of registering. Even if there's no network, we do the paperwork and then later we capture on the system. How did the province manage to have such a good performance, but there is a shortage of staff? From Honorable Boshoff, we are using resources that we are having. Remember that the same human resource nurses that we are having in the clinics, in the hospital, are the same one that we are using to go and vaccinate. But of course, we managed to contract 175 professional nurses, 486 data capturers, and 60 enrolled nurses that are assisting us as a province. And so far, we believe that with these human resources and rotating from the facilities in terms of the different times, we'll be able to manage and vaccinate 67% of our people. And also in terms of the people coming from, you also raised that there are people that are coming from other provinces, whether they've been turned away. If you can look at the presentation that I made, I indicated that at Emakazeni, in terms of the 60 years and above, the numbers that we managed to vaccinate are more than what we expected. It's because of exactly what you are saying. We register you on the system, the issue of address and everything, you raise it as then when you're asked, but we are not turning away any person because you're not from the province. That you can be rest assured that according to our knowledge, there's no one that is supposed to be turned away, but we can check. But as far as we are concerned, hence there is an, in terms of our presentation, Emakazeni vaccinated more than what we expected is basically because of people who might not necessarily reside in that area, but when they come, we are able to vaccinate them. And the system makes it easy because the system will pick you up even if we are not from the same province. Not like when we go to the EVTS, it's capturing everyone else. So we can't turn anyone based on your address saying you're not from the province. But we can look at that if maybe it happened. If you have got specific, we can go and check. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair and Honorable Members.
Thanks very much, Honorable Member. The next MEC is MEC Dr. Ramatuba from Limpopo.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, once more for giving us this opportunity to clarify issues that have been raised. Let me start with welcoming the comments by all honorable members, but just also to indicate, I'm not sure it's honorable from Gauteng DA, that yes, as provinces, we do share best experiences, but at the same time, we look at our own situation as different provinces. When honorable members want to compare provinces, they've got to look into the mathematics. You cannot, if you are looking at, for instance, Northern Cape percentage coverage, Don't look at the figures and say, oh, Limpopo has vaccinated so many, Northern Cape. It is look into the percentage coverage, because you cannot say we have to vaccinate the total number of what, for instance, Gauteng will. Because as provinces, some of us, as you have seen the minister's presentation, our population would be at 3.5, whereas you look at Gauteng at 11 point. So you can't expect us in terms of the figures. Look at the percentage coverage, then you will see if provinces are performing and provinces are not. And I also would want to indicate that when we share experiences, for instance, and I think honorable member kept on raising that it doesn't help for Limpopo to come up with all these plans unique and without producing results. I need to reassure honorable members, if we did not come with those plans, we will not be where we are as Limpopo province. Give you an example. If you just go and check on the 24th, one of the slides that I presented in terms of the 24-hour vaccination, you'll find that Limpopo vaccinated 30,000 people per that 24 hours, Gauteng 70,000. And when you look at that 70,000 and break it down, it will give you 38,000 public sector and 32,000 private sector. Now come to Limpopo. That 30,000, break it down, 27.5 thousand public sector, less than 1,000 private sector. Now, if we want now to start to compete with provinces that are in the urban area, believe me, we are not going to vaccinate anybody. So that is why you find us being creative and being innovative, because we don't have any private sector to vaccinate in our province. We are vaccinating on average 1,000, 2,000 in the private sector. The vaccines that you see being driven in our provinces as rural, they are mainly driven by a public sector. And I think that's the story that you can look even at Eastern Cape, which of course is the one that is currently also doing very well and leading percentage wise. So I was just saying, I need to clarify that to say, let's not look at the numbers that provinces are vaccinating every day, or that we have reached 3 million, the other province has reached 600,000. Let's look at the population vis-a-vis the number of people that are being vaccinated. Coming home to Honorable Matebula, you have raised quite interesting questions. On the first one, to say our community healthcare workers, we still indicate to say they are our pillars, especially when it comes to healthcare services within the community, because health starts at the community. But however, Honorable Matebula, you must appreciate that as provinces, our task and our role is to implement the directive that will be coming from national. And there is a resolution 1/2018, which has resolved around community healthcare workers, which is a national, it is supposed to be implemented by all the provinces. If we implement something outside there, it will be an irregular expenditure, and the NCOP will be calling us to come and account. Why would we deviate from the resolution 1 of 2018? The resolution 1/2018, if I'm to remind you, Honorable Matebula, it talks about the minimum wage through PESAL system that we have already implemented as a province. It talks about increment, which we have already implemented as a province. It talks about future standardization of recruitment. And currently, even the NHC, the other day, we have been busy debating this, and the team is currently working on how to standardize so that every province should be able to treat community healthcare workers according to the similar standards, because they are South African citizens, they must be treated equally. So it will be unfair for honorable members in this house, where we are supposed to account to be the one that push us to implement things that are going to be irregular in terms of the Auditor General. So I want to appeal to honorable members to say, as much as our personal feelings would be, let's appoint them permanently, but there are laws here and there are rules that needs to be implemented. And as provinces, it is our responsibility to make sure that we do not operate outside the guidelines, so that Auditor General, when he comes, SCOPA when they come, NCOP when they come, they found our books being clean. Honorable Matebula, again, raised a very critical question that when are we bringing vaccine to the rural area? I've already indicated that all our 37 sites are the primary fixed sites. And besides that, I've even indicated to you that we have expanded to our PC, and we are on a daily basis. You will know that we are advertising outreach. This outreach are going to the deep rural villages. And I have also indicated, Honorable Matebula, that even if you go to a hospital like George said, they wake up in the morning, the hospital is rural on its own. They take a mobile clinic, the vaccinators get into the mobile, they go to Nkirikitana village, spend 2 hours, vaccinate people there, move to the village next, spend another 2 hours, vaccinate people. And this is how we've been able to reach those we cannot reach. You should be able to appreciate that our area, we are not what is rural, maybe to Gauteng or to Western Cape, cannot be seen as rural in Limpopo. We are not even densely populated. We are scattered, and our people, majority of them, you find them in those deep rural areas. And in terms of the weekend vaccination, it is not true that we are not taking the vaccine to the rural area. Honorable Matebula, go to our page, Facebook page, and check where are we every single weekend. We alternate. Let me give you an example. On the 27th August, Ahirika Lefara, Kamhlaba, and the Kamhlaba village is not in the urban area. Lefara village is in the rural area.
We're in Mhlaba village, and that place is not in a rural, it's not in an urban place, it's a rural area.
Tamahansi village. Tamahansi village is not in the, where more than 1,800 people in that area were vaccinated over the weekend in our weekend drive. On Sunday, again, we were at Hamadiva, where we were vaccinating soccer team tournament. So let's not be selective when we read our vaccination. Limpopo would not have vaccinated the number of people that they vaccinated if we were sitting in the urbans and in towns. We are going to those villages because that's where majority of our people are found. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Thanks very much, MEC. The next MEC is Honorable N.E. Mokgeti from Gauteng.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair of the session. Mine is mainly comments from honorable members, and I really appreciate those comments. Honorable Baha, I really appreciate the positive comment, and then I'm also noting the comments from Honorable Raider to also indicate that our pop-up sites and our drive-thrus, they are working very well. And in terms of time waiting period, we are doing very well in those pop-up sites and drive-thrus. And this morning, the drive-through of R55 in Zwaskop, they sent me pictures of about 2 kilometers of cars waiting in the queue to be vaccinated. And we wouldn't have that long queues if we're taking time to vaccinate. And as I said in my presentation, Honorable Member, that Gauteng is dynamic. You can't use the same strategy that you are using in other provinces. And maybe also to indicate that, yes, we are doing assessment on the sites that are maybe taking long to vaccinate. And we have discovered that, for an example, Johan Haynes in Sidibeng, we have discovered that they are taking long because the nurses were also data capturers, but we have since sent quite a number of data capturers, and they are vaccinating 45 people per hour. So I'm taking note of your comments. We will be able to make sure that we communicate also the waiting times in all our sites as we open. And then we are working very well with the private sector, Honorable Chair of the session. And I think you might have seen in Gauteng, they had been advertising that you can take a free Uber to Horton site, and then you'll get your vaccination within 15 minutes, and then we will be able to go back to work. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair of the session.
Thanks very much, MEC. The next MEC is MEC Simelane from KZN, KwaZulu-Natal.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Chair, I think I only have two questions. The other one was a comment. I will leave that comment because I think the Premier has dealt with the matter. The first question was, do we have any programs that are encouraging males to vaccinate within the province of KwaZulu-Natal? And do we also have programs that are meant to target rural areas? Chair, my response to both is that we do. We have decided that the programs that we have needed to be sector well, to target certain sectors, because besides just men not wanting to vaccinate, you also had the 60 years and above who are quite reluctant to vaccinate in our province, primarily because of the fake news that we have been exposed to. So we have had to come up with a program that targets the 60 years and above, but we had to target the males within our province. In the rural areas, one of the programs that we are implementing is a program that we call Isibaya Samadoda, where all the men led by the local Inkosi or Induna Yendao are able to sit down and have a discussion, and among those things be able to discuss about vaccinating. And Amakosi in the province of KwaZulu-Natal, as part of targeting the males, have also decided that as part of Isibaya Samadoda, we must come and vaccinate the men within their own traditional courts, and that is what we have been doing. So that is just one of those programs. We also have programs that we call influencers programs, where we go around with Amakosi, with the religious leaders, and those that are quite known within the communities. And here we target men both in rural areas and in the townships in particular, because that is where we have a challenge with our men. And when we do so, we are able to speak to the men in a language that they understand. Particularly younger men are the ones who are quite reluctant to do this. We've also had a program or some programs that we are implementing in partnership with local radio stations, where we are able to go to our communities and engage with men in those areas. But I must also indicate that we have the programs that are going to or our vaccination pop-up programs that goes to taxis are meant to target the rural communities, but are also meant to target the township communities so that they are able to vaccinate. But what we've also done, Chair, maybe as a last point, is to ensure that we bring closer to the communities our vaccinating sites. That is why you saw in the list of our vaccinating sites that in the temporary sites, we have more than 300. The intention there is that our communities, particularly in rural areas, they don't have to travel, or they don't need to travel for long distances for them to be able to access vaccines. They can only just go to their local halls or their local traditional council and be able to get a vaccination, because that is where we have a number of partnerships. So, Chair, yes, we do have programs, and I was just giving examples of those programs, but in the presentation that I submitted, we indicated all these programs. The last question was whether we have the statistics of the men that have vaccinated vis-a-vis those that have not. We will provide that those numbers, Chair, to yourselves tomorrow or the day after, if you allow us. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thanks very much, Honorable Member, MEC. The next person and the last person, and Chief Whip, I'll let you also to correct me if maybe I'm doing a mistake. We have been agreed that Honorable Deputy Minister, Dr. Sibongiseni Dhlomo, he must be the last. Or agreed. If ever there's another MEC that I didn't call, also okay. Now you want to be
That's the person I was looking for. I was a bit disturbed a bit. I didn't see the name.
Okay. All right, Chief Whip, can I allow the MEC to continue?
Agreed, House Chair. Thanks.
Thanks, Chief Whip.
Thank you, Honorable Chair and honorable members. Let me also appreciate the questions that were posed to the Free State. And let me start with the question from Honorable De Bruyn, who asked us what form of transport are we using as we go out to the farms, the rural communities, and how do we transport the vaccines. We are using the cooler bags that have thermometer that monitors the temperature, so that we are able to keep the cold chain where the temperature that the vaccine should be kept at. And we also have an agreement with the SAPS, who accompany us as we transport the vaccines for safety. And with the farms that we have visited, I've divided the number of farms that we have visited and the number of people vaccinated per district, because all our districts have got farms, all the 5 districts of Free State, including the metro, the 4 districts, including the metro. Fezile Dabi, we have visited 20 farms and 2,000 people have been vaccinated in the farms. Leisurely Puto, we visited 2 farms and 135 people have been vaccinated. Mangaung, we have visited 8 farms, 450 people have been vaccinated. Thabo Mofutsanyana, we have visited 20 farms, 1,979 people have been vaccinated. Harib, they only visited 1 farm, 47 people have been vaccinated. In total, the people that were vaccinated as we visited the farms is 4,631. With the Harib, Honorable, when I answer the question that was posed by Honorable Moletsani, indeed, Honorable Moletsani, we do not have enough vehicles. We've got many farms in Free State, but we do not have an equal number of vehicles, our mobile vehicles, to go to the farms. But we are still having that program. We can't visit the farms all at the same time. What we do is we schedule them per week. But what we have done in Harib, we have negotiated with the farmers that are bringing their workers to the vaccination area. Then we are able to then vaccinate them there. Except for this, we are still like any other, other districts are able to visit the farms as and when we have to. We have a few vehicles, but we do have a plan on how to deal with our farming community. We take them as part of our target, which is 1.9 million. So obviously there is way that we are making plans for them to be visited. And yeah, I think I have answered what I was asked to answer. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Thanks very much, Honorable Member. The last question from the MECs, it's MEC Math Eastern Cape. And Math Eastern Cape.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. My apologies because of the connectivity. I had to use the phone. May you please allow me not to unmute my video?
Okay.
Honorable Chair, I realized that I omitted when I was doing the presentation to respond on the question from the Honorable Deputy House Chair on the issues that relate to the villages in Ofimvaba, where we are also, Chair, having a clinic there called Lower Mcuncuzo Clinic in that village called Amatlatini, where we are having, Honorable Chair, a vaccination site there. So our people of that area are being serviced from that clinic. But also, Chair, we have acknowledged and noticed that people are also going to town, even though we are offering that service in that clinic. They do go to Ofimvaba. But another clinic that is close by, which is not per se a recognized and registered or accredited vaccination site, is called Nguku Clinic, which we are targeting as we are having these outreach programs going to the sites that are not per se our fixed sites. So we will be attending to that as it was raised by the Honorable Deputy Chair. Honorable Chair, we are noting that. Thank you so much, Honorable Chair.
Thanks very much, MEC. Can MEC Mukherjee load down your hands? And the next question, answering question, is Deputy Minister Dr. Sibongiseni Dhlomo.
Okay. No, thank you very much, Honorable Chair, and sorry to have caused you a bit of an unhappy situation. On behalf of the Minister, I just wanted to say, Minister has actually tasked the national officials, the officials of the National Department of Health, to work on a mathematical model that says, if we want to have vaccinated so many South Africans by December, what should be a contribution of each province in that regard? And therefore, that issue then disseminated to provinces. You would see that the contributions from the provincial leadership is saying, not only at Thabo Mofokeng district, at Umkhanyakude, Umzinyathi, they are able to break down even per sub-district contribution. So they are very detailed. They may not have had time to show all that. So the work done there is almost to the level of the details of a sub-district. And that is why, therefore, we are able to actually see certain sub-districts in the country that are really not doing that well. And we are therefore giving support from the National Department of Health, largely to Mpumalanga, Northwest, and this weekend there's going to be a visibility of the leadership visiting Gauteng, because as MEC Ramathuba was indicating, relativity, the big population is in Gauteng. There's a long road still to traverse there. While they've done well in the vaccination program, but that is the province that will make or break in terms of the vaccination, because of the numbers, of course, followed by the KwaZulu-Natal in terms of population. There are populations, provinces that are really at the level where if they continue in this trajectory, the December time might be a good process there. I wanted then to say that the third point, Honorable Chair, is that we are in the third wave in certain provinces. We have been very much aware that Northern Cape has not fully recovered from the second wave, and they move into the third wave. So there is a desire to vaccinate as fast and as quick as we can, because nobody can tell when are we getting a fourth wave. But if we can push and accelerate vaccination as provinces are doing, and also still encouraging them, we want to be saying by the time we get a fourth wave, most of the South Africans should and must have been vaccinated, so that that fourth wave will not be as devastating or as bad as the other previous wave. The last one, Honorable Chair, and then coming in after MEC Free State, is that MEC did a very important program yesterday, of course, led by the Premier and supported by the MEC for Sport, Arts and Culture in the province of Free State. Of course, they were unhappy that Bloemfontein Celtics has moved to another province, because they had actually started this process focusing on the Cheetahs, the rugby team in the Free State, together with Bloemfontein Celtics. Yesterday, visible vaccinations of all the players of the Cheetahs rugby club. Now, that goes a long way. One, it protects them against any interruption in their season of play. But number two, it actually is saying to other players elsewhere in the country, if you do this, there should be no problem, you should do that. Therefore, we are now here reporting to other provincial leaders to say, maybe let's go closer to what MEC did in the Free State, because we do have clubs all over the provinces, all provinces in the other sporting codes, who therefore want to get these youngsters vaccinated, because these young stars from the 18 to 34 who are players of various sporting codes have got a lot of fans, and therefore that can on its own stimulate fans to come forward and be vaccinated. What we see in Europe today, a stadium being opened started possibly in this way. So we wanted to commend the effort of that province and say if all other colleagues can follow suit, assist us, get all the stars to come in, all the soccer players, all the rugby players, tennis and everybody. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair, for that opportunity.
Thanks very much, Deputy Minister. Honorable members, I would like now to invite Honorable Mohai, the Chief Whip of NSOP, to do the closing remarks. Over to you, Chief Whip.
Thank you, House Chair Mewini Ngwenya. And let me recognize the chairperson of the NCOP, Amos Masondo, and the Deputy Chair, Melukas, the Minister, Dr. Pasha, and the Deputy Minister, Dr. Dromo, MECs, and honorable members, and also distinguished representative of SALGA. House Chair, allow me first to join you and the Chair and the Deputy Chair on behalf of the House by congratulating the Minister, the Deputy Minister in the appointments. Honorable Minister and Deputy Minister, we wish you good luck in your new posting and look forward to working closely with you in creating a better life for all our people, especially during these trying times of the deadly COVID-19 pandemic. As President Ramaphosa said in one of his speeches, and I quote, that the trials, tribulations, setbacks, and successes in our collective journey to create a new society has made South Africa the most resilient nation that thrives amidst adversities, close quote. The outbreak of the deadly COVID-19 pandemic and its socio-economic and human devastation 18 months ago has thrown the entire global humanity, rich and poor, into unprecedented panic and despair. It disrupted the normal in all spheres of life and robbed many families their loved ones, whilst factories and other productive sectors of society suffered great human capital that cannot be replaced soon. House Chair would recall, as Parliament, we have lost many of our colleagues due to this pandemic. This presented a supreme test to the collective political, business, religious, and civil society leadership of our country. Key to this test was whether a common and collective response that transcends party, political, sectoral, cultural, and faith-based interests can be forged against the pandemic in the interest of the country and its people. Under the courageous leadership of the President of the Republic, Honorable Cyril Ramaphosa, the country united behind the government-wide response. The response did not only focus on prevention of the spread of the pandemic, but most critically, has also reawakened the country to the possibility of providing various socio-economic relief interventions, which our government accomplished. As we stand here today, we do so more courageous and hopeful that together we will triumph against this pandemic. Honorable Minister and Deputy Ministers, MECs, we concede that the uneven capacity and other objective factors like spatial landscape, human and logistical resources among different provinces will result in uneven performance of the provinces in relation to critical tasks of vaccination. This should, however, not be elevated to conceal subjective problems that can be addressed in the immediate terms. We say this based on your assurance that sufficient capacity and the availability of the vaccines are problems of yesterday across provinces. This calls for greater innovation by provinces to ensure communication and outreach are invigorated. In doing this, we cannot discount partnership with different sporting associations, churches, youth organizations and clubs, community-based organizations and other broad civil society. We are encouraged by targeted partnership with the higher education institutions of learning and research non-government organization to assist with empirical research about the challenges of vaccine hesitancy. Without a kind of scientific research, we will continue to guess the real problems. With the report presented before us today, we are confident that provinces have learned from each other in terms of how to improve going forward. It's also our belief that ministry have taken seriously observation and comments made by members for integration into policy implementation going forward. And I must say also, as members, we have benefited greatly from the reports of provinces through the MECs for health, and of course the articulation of the national picture by the minister and the deputy minister. And this will go a long way in helping us to exercise our oversight. Lastly, allow me to thank the ministry, the MECs, special delegates, members of SALGA present here, and all honorable members. Thank you. It was a long day, but worth the information that is out of this session is quite productive, and I will ensure that no stone is left unturned to ensure that we intensify our communication and education amongst our people. I thank you, House Chair.
Thanks very much, Chief Whip. Thanks very much, Chief Whip, honorable members. Thank you, MECs and the minister and the deputy minister. Now I will declare this meeting closed. The meeting is adjourned.
Hey, boy, MECs, Minister. Dr. Zomo.
Yes, our Chief Whip, how are you?
Hey, I've lost a neighbor there. I'm alone now there, neighbor.
I'm coming to formally tell you I'm gone now.
Yeah, no, great, Dr. Zomo. Thanks, MECs.
Thank you. Thanks, Deputy Minister.
Congratulations, Deputy Minister.
Bye, Deputy Chair.
Thank you, my leaders. Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye.
Bye. Bye, Mawini.
Check your WhatsApp with Deputy Minister. Deputy Chair, check your WhatsApp right now.
Recording stopped.
I'll check.